Oh, I gotta start the music too. Alright, looks like that's working. Cool. I guess this doesn't look like it has a way necessarily to...
I see we're live.
Beautiful.
At
YouTube
least...
live control panel.
I don't know.
What is... There's nothing there. Nothing in the box. Thought maybe there it would tell us like how many viewers we have.
I see one watching and I'm not clicked on it.
Okay.
So somebody was ready.
Alright, I was gonna type, but we don't need to type, we can just talk.
Yeah.
What's up, chat?
If anybody is there, hello.
This is Refute. We could have had graphics to put up. That would have been cool.
Would have had to do more prep work for that next time.
Let's see. Refused. This is the saddest looking. There we go. Look, we got text. That's so cool.
Probably need to make it black.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way. Here we go. As you can tell, neither of us are particularly skilled in the ways of
live
OBS.
streaming.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, we are here on the live stream, and I guess we'll wait till 1 p.m. actually to say anything.
Sure.
Over here we can see...
Is YouTube gonna save this?
It, I think, does.
It does.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Yep.
So I have to...
Stream settings. Oh, yeah, enable DVR. So what?
I don't know. I was just saying, what a time to be alive.
This says we have 1 concurrent viewer, 2 likes. This says we have none, but that's okay.
Well,
or are we the one? No, it would know.
I'm not watching on my phone, so it just says 1 watching.
Sweet. Oh, top chat. How about live chat? That will see everything. Still no chat. Great. Participants. Sweet. Okay.
Maybe
cool.
they don't have a YouTube account or whatever.
It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's 1 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started painting. I guess I can get rid of this thing. As we've mentioned in a couple of posts leading up to this, we are trying to paint 500 points-ish worth of models on the live stream. We cheated a little bit and did some prep work, so everything is primed.
I think that's fair.
I think so too. That doesn't really count.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got, I think this was like 260 some points worth of Tyranids, not counting the terrain bits because those don't have points values. And then yours was at least 250 points. I don't remember.
Mine is 150. These are 5 each, and there's 10 of them, so that's 50, 200, and then he's 45. But he's got a shield and a weapon. Those cost points in 6th edition, so it's like 249 or something.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that's 500 points.
Okay.
Obviously, choosing different game systems would have wildly changed what that meant. So
I just realized.
What are you missing?
I wrote all these notes.
Oh yeah, where did those go? I saw them. Are they in this stack?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll find them at some point.
I did not. We had talked about having like notes on top 10 lists to share with everybody, and Grant did that. I did not. So I'm just going to add my 2 cents as Grant shares his actually planned content. Yeah, I'm doing these Gene Stealers. They're going to be in the Behemoth, I think it is, color scheme.
I believe you're right.
From the box art, at least more or less. They are going to have a few differences. For example, I'm going to do some pink. Like tentacles on the spore mines will be pink. Kind of fleshy is the goal there. And then the...
Well, maybe I'll find them later, and we'll just get into it at that point.
Hey, Jenna's our #1 top fan.
We love a riff.
Beautiful.
Here we go. Get that metal ball sound into the microphone.
Yeah, that's Wargamer ASMR.
That's Wargamer ASMR. Oh, I better get my phone off of the table so it doesn't bump up every 2 seconds.
Some of these old sculpts, it's hard to tell. Especially they're not...
Oh, I just realized everything is still, the focus is still up.
Oh, that's cool.
Should probably take that off.
I know how to fix that. Although it's weird that that is a thing, because I had changed that the other day. All right, live stream, moving things. Making things work, figuring it out. I think if I push this button...
This will give me time to catch up.
All right, we've got sprues for the sprue god, brushes for the brush throne, glue, chop, paint.
Let's go.
Hopefully there's no chopping or gluing on the live stream for us today, but if that's what you're working on, that's awesome.
Thanks for joining.
Yes.
See how...
if I start chopping, things have gone really sideways.
Yeah. Especially some of my 3D prints I do not want to chop. Especially because Cam gave me them.
Yeah, you better not chop them up.
If I chop them up in front of him, that would be...
Yeah.
I'm finally doing these. When did I get these? Like 2 years ago? I'm so on
Can't
top
have
of
been
it.
that long.
Was it not that long? Okay, good.
I don't know.
That makes me feel better if that's the case.
Wasn't that just last year?
Was it just last year?
Are these not the ones you got from the used section of the
This is not.
store?
These are the Rad Ogres you printed for me.
Oh, the
on one of
ogres,
my
that's what you're doing.
Birthdays.
Yeah, that might have been 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a
can't
moment.
remember.
I remember you were like, yeah, Skaven. And I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely going to get to that soon. And then, 40K.
We've all been there.
40K happened.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can still hear me.
Yeah, let us know how the audio mix is.
We're kind of
Obviously, we don't have
winging it.
anyone paying attention to that since we're both painting, but we'll try to keep an eye on the chat. We can adjust the mix of our microphones and the music that you should be hearing in the background. But
Yeah, if it's loud or too soft, let us know.
But yeah, so I was just saying, these old sculpts that are monopose, they're not single piece, but they are monopose. Sometimes there's some compromises in the sculpts in order to make them mold properly. And so I think that creates some weird moments sometimes of knowing where one feature ends and the next one starts.
Sure.
Some like lack of clear edges. I'm running into that a little bit on the back of this Gene Stealer.
Okay. I definitely don't have that with these Rad Ogres, but I'm going to have the problem of if they have all these veins in them, and that provides a lot of depth for the speed paint to sink into and stuff. But then it's also like, tells my brain, I got to highlight all those veins, and I'm going to try to pick them out a little bit. Right now I'm just going at them with Peachy Flesh. I've tried Crusader Skin and some other speed paint contrast thing colors, but this is kind of what I've decided to go with. It's much more warm flesh color, but I think it'll end up looking okay once it's contrasted with the brown fur that I'm going to put on them.
Nice.
In their obvious furry areas. I think painting Skaven is kind of weird because it's like you're painting humans on a lot of them because it's just flesh colors. But then they just have fur on them.
Furry humans.
In certain spots. But it's like, I don't paint the skin furry. Even
Yeah.
though rats are completely covered in fur. But whatever, not mine, I guess. They be naked.
Each their own. Naked mole rat Skaven.
Naked mole rat Skaven. Jenna's saying lo-fi music is in the background, but it's not too loud. So
Okay,
that's
perfect.
good.
We actually got our mix okay at the outset then. Yeah, we got here a little earlier to try to test things, and I guess that's paying off. Feels good. Oh, you were saying cutting up 3D printed models. I have... Jenna got me an ultrasonic cutting tool,
Oh,
and that is capable of cutting through resin
Ooh.
without shattering it, which is a common problem when you're trying to
Interesting.
cut 3D printed resin. They're not particularly cheap, I don't think, but they are a handy hobby tool to have, and I think there's cheaper ones available now. But that has been super helpful for doing some conversions and kit bashing with 3D printed stuff.
sure.
Has been really helpful.
Another tool in your toolbox.
Yeah, basically it just vibrates the blade, which is about the size of a normal X-Acto knife blade,
Sure.
at ultrasonic speeds, and then you don't even have to really push down, and it just slowly cuts through.
Yeah. Naked like Wookiees. Are Wookiees naked? I guess they are.
Except the belts.
The belts. I never thought about it before. Are you a big Star Wars guy, Cam?
I wouldn't say a big Star Wars guy, but I do really like Star Wars.
Okay.
I just feel like when you say big, that conjures up a different.
That has a
image for
lot
me,
of
where it's
implications.
I've read half the novels or more. I've seen every single
I've
movie
never
and show iteration.
I've
and
never
that's
read
not
any,
true. So
right. I've never read any of the books.
I think I read one.
And
when
you
I
know
was
what?
A teen.
I definitely haven't watched all the movies at this point either, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's movies I haven't seen. Definitely haven't seen all the show iterations.
Yeah. Maybe I have seen all the movies.
I feel like there was maybe one random movie that came out
Yeah.
recently.
Oh, wait, no,
wasn't there
I didn't
just one
see-
that came out?
I didn't see Solo, and I didn't see the one that just came out.
Yeah, I did see Solo. I really liked that one.
I heard it was good. I don't know.
It felt like
I
a
just
Western
didn't care,
that was
I
in
guess.
space that was also Star Wars,
Okay.
rather than, some of the things feel like they're Star Wars fan service first, in a not good way,
Sure.
and then
Darth
good
Vader
movie
just
second.
choking people.
So I felt like they hit a lot of really cool genre elements of a Western,
Sure.
while maintaining a good story as well. But what is it? Not Arnor, that's Lord of the Rings. Andor, there we go, is definitely my favorite recent Star Wars thing.
Not watched it, but I've heard good things.
Yeah, the lead up to Rogue One is my understanding.
Is that the next movie?
No, that one's already come out. So it's
Oh.
actually kind of interesting watching it, because you already know the end of some of where this is leading and some of the characters, what they do eventually. So it's an interesting way to approach it.
So kind of like that other movie that came out about getting the Death Star plans.
That's the one.
Oh, is that the one I'm talking about? Okay, yeah, that one was weird because you're like, all these people are gonna die. I already know because I think they said it was suicide in the original trilogy or whatever.
But that's so Cassian Andor was the star of that
dude.
movie, and he's the one that this show is about.
Okay.
So there's an interesting foreboding sense to the show.
Sure.
I guess it's sort of like reading. I just recently finished For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway,
I've not read that.
and that's about the Spanish Civil War, but that's a war that was lost by the side he's writing about.
Mm.
And so as you're reading it, it's kind of this, you have this sense of doom as you go through,
Sure.
which is an interesting way to read. All right, this red is taking longer than I expected it to, but I guess this is the bulk of these models. So.
Yeah. I don't know I don't really have a strategy coming into today. It's been a busy week.
Yeah. Same.
So my strategy is to just kind of wing it. I'm sure there's better ways to do painting than winging it, but
nah, couldn't be.
I also haven't painted a Skaven model since the last time I did that video, that paint and chat. So that was like a year ago. So I'm definitely not on top of remembering what my scheme was. Normally I'll do just one like quick guy just to kind of get back into the swing of things and knowing what I'm doing. But we're just going to take risks and make mistakes. We're going to listen to Miss Frizzle do as she would do.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, Miss Frizzle really just ahead of her time. As we all know, maybe the British people didn't have Magic School Bus. I don't know. Because I know we have a lot of British viewers and listeners.
Is that what the analytics say?
Analytics say I think it's our biggest country that listens to us, which
Wow.
makes sense because, Warhammer is British.
Based there, yeah. Does seem like the UK is a big in the wargaming sphere in terms of
Yeah,
market share.
right. Them and Aussies, the Australians. I guess anybody who respected the Queen at some point. Queen and King. Hopefully I'm not saying anything like impolite or
Offensive.
anything. I'm not trying to.
You have to forgive us. We were raised American.
Yeah, I don't. I love everybody. I would love to go to Britain actually someday. Been to Germany a few times, and
What
hop
was,
the border into France.
Well, you hopped the border?
Well, not like illegally, but we like jumped over into Alsace. I think is the
Nice.
region we had dinner there. It was very
Nice.
good. I had
David
frog
Marshall
legs.
is the expanding British contingent. We appreciate you representing.
Thank you, Brant.
I guess I don't know. It's got to be
David
evening
Marshall.
there. We didn't actually think about what time it would be.
It is 6. I think they're 5 hours ahead,
5
but maybe
hours?
4 because of daylight savings time. I don't know how that affects them.
Yeah.
Is it 4 or 5 over there, or 6? 5 or 6 over there? I'd be curious.
I think our Senate just passed a thing saying that they're going to make daylight savings permanent rather than going back and forth. But I feel like that's happened before and it hasn't happened, so I don't really know how that's going to pan out. But yeah, we just picked a convenient time for us. We didn't think about what time it would be for other people. Or I didn't. Maybe you did when we were picking that
I thought about it, and I thought
great.
this was still a good time because
Perfect.
it's like early
Evening,
evening for them.
Still doable.
Still doable. They're getting home. They've had their dinner. They had their whatever they eat. Their fish and chips.
Beans and toast.
Their beans and toast.
I gotta say, I do love beans
their
on
tea.
toast. But here in the States, it's a lot harder to get the real Heinz beans.
Okay.
Which it's funny because my understanding is that over there, those are like the cheap, not so great beans.
But over here,
you can't get navy beans that aren't. I don't think most of our baked beans are navy beans to begin with.
Sure.
But then also, they're all in like really sweet barbecue sauces and things like that. There's nothing that has that actual kind of tomato base, sort of a thing that that turquoise or blue can of Heinz has. Yeah. But you can find them in the international aisle sometimes. The problem is that it's like $4 or $5 for a can.
Woof.
So it's like, do I really want to spend that much on a can of beans? So I'll do it every now and again, but that's where I say it's kind of funny because it's like a delicacy here.
Okay. Oh, he says it's 6 or 1800. He's giving us the.
Oh, nice.
I think that's 6, yeah. So they're 5 hours ahead of us. We're on Eastern time.
Definitely a reasonable time of day still.
Yeah, so as long as nobody's watching in Australia.
Yeah, that might be
those people, but I don't know if we're ever going to find a good time for them.
I have some friends in Australia, and we try to Skype them in the evening, and then it's their morning. So they can be like having their coffee on a Saturday morning while we're drinking our cocktails on Friday night or whatever.
Sure. Okay. And feel free to throw questions in the chat. I think at this point, me and Cam are willing to answer, maybe not anything, but...
Yeah, let's not say that.
Let's say anything wargaming related.
Yes.
I think that's safe.
That's fair to say.
So if you're like, Cam, how did you paint your orcs? Or Grant, why do you look the way you do? You know,
is that wargaming related?
It could be.
It's part of the psychological aspect of the plan.
Yeah, I just kind of look this way on purpose in order to intimidate people, put them in a false sense of security. They're like, wow, that guy is not intimidating. Definitely gonna bowl him over. What advice do we have for painting en masse? I think what we're doing now, I think you have to do in batches.
Batches helps for sure. I would say a limited color palette is helpful, which we were talking about just before we hopped on.
Which I don't have. I'm my own worst enemy.
The nice thing about something like Tyranids is that since it's all organic-y stuff and they're not carrying
claws.
We were saying things like bags or belts or whatever, that helps limit it. So I think it's a little easier on me right now than what Grant's painting. But yeah, a limited color palette. I think there's a lot of good YouTube videos about limited color palette approaches and how you can actually do a lot with a limited palette, especially if you say, you know, I'm going to start with just these 3 colors plus black and white, because then you can get different shades of those.
Sure.
And you can mix those colors together as well. I think Marco Frazzoni is a YouTube channel that does some really cool and creative stuff with, especially, well, not especially, but he has at least some videos about speed paints and how he uses those in some really creative ways.
Sure.
But that's maybe a little less speed painty-y and more just impressive. But I would say that obviously we're doing slap chop right now, which is the popularized speed painting technique right now, using a Zenithal highlight base coat over. It looks like you did over black. I do mine over a medium gray.
Probably should have done it over medium gray, but it ends up, I feel like, giving about the same results.
Yeah, I think the black gives a nicer contrast.
For sure.
I think I ran into some issues with it was actually my Chaos Marauders. I did that, and they had it was like too dark, and so the speed paints just don't show up against complete black, and there was too much of it that still was that. I think I'd maybe tried to do it with an airbrush, but I do all mine with just brushing on now. And so doing the dry brush zenithal, I think I could probably control that more. But
what do you do regarding brush care? I need to do more. A lot of people in my group do more. My brush care is buy the cheapest brushes available, drive them into the ground, and then buy new ones. I should probably not do that. I've got some like brush cleaner that I just don't use. Why? I don't know. It's just not a habit for me yet. I imagine Cam does more than I do.
I do a little bit more. In general, I do use cheaper brushes and then don't worry about it too much. And then once the brush is messed up, I just get a new one.
Yeah.
Because they're a couple bucks. But I do have some, can't remember the brand. My friend Dan got it for me, but some sort of brush conditioner. So after you clean out your brush, then you're supposed to just wipe a little, like you can use it to gently wash. It's like brush shampoo.
I was going to say, do you have to put brush shampoo on first?
Yeah.
And then conditioner after?
No. It's a 2-in-1.
Okay.
But yeah, so that definitely helps relax the bristles and give them a little bit more of their natural shape back.
Sure.
And helps make sure that you're not getting dried paint in there. A thing that I'm really bad about, because my understanding is that for good brush care, you really want to avoid getting paint up in the ferrule. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's like up
where
in the top there.
The brushes, the bristles.
But there's times where it just feels like the capillary action of the paint and the water and the bristles is just going to do that. Like,
especially
I don't know how you
with
cannot.
These runny speed paints and whatever.
So like I don't know, maybe somebody knows how to avoid that, but and then I think another thing that's supposed to help as well is reshaping the tip of your brush after you wash it.
Yep.
That's easier to do if you do the I mean, you can honestly just use normal soap as well. You don't have to have this fancy brush cleaner stuff.
Sure.
But that I think also helps keep the tip nice, which is good. And then there's all the basic things that we probably learned in elementary school art class of like when you're cleaning it, don't jam the brush into the water. Try to run the water with the direction of the brush, not against the direction of the brush, things like that.
The only time I really manhandle brushes like on purpose is just dry brushes. Those are, it's like almost the more
those are sacrificial.
The rougher you handle them, I feel like the better almost. It's like
the better the effect.
Yeah, they just get weird shapes and get into weird spots.
Yeah, you can see mine here was a makeup brush, and it's definitely getting worn out. I think it's time to buy a new one.
Yeah, but it'll still do it though.
I actually just washed that one out today with soap because it was feeling pretty stiff.
I see.
And then it was stopping doing the things it needed to.
Fair enough.
Because if it's not soft enough, then I think it doesn't get around things as well.
Sure.
But if it's too soft, then it doesn't do the effect of the dry brush. So,
right.
Yeah, it's can be tough.
David Marshall, do I go for pink noses on Skaven? How do you feel about that? Because I'm doing like a mix of flesh and pink for tails. Because I don't know, I just like how that looks. But I don't know, I'm kind of divided on the nose. How did I do it on this guy? I guess I didn't really pick it out. But these rat ogres have more pronounced nosies. Feel like maybe that's worth adding that extra bit of detail. But that's where I go wrong. And then all of a sudden I'm painting with 45 colors.
Yeah.
For one thing. And I'm like, hey, where did I go wrong with my life? And then I realized it was with my color choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Brown noses are a bad thing. Indeed. This is true. So I guess...
I mean, it does sound like a Skaven thing.
Pink it, yes. I mean, yeah, I guess
that's how their society works, right?
Yeah, they just backstab each other. So I guess
but they brown nose to each other, right? You know,
to get the position.
Yeah, and then they backstab.
To backstab, sure.
So maybe you could pick out a few that have brown noses, and then, you know, that could be part of their story.
They just work for my chieftains and my warlord.
Yeah, so they're ripe for getting backstabbed by the other underlings.
I had an idea for my clan name, but I've forgotten what it was going to be.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
It'll come to you.
It'll come back.
Is it written down anywhere?
Probably somewhere, but where it is, I don't remember. But it's not a big deal.
All right,
But
we're
I
gonna
really
see.
liked there was like these old books. They all cost like $8 bajillion now because they're no longer in print. It was like heraldry
Oh yeah,
books, and they had one for Skaven. And I'm like, I kind of want to get that book, but then I look at the prices for it used, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want that book because it's going to cost me like
yeah, it's pretty
$200,
obscene
and I'm
now.
like, good golly. There's one for Empire too, I think, and a few of the other.
I've seen that one around. I mean, not like in person. But
Right? Yeah, yeah.
that's another thing I wonder. Maybe you can tell us.
Is there more
Yeah,
available in
is it?
Britain?
Yeah, yeah. Because I feel like in the States there wasn't maybe as much to begin with, so the used market isn't as full of them. Like you're not as likely to find them in used bookstores
Yeah,
as easily. There's sometimes, and like you found some good ones
sure.
at half price books, especially. But
I
yeah,
feel like we've looted them for all that they have. Every half price books within 8 to 12 hours of me has been heavily rooted through.
but you never know when somebody's gonna bring their
That's the thing.
uncle's collection in or whatever.
And I
so,
still go every time.
same.
Whenever we travel, I'm like, is there half price books near this town?
Yeah, yeah. I found a paper copy of the third edition Catechin Codex. That was a nice find.
Right?
Trying to think what else I found. I think I found a couple army books. But yeah, most of the time they just have editions we don't care about.
Yeah, that's kind of my. They have a lot of. If you're looking at 40K, it'll be like 6th, 7th, and 8th. And honestly, I don't follow those eds enough to even know which one is which at a glance. I can tell 3rd, 4th, and 5th almost instantly just by the cover. But depends on what you're after. The apple doesn't fall far from the Nottingham tree. That's fair.
Yeah, I guess at this point some of the stuff is so old that it's
Right.
just become collector's type items.
Yeah.
I did find the Inquisitor book and paid collector's prices for it at a store north of here. But was just so excited that I'd found a pristine copy of it in a sleeve that I went for it. I think I paid
Oh, wow.
$75 for it or something.
Dogs of War Army book.
Just the other day even. Wow, nice find. That's awesome. You planning a Dogs of War army? Or you already have one and now you just have the physical book?
He's got the 5th ed book, I presume. I think that's the only one. But yeah, no. Dogs of War is pretty cool army. How do you feel about pikemen? Pikemen look pretty sick in 6th ed to me. In fact, they look so cool that I want to steal some of their rules and just apply them to spears.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Because
doing
I think
some
spears are,
house rules if we return to 6th edition.
yeah, spears
Which I'm
make
sure
me
we'll get
sad.
some haters for, but
Dang it, I don't care. I think what I'm gonna end up doing,
oh,
and it's gonna be overkill,
Yeah.
is I'll write up a document and I'll just post it in our Discord or whatever.
yeah.
And I'll be like, what do you guys think? And then I'm pretty sure 80% of the people in there won't have strong opinions. And then I'll go, okay. But I just want to like vet, like,
Since we all agree.
is there anything that like stands out as absolutely not? That sounds OP. Got the book at the time. I see.
Nice. Do you still have that army then? You said had one, so maybe you got rid of it?
I've never gotten rid of an army. Well, I got rid of some Troll Bloods. I guess I did, but it was like very small comparatively. We're talking like less than 20 models. So, wasn't the worst thing to lose or whatever.
I sold the Orc half of the 6th edition starter set
Right.
and then regretted it later.
Yeah,
And also the Chaos half of the 7th edition 40k, maybe 6th edition.
probably 6th and 7th actually, I think had the same starter set. It's
Okay.
called Dark Heresy. Why do I
Dark
know that?
Vengeance. I
Dark
thought it was,
Vengeance.
yeah.
Thank you. You're right.
You didn't know that.
I didn't know it. Why did I think that I knew it?
I don't know.
Because I'm a goof.
Dark Heresy is the RPG, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've not played any of the.
Still some of it.
40K
Bronzino's
RPGs.
Galloper guns. I've
Okay.
heard of those in games, and is it true that you can re-limber them and move them around? Is that like part of the shtick? Is that their mobile artillery even in game?
Interesting. I wonder how often that would come up. Because I imagine you can't shoot.
Yeah, if you do that. One would imagine. But you can reposition a lot at least.
Sure.
It's not like giving up shooting to go
Do
4
nothing.
inches.
Yeah. To the point where you basically just never move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this ruddy fur color, really.
Yeah, I need to hold this further in. I keep getting way off the edge.
You can always correct it.
See, it took me 25 minutes to do 3 of these, and I have 16 of them. I can't do the math in my head, but that doesn't sound promising.
It sounds like we just need to endure. He says yes, so it sounds like he can unlimber them. So what's your main game, David? David. Are you a 40K guy, or you just kind of vibe on the internet? Live off of that? Live vicariously through others? Or are you in a club or something? Because I know that's more popular across the pond. Over here, it's just kind of like you're either at a store or you just kind of amongst friends is kind of what I see. It's not like, hey, we game twice a week down at the pub, and then, or what, I don't know what I'm saying. Again, hopefully I'm not offensive. Get a nice pint, mate. I don't know.
You're just trying now.
Now I'm even worse. Although I'm sure they could make fun of my American accent even better than.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
I'd love to hear it too.
Especially our Midwest accent.
Yeah, which I feel like is the most generic of the American accents.
It is, but we do a lot of like weird.
We say ope.
Ope is a big one.
Ope. Sorry there. Let me squeeze past you there.
We're not quite that bad.
Yeah.
A little further west for that.
A little further west or further north.
Was at a club, then at friends, then now kind of stuck. Yeah, we both went through periods of that stuckness. It is not so fun.
Yeah. It's one of those things where we just got kind of lucky, or at least maybe Cam didn't. I think I got kind of lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't doing much gaming at all until a couple of random encounters.
Okay.
You and Dan were like, people to game with.
Did those happen somewhat simultaneously?
Close together.
Okay, interesting. Because I got the impression from you after you would talk about going and playing with other people. I'm like, oh, he's just...
You're seeing other people?
Well, he's cheating on me. But no, it was more like 40K mainly from Rogue Trader onwards. Holy cow. Wow. But, yeah, no, I was always under the impression you were just, like, in multiple groups. And I was just one of them.
Yeah, it's really just the two. So I had, getting back into it for me, was starting to go to one of the local stores. And there was a Facebook group you could get on and be like, hey, anybody want to play Age of Sigmar tonight or whatever, tomorrow? And then you could set up games that way. So I had been doing that, and then from that group met Dan. And then
So Dan was an AOS gamer?
No, he was on the
I was gonna say that
wargaming
surprises
group
me
for the area on Facebook. And so I mean, he does play AOS. We played a campaign together that was organized by another guy that we met through that campaign, and then we were gaming with quite a bit.
Cool.
But yeah, that's now, once I had found a couple people that were like, these people like to game the way I like to game, then I stopped doing random matches at the store and started playing the games I actually wanted to play with people that are fun to play with. So
there you go. Yeah, I think we've talked about this a little bit before on podcasts, but it's like, I don't know. I've not had always the best experience with playing with people I'm not close to or whatever, just because people come in with different expectations.
Yeah.
And that mismatch will ruffle feathers on one side, which then usually leads to the other side feeling bad or also being ruffled.
Yeah, and again, I like to say mismatched expectations because that's not necessarily anybody's fault.
Right, yeah.
It's not like somebody's right and somebody's wrong. It's just people wanted different things.
Right, somebody came in and they're like, of course I bring my tuned list that's,
Why aren't you bringing yours?
Tub Thumper, like, that's all we do, right? Like, that's how I play the game. And meanwhile, you're like, I had 4 grapes and I ate 1 and now I only have 3 or whatever, bringing that energy. And it's just like, I don't know what that is either. It just means like you're a kid or whatever.
Oh.
Sorry, that was a deep cut SpongeBob reference.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I had 4 grapes and I ate 1. Then I only had 3. Blind pickup games can be work. Yeah, that's kind of... I've played at a few tournaments for War Machine back when Mark II was big, and I always did pretty well, but I had one game, and hopefully that guy doesn't... I don't remember his name, so hopefully he won't remember if he somehow ever listens to this. But he, threw templates because he got
yikes.
upset.
Yeah, that's not okay.
And that just kind of was like, okay. And I remember his like friend group came up to me afterwards and like apologized on his behalf.
Ooh,
and said
rough.
like, hey, that he's just kind of like that, no hard feelings. And I was like, okay, if you say so, man. And then that was that same tournament where I think I've told you, Cam, where one guy just glued pieces of the models to the base.
Because he had just bought them.
He just bought them that morning and nothing was painted, so he didn't even have the minis built. He just glued like some of the metal components to the circle. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's the opposite
Like,
of what I want out of Wargame.
Like, I'm not even upset if you don't have everything painted. Like, I get it, you know? People are busy and whatnot. I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. Do I think it looks better? 100%. But just not even getting to that level of effort.
Not even assembled.
And then I remember, too, he didn't know all of his rules the best. So I don't know. I'm bringing biases in. But it just felt like, wow, that was a guy literally chasing a meta list.
Yeah.
Like, literally. And I'm like, what are we doing here? But, I don't know. I think I got second at that tournament.
Well, there you go.
It was a good time, aside from
despite being
feeling
bothered.
awkward.
Yeah, in terms of blind pickup games, and I was just like so starved for wargaming that I was like,
just
okay,
do
this
what
is
you
worth
can.
it. I'm gonna try it, but I would get so anxious beforehand of like, I don't know, just social anxiety of meeting up with random people, not knowing if it was gonna be a weird experience. Or not.
Yeah, and you hear these horror stories too, so that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've had those same experiences where you go up against somebody's tournament list that they're trying out, and I've played, 2 games of Age of Sigmar at this point,
Yeah.
and have a very non-optimized list and whatever, and then just get annihilated on turn 2, and it's like, wow, that was not.
I had
why
so
I
much
drove
fun
down here, yeah. But yeah, and again, that's just mismatched expectations.
For sure. Nice guy, but yeah, work. Played against a guy who used pieces of paper. Wow. See,
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's like, I'm really good friends with somebody, and let's say they want to like test a list first before they put money into it, totally cool with that. And I would play them, and I wouldn't have issues. But
if you're just meeting up blind at a store expecting again a certain experience,
yeah, it's
of
kind
we're
of
playing a miniatures game, and then they bring paper proxies.
yeah. Hey,
Were they at least, did they have like nice art on those pieces of paper, or was it literally like a piece of ripped off paper that just said Empire Spearman or something?
Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy, you can do it pretty easily. Just take bits of square cardboard. Here's my Spearman detachment. Who am I kidding? Spearman detachment. Spearman
Nobody's taking
main
that.
unit. Yeah, nobody's taking Spearman detachments.
Oops, totally painted red in the wrong spot there.
It's okay. I'm kind of blending a little bit here too, so
I'm going to try to wipe some off, but sometimes this doesn't work very well.
the red really punches. What color is that? Is that
Blood
Slaughter?
Red from Speed
Blood
Paint.
Red. Okay.
Army
Is that
Painter.
the 2.0 one?
It is.
I have the 1.0 Blood Red.
Yeah, I do as well, but when I think I still have a little of it left, but I was almost out, so I went and bought more and got this, because the reactivation thing is tough, especially when you need to touch up white areas to do a different
100%.
speed paint, so... Alright, I think I got enough of it off that I can pretty easily.
So he says, ladder with a bit of the former, vehicles were triangles, infantry were squares. Okay. Interesting. So it's all like symbols. It's like you're playing Supreme Commander. Okay.
That's
Neat.
something, but yeah, still not what you'd want out of that experience, if you weren't planning on it.
Yeah. Hopefully at least the game was fun or fair-ish, and it wasn't like he just was like, oh, I'm taking all the best things.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah, that would be frustrating if it was somebody's doing that and then they also
Yeah.
are having some crazy meta list or something.
Yeah, it's like, what is it right
Okay.
now? The new Defiler mini came out, and
Oh, is
that's
that
like
the thing?
busted or whatever, and it's like they went to the GT, and it's like every Chaos Army has like 3 Defilers in it. It's like, well, I've got my 3 paper cutout Defilers.
Sad. Sounded like that was in the old world,
The dragons.
oh, I was gonna say the balloons.
Oh,
Cafe
those too.
balloons.
Yeah, I heard.
But yeah, dragons were also
I've heard
thing.
Monster Mash, which is kind of nice that monsters are good, although it's specifically lords riding monsters because you combine their stat lines,
yeah.
which I don't know if I like, but
I honestly don't know if that's been FAQ'd or not at this point. I've not been able to keep up.
I kind of revisited it because I want to try Old World more.
Yeah, we played one half of a game.
Yeah, and I don't remember having a bad time.
No.
I think it was fine. I want to give it more of a fair shake.
Yeah. I had a bad time because you put a spell right in front of my giant block of Empire Swordsman.
Do you remember what it was? Because I don't.
I think it was like the Pit of Despair or something.
Oh, that
And
sounds
I had
cool.
to, if I moved into
The
it,
Pit of Despair.
I'd take Fear Test or something. I don't remember.
Okay. That sounds
something that totally stopped me.
That sounds like something I would do. I cast Pit of Despair.
Close up of a unit in progress. We can try. You want to hold one up? I don't know how close you can get before it's not in focus anymore.
Yeah, we'll
I can
see.
adjust some focus.
We'll vaguely go. Let's
pull the focus.
Here's a rat ogre.
There we go. That looks sharp. Nice. Yeah, here's a in progress Termagant. Very much in progress, but there you go.
Post in the chat what you're painting, if you're painting. And if you're not painting, post that you just love how Cam sounds. Okay.
Oh, this is the guy that I melted some of the base coat off.
Oh, fun times. We'll see how that
Yeah.
integrates in. Get a little bit of that sprue goo or whatever.
Ooh, yeah, that's looking rough. Yeah, sprue goo is what it kind of turned into.
Okay.
That's fine.
The good thing about Termagants is that no one will care.
There's also
except
that.
you.
Also, I probably am not going to do more of a Tyranid army because we have one or two other people in our group that are doing some Tyranids. So I think this Macragge starter set will be enough for me. Then we can do our Macragge content.
Sure.
And then I can call that good.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Are we going to use the Space Marines you have from that too?
Yes, which I think I would also like to repaint.
Oh, you
before
do?
we do that.
You don't want them orange?
I'm going to paint them orange. They're just not well painted.
Oh, I see.
They're like at the same level these guys were before I stripped the paint off.
I see.
A couple days ago.
I thought you meant like, Cam sounds great. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought too. I'm glad you guys are validating me and him.
But yeah, so we'll see. I painted those Space Marines long ago as well and kind of established the orange paint scheme for my chapter. But then I painted very little else. And I think I painted Scouts now in that color scheme.
Okay.
Which you've seen those guys in action.
Yep.
And then some Terminators, which have a different color scheme because I did them in sort of the, what is it, Deathwing, where they have sort of bone colored.
Deathwing is bone, yep.
Terminator armor, so I did that, but then worked in some orange as well, kind of an idea. Those were I think the Terminators from the 6th edition starter set.
Okay. Hopefully this doesn't end up being too tense, but this is my custom 1-to-1 ratio from my tails. Let's see if it comes out as well as it did before.
Yeah, I think that's another, probably you could call it a beginner tip, but you can mix speed paints.
Yeah, it's a little more pink than I think I want.
You can get all sorts of more interesting things going on. I think a lot of speed paints in my experience are also maybe oversaturated, I would say. And so mixing in even just a little Gravelord Gray, if we're talking Army Painter speed paints, can go a long way towards making colors look a little bit more natural and less gregarious. That's not quite the word I'm looking for.
Gregarious? They're friendly colors? I think gregarious is like fun to be around, like nice person. It's my handle in a lot of games is Gregarious Grant.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know what word I'm looking for then, but anyways,
I like it though.
Ostentatious, maybe.
There you go. I think that's more appropriate. But I like the idea of a gregarious color. The most gregarious
then it's like
color
bright
is
and over
like,
the top, but you like it.
Yeah. A gregarious color would be like blue. Nice and easy to paint.
Yeah.
Nice flat blue.
So are you actually gregarious in that sense of the definition in these online games?
I try to be.
All right.
I think it's an aspirational name.
Nice.
I think I'm better than I used to be.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
To be aspirational. I think there's not enough of that maybe where we give each other things to aspire to, you know?
Sure.
And I think I've always said that, it'd be nice if in our culture we still named our kids things that they earned that, were representative of who they are and what they've accomplished and whatnot, kind of a thing.
You mean
But
like a title or something?
no, it's like, I don't want to name you
Jeff.
something that means brave and then find out you're a coward, kind of a thing. So it's like, oh, once you've done something courageous, now I'll name you the name that means that you are courageous. I don't know what name means courageous.
I don't know.
But I think that on the flip side of that, it can be aspirational, and you
Sure.
can, maybe you name your kid something that means brave, and then you can tell them that and say, this is what it means to be brave, and then they can feel like, oh wow, and that's my name, so I can be brave.
David says yellow's a gregarious color.
I will also say that yellow is one of the best things to paint with speed paints, because I have had
best.
such a hard time doing yellow without
Yeah.
speed paints, and then when speed paints came out, or I guess contrast paints is what I first tried it with, it was mind-blowing how much easier it was to get a solid coat. I think it still could benefit from highlighting, but highlighting yellow is a lot easier than painting
Yeah,
yellow.
the base coating of yellow is a nightmare. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, for 100%, I've avoided that scheme because of that for so many years, is doing yellows.
Yeah. My Gar for Beyond the Gates of Antares, their battle suits are all yellow, which
Nice.
was fun doing that way. And I think one of them is pre-contrast paints, and so you can like really tell that it looks way worse, which is funny. And then the other ones is like, wow, look at how easy this is.
For sure. I feel like I always want to do another, because I'm a weirdo who thinks too much about future forces, but like Empire for fantasy. I just love the line. I think we've talked about this. I know you have a huge one, but it's like just so pretty.
It is.
I love the models. I love the vibe, this Holy Roman Empire kind of vibe with all the poofy collars and sleeves and cod pieces.
You would do a yellow?
I want to do Averland, which is black and yellow.
Yeah, that is sharp.
And then I want to name my wizard Wiz Khalifa specifically. So I can say, yeah, you know what it is. And then he casts Fireball or something.
Honestly, that would be amazing if you came up with lines from Wiz Khalifa for each spell.
Yes.
Associated, and then you would quote them when you cast the spell.
These are all things to aspire to. But yeah, no, I want to do Averland, I think, just because of the black and yellow. I love all the in-universe province colors because they're so punchy in different ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it honestly feels a little hard to come up with your own custom one because there's so many good ones that they already have.
Yeah, it's like, well, they do give you the permission, at least.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's just that they've already shown you so many. So anything you come up with feels like it'll already be somebody.
For sure.
Not that that's a problem, it's just,
Yeah.
just a thing to note.
So right now I'm picking out these slash marks on the backs of these guys with a pretty deep red.
Apparently yellow makes you feel better about yourself. I feel like there's a bunch of things like that, the color theory.
I need to put more yellow in my life.
I have a film degree, so we talk about that in the idea of like, oh, you can put these different colors in the set design and costume design in order to make the audience feel certain ways and associate the scene with a certain emotion so that it helps support the subtext of the scene or whatever. But we also learned that a lot of that comes down to the context. So, you can't necessarily say red always means love or it always means anger, because you could use red in a way where everything else in the scene is about calm, peacefulness, and then that would still maybe now be associated with that. And then, later in the movie when you see red, you're just still associating it to what you established it as.
Right.
But I think there's certainly some built-in things. I don't think most people would think of red as being calm.
No, it definitely doesn't make me calm. But
I think that's more
I've always
greens,
liked red.
blues,
Red is, I played Khador. That was like my first Warhammer armor, and they're like fire trucks. So red is just a punchy color. I like orange too, but you don't see a lot of orange wargaming armies where that's like the primary color.
Yeah.
But
until my Space Marines get repainted.
Until your Space Marines get repainted, my guy. But
if they ever do.
I think we'll see. Refused Flank live stream. What a time to be alive. That's right. There's our boy. One of our guys from our group is in the chat. You guys can give him comments in the chat about how he I don't know. He has a really cool Space Marine army.
The
The
Leviathans.
Yeah. They're pretty
With,
neato.
Custom decals.
Yeah, man. He did it.
Pretty sweet.
Well,
Wow. This is both taking longer and I'm being messier than I was expecling. I feel like I haven't painted anything in like 2 months.
Really?
Yeah, it's been a rough summer.
I've been painting a lot of, well, obviously BattleTech. So I haven't really touched Warhammer specifically in a hot minute. So Nicodemus, you painting anything? You just checking in, just saying, what's up, my guy? I love you. You're my favorite person. All that sort of stuff that you definitely say. There's an orange and black coconut crab. Huh. But for like what? Space Marines?
Coconut crab?
Yeah, I'd have to look up the coconut crab, but
I don't even understand what is being said.
He says it's a coconut crab color scheme.
Oh, color scheme. I thought you were saying there's a coconut crab unit for the Space Marines.
I hope there's a coconut crab unit. If there isn't, they need to add one.
One of the guys in my other gaming group, when we were doing a Saga Age of Fantasy campaign, had an army that his levy were coconut people.
I dig that.
Which were hilarious.
What's the game where everybody's turnips? Turnip 28?
Yeah.
That's kind of a fun thing. Everybody's vegetables.
Or at least heavily vegetable related.
Yeah, I think a mushroom force would be fun.
Yeah. I do have a mushroom force for Saga.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Mushroom levy javelin guys are the mushrooms. Oh, and I have the like wood elf, whatever, wood realms battle board gives you access to a swarm unit. And so I did swarms of little mushroom guys as well.
Okay. Neat.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of everything you're saying. I think I'm going to do the pink on the noses. I think like David's right.
Is finishing up some work stuff.
Tyranids.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the Tyranid Codex here, and there's a lot of really cool color schemes.
Yeah, what
showcased in there?
What Hive Fleet is that? Hive Fleet crab? Hive Fleet cancer? I don't know.
I do like looking up some real life nature inspiration to try to paint things. I did that for my fish people in Relic Blade. I have like an eel sorcerer and a hammerhead shark warrior. And so I looked up some different exotic fish to see how they were colored and tried to implement that. I think I, did a pretty mediocre job of it, but I've seen some people do that really well where they take that inspiration from, an actual crab or whatever kind of thing and do that color schemes.
Something tells me you're selling yourself a little short here, but
probably.
I'll
my next attempt at that is going to be, I showed you this, but the mounts for my Rough Riders, for my Feudal Guard.
Yeah.
Those like bird things.
Yeah.
Kind of Chocobo inspired, but from Sean Sutter's Sludge range. And them I was looking up because the feudal army is in this like desert kind of world, Marsy orange bases sort of a thing. So I wanted it to be a little bit tied into that. So I was looking up desert birds to see if I could find anything that had blue in it to make a nice contrast to the orange. But also the army itself's color scheme is lots of reds and browns. So I wanted it to contrast to that a little bit as well. And I found one, can't remember the name of it, but I'm going to attempt to paint them inspired by that. So we'll see how that goes.
That'll be neat.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that army to come out. That'll be one that when you're ready or whatever, we're going to have to do a showcase of.
Definitely. It's not high on the priority list at the moment.
That's
again,
fair.
As we've talked about before, having a specific reason to be painting is usually the best motivator.
Indeed.
And so right now, trying to do some Battle for Macragge content is the motivating factor.
That makes sense. Okay, man, I love these Rat Ogre sculpts already. These are coming
Yeah,
together.
those look great.
I've done very little, and I feel like they're already coming together great. And maybe
best
I
thing about
don't
monsters.
need. Man, monsters are just literally, you guys.
Slap
And
them
I'm
on.
sure people who play fantasy know. But this like clan rat or whatever, I don't know where the camera is,
There you go.
is going to take longer to do than this rat ogre, like literally, because what am I doing? I have no depth.
You need to hold them. I'll adjust the focus.
Yeah, but like this is going to take less time than this.
Yeah, just less detail. You can do
Oh.
broader strokes, which
Right.
is nice.
Just makes me sad to think about. But yeah, I guess the answer is I just need to play all rat ogres. The problem is rat ogres, and maybe if I had my lists in front of me, I'd tell you I don't think are that great of a unit, but they kind of make me sad because they're so close. And they like fix them in 6th ed in a special list. The Lustria book has a special rat
Use them from
ogre.
that, then.
Yeah, I guess
Nobody's
you're right.
gonna care.
I guess
We
you're
do
right.
stuff like that all the time.
It's basically all they do is give them frenzy, and I'm like, that's what they needed all along.
Yeah,
But-
it makes sense. Isn't
yeah.
that their whole shtick?
Well, they get frenzy in 7th, but in
Okay.
6th they're missing it. And Skaven's whole thing. We're just talking about fantasy now, so now I'm going to talk way too much.
That's
but
fine. We got to talk.
I
We
got
got
to
a
talk.
long
I got
time
to
to
fill
talk,
this
so-
in. So 6th ed rat ogres are just like Skaven. Their whole gimmick is if they have ranks, they get adds to their leadership. Rat ogres specifically cannot rank. It says if they go into ranks, they will attack each other. They can only go one deep no matter what,
Nice.
right? So they never benefit from the core Skaven special rule. And they're like leadership, I think 5 or 6. So they're terrible leadership, and they're just toughness 4 with no armor. So they have the classic issue of they're just going to panic and run off the board before they get to do anything, and they're pretty
It's a bad time.
expensive. So how do you fix that? Give them frenzy. Easy peasy. They're not that like outrageous in melee anyway. I think
Mhm.
they're just weapon skill 3. So it's like totally what they needed to do. And then again, they did it in the Lustria book where the whatever that special character guy,
Mm-hmm.
he can have just because I guess thematically they justify it because the plague guys are all frenzied too. But to me, it makes sense. 5 concurrent viewers. Let's go.
And we maxed out at 16.
We did?
That's what it said.
Holy moly! 16 people.
Yeah.
I'm bamboozled.
Well, that's 16 views. So I got
Oh.
somebody refreshed the page
Okay.
or clicked on it and then clicked on it again or something.
I was gonna say, I think my thoughts going into this, given it's the first time we've ever done it, is we're gonna get like single digits
Yeah, it looks like
slash
our max
teens.
concurrent is kind of 5.
Okay, well we're on an upward trend.
Yeah.
Share with your friends, share with your family, share with your loved ones, even the ones that don't love Warhammer or wargaming at all, and
Because they'll love Grant's talking.
they're gonna
about
love
things.
Cam's voice, and they'll hate my talking. But it doesn't matter.
I think people like just hearing people talk about things that.
David's
They are
got
excited
12
about.
tabs open. Let's go, David. Just just boost those numbers. We ain't paying for bots. We just got real live people.
Yeah, that are hacking the system.
Oh, are you painting anything, David? I think I might have asked you that already, but I've forgotten.
I should have brought my Romans to paint. Because I was dead set on I was going to finish those this summer. And now I don't know if I'm going to. But that would have not been, points-wise, if we were using Hail Caesar points, not enough points per guy to be able
I think
to
we
do
could
this.
have just said
Use points from Warhammer Ancients.
Warhammer Ancient Battles. Yeah, there you go. I've got the army lists in print because I found them in a used bookstore
Nice.
because I'm a weirdo who...
It's not weird, it's awesome.
It's awesome,
That's what we
man.
all aspire to.
Tearing apart a Land Raider.
Nice.
That might be I accidentally went away, but I gotta go do some errands. Enjoy the good vibes. Thank you, Jenna.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Tearing apart a Land Raider for Red Corsairs. Okay, we've got a
Nice.
guy in our group who wants to do Red Corsairs. Are you
Yeah.
getting bits from all the new kits that came out for them? Piratey bits. Yo-ho, yar-har, fiddle-dee-dee, all that. Being a pirate is alright with me.
I think that's how it goes.
Do what you want. Pirates are free.
It's
Okay.
also from SpongeBob.
No, that's from this. That's from another kids show. I don't know why I know all these kids show things, but I think that one was at least memed, so I'm going to justify it as a 33-year-old man for me knowing all these things. Okay. But yeah, no, Red Corsairs are pretty cool. I admit I like a lot of the Chaos factions. I think they are more diverse thematically than most of the Imperial Space Marines, to me. Unless you're doing Space Wolves or Blood Angels, I feel like everything else kind of feels almost the same. Even though I know they're not. I know they're
What about
not.
Black Templar?
Okay, I like Black
They've got their like
Templars too.
neophyte thing, right?
That's
their
true.
shtick.
Black Templars are pretty cool too, and I do love the Emperor's Champion.
Is one of
Got
the
him.
top models.
Yeah, old Emperor's Champion is, I think, one of the best models
Oof.
ever made.
Missed that mold line.
It's okay, no problem. Get them dirt cheap, then a load of kit bashing with Heresy models. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, we've heard good things about the Heresy models, especially if you want still that now they call Firstborn
Yeah.
look to things.
Which is what I like, but
Yeah.
I admit I'm an old geezer who doesn't like change.
Yeah.
I
And we
rally.
won't, we let people play with new models in our group. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like judge you. I'm just gonna be sad because of.
You're not mad. You're just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed. I'm not even disappointed in the people that bring them. I'm disappointed in GW.
Yeah.
Because if it was up to me, I would have liked them to just do the scale increase as they did, but just say they're still
Normal
tacticals,
Marines, yeah.
right? I
Instead of
don't
having
like
to
that
be-
they did the whole where they're concurrent. Like, we have Primaris and we have Firstborn. I don't know. I get it. They're a company and that's the biggest line. And if everybody already has a Space Marine army, how do you keep selling them Space Marines? We'll just redo the whole fort. You got to buy it all over again. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I get it, but
But it sucks.
it kind of makes me want to die.
Yeah. I think for me, the loss of the, I guess, middle hammer, I should say, Sentinel and Dreadnought were big.
The Dreadnought is a
losses
big
for me.
loss. The Redemptor looks great, but he's so big.
I don't even like it.
You
to
don't
be
like
honest.
it? Okay. I think it looks
The
good.
boxy Dreadnought is just so
I do love-
iconic
yeah.
to me.
I do love the boxy.
Even in death, I still serve. Are we gonna get a copyright?
Yeah, that was a
violation for
really
me saying
that
that?
was a really good impersonation of that soundbite. So I think we're gonna get copyright struck.
The best and worst thing about playing RTS games is having the unit statements stuck in your brain forever.
Yeah, fire it up.
Yeah.
I've got
Need a
StarCraft.
light.
StarCraft permanently
Jacked up and good to go.
jacked up, good to go.
Go ahead,
Want a piece of
Navcom.
me, boy? Yeah, I love the Goliath.
Goliath online.
Goliath online. I like Valkyrie. Who's your mommy?
Ooh, I don't know that
Yeah.
one.
That's the airship from the Terran. She does like missile spam.
Nice.
She's like, I think she's supposed to be German. She's got like a German accent.
Oh man, yeah. I'm just getting messier and messier. as
You're doing
I go.
great. I have faith in you.
I'm gonna have to come back, do some touch-ups.
You're
but
doing so
thankfully
well.
It's the 2.0. I'll make it a little more possible.
So are we still on red?
Still on red. I'm
Okay.
like, maybe I'll be halfway done, not counting the spore mines after this.
So is your
tournament.
strategy? So my strategy is to do it unit by unit. So I'm going to just get the Rat Ogres done. Is my plan.
That might have
and then
been
I'm going
wise.
to move to another unit and reset to just give my sanity a break.
Yeah, my thought was these are all the same color scheme.
Right.
So you like your rat
100%.
ogres are different than the clan rats.
That's true.
So I don't know that it would really break it up.
That's true.
Although maybe I should do like the termagants, then the spore mines, because it's the same colors, but at least
Yeah,
more different. I don't know.
sure.
We'll see. Oh, it's a huge mess. That's okay. We'll get there.
I think we're doing pretty good. I'm actually so pleased with how these Rat Ogres are coming out.
Oh yeah, those
I'm
are nice.
very happy
yeah,
thus
with
far.
like the split skin there, and you
Yeah.
got some like red. I think I just wiped some of that.
It's
Sorry.
okay. It's not a big deal. He's just a little bruised.
Sabotage.
Yeah, it's fine. Adds character. Oh, my cat probably wants to jump on my lap. You want to come up here? Live from my house, it's my cat.
Everybody loves cats.
Everybody loves cats.
At least on the internet.
Except for the people that don't, I guess. They exist somewhere.
My wife was just saying that at her work there was a debate going on about whether or not you can be only a cat person or a dog person, and there's no way to be both. What do you think?
I think you can be both. Why not both? I had a cats and a dog growing up. What about people on farms? They've definitely got both.
Well, I think the idea was you can have both.
You just can't like them both?
Either way, there's one that you like more.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have strong enough feelings on this. I guess I like cats more, but the only reason I like cats more is because I feel like a dog, which I love, chains me down more.
Yeah.
I can't travel as much. I can't do so many things. I mean, I'm sure people who own dogs, you got to go. Gimp is one of the few good ones. So there we go. Nicodemus confirmed dog guy. Confirmed.
Yeah.
Just
I'm definitely
outed
more
himself.
of a cat guy.
I've had great dogs. I don't know. I don't want to have to. I feel like I see so many people all the time, and I did this too. It's like, oh, we got to leave. I got to go let my dog out or whatever. Right. I got to go do the dogs are just need more attention.
Yeah. Being able to leave for even a couple days and just leave some food and water.
Yeah. Cats are
freeing.
pretty chill, and they don't freak out. I'll be a little extra with him because he's picky pants with his food, but. Yeah. I'll just drop them off at my parents' house, and they're totally fine with it. So I've been blessed in that way.
Yep.
Okay, I want to do black claws because I really like claws that are black.
Ooh.
I think that's been something I've learned over the years is I don't like nail-colored bone claws. I like black claws. I think it stands out more. You gonna jump over here, bud? Come here.
What are you using for that black?
I'm just using literally matte black.
Oh, nice.
So, and then
no highlights.
I sometimes will highlight it with a very very dark blue from the P3 line.
Mm-hmm.
But I might not even do that today.
Nice.
Just be out of
I
interest
have
of
found
speed.
that the blue, like a gray blue, is a nice highlight. I did that on my Imperial or Inquisitorial Stormtroopers.
Sure.
Is a nice highlight for black, better sometimes than just gray.
But yeah, I guess it makes them look a little bit goth maybe, but when they're like animals, I think it works.
Yeah. I think I am doing bone on these Gene Stealers, which will be another difference from official Hive Fleet Behemoth color scheme.
I don't know what the official bone color is for Behemoth. Are they black or...
I think they are the dark blue chitin color that the rest of their armor is.
Oh, really? So they just really
but
keep
I can't
it
remember.
simple.
But I was just looking at it before this, and it wasn't bone anyways.
Okay, makes sense. And then... Man, I wish I had my notes that I wrote for all my top 10
I remember
lists.
one, games you definitely still want to play, war games that you haven't yet, that are on your list of.
Yeah, I've got
Before I die, we gotta do this.
I put down a bunch.
Yeah,
for
like
that.
what?
I put down one that's not that far off, I don't think anyway, but I would love to try Squad Leader, Advanced Squad Leader with you, starter kit. I don't know if that counts. I think it does.
Yeah, I think our channel has decided that Hex Encounter is fair territory.
I think we've just decided, and if the viewers hate that...
It's definitely a war game. It's obviously not a miniature war game.
Right.
But it is a war game, certainly.
Yeah, so I just want to try that.
That's a lot of fun. I own the starter kit. You own the early, original...
the actual Squad
yeah.
Leader, from the 70s.
Which, from what I understand, the point of the starter kit was to introduce rules that are the same, but just less of them.
Sure.
So theoretically, if we do that successfully, we might be able to
just play
try the original
ASL or Squad Leader. Yeah.
Apparently, there are a few things that are different. I've looked up the couple of times I've played. I've had to go look on the Facebook group and whatever, look around, ask questions, find answers, because there are definitely it's quite crunchy in that there's a lot of things that seem really specific, but then sometimes you get in a weird situation and it suddenly becomes unclear.
Right.
At least to the uninitiated. And one of those things was revealed to be something that, yeah, is actually different in normal advanced squad leader. And I think it's because they took out a couple of options of what happens when your morale breaks and you run away. And so because that's simplified, there's a lot more situations in which you would be doing something that you wouldn't actually be doing in full squad advanced squad leader.
I see.
Because you would, in those cases, have done this other morale response. I think one of the things is you can't surrender in starter kit, but in full advanced squad leader, you can just surrender.
Interesting.
And so because that's gone, then there's a difference in times where you would be surrendering, you actually have to retreat, but then there's like weird, awkward situations where it seems like there's nowhere to retreat to.
Right.
But anyways, yeah, so I've played a couple times. I think the starter scenario twice, the retaking of Veerville, and then twice solo just to teach myself the rules, and then once with my brother.
Oh, you did with him. Nice.
Yeah.
What did he think?
I think he enjoyed it. He's definitely of the same sort of grognard provenance.
Good.
That we are, so I think
my brother would not. I could like beg my brother and he'd be like, no.
But yeah, it definitely is complicated. I also recently got copies of Panzer Blitz and Panzer Leader, and those are much simpler.
Okay.
So we could even start with that.
Sure.
They're not in the same line. It's not like doing that would help us learn how to play squad leader or anything.
There's definitely a lot of tactical World War II hex encounter.
Yeah, certainly a popular
games.
one. But yeah, I like it. I think it does do a pretty good job of creating a situation where you have to do some combined unit tactics to make things work. And so thinking about like, okay, who's laying down covering fire and then who's going to be trying to advance, and there's a lot of phases, but that aspect actually ends up being less complicated than it seems like at the outset, because a lot of the phases are just all the different times a unit can shoot depending on when you want them to shoot or what else they're doing. Right. And so it's not as complicated as that seems like at first.
It just seems like there's a lot of phases, but once you learn them, it probably gets pretty...
Yeah, because it's essentially like, do you want to shoot instead of move, which is sort of like laying down covering fire so that your units that are moving, maybe you've already suppressed some of the enemy units a little bit so that you can move more freely, but then units that are moving can have defensive fire shot against them, so then that's where the enemy could be shooting. And then you also have the units that did move then can shoot at less effect later on after they're done moving and being shot at by defensive fire.
Sure.
So it's all of those things are very similar. It's just the different times and people who are allowed to shoot in those different phases.
Right.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty good overall. Obviously the very first scenario is very basic. You're not using like any special weapon, like squad special weapons or anything like that, like flamethrowers or whatever.
Sure.
Which are introduced in the starter kit one, but not in the first scenario. So it really does strip it all the way down to just basic like infantry.
Rifle, yeah. Is there any systems you want to try?
Plenty. I guess some of it's not necessarily things I haven't tried. Some of it's things that maybe I dabbled in but would love to do now with this group, kind of a thing or whatever.
Sure. Revisit.
Or for the channel kind of a thing. One of those would definitely be Inquisitor.
Okay.
Because again, I found that book, so now it's got me excited about it. And I think I've mentioned before, but I did play some of that as a kid. I do have a handful of the 54mm models. Actually, they're big, so it's probably several handfuls. Even though it's only like 5 or 6 models.
Sure.
But I think that would be a lot of fun. I think that would probably be good content for the channel.
Sure.
But also, I think it's the type of thing, from what I've read and obviously what I remember from playing it, it is definitely a very crunchy system. I think it would have a lot of similarities with what we've talked about with Battletech.
Right.
In that you have so few models on the table that you can get really crunchy with it.
Right.
And in some ways, I think that went too far in Inquisitor.
Sure.
But I also, I mean, as probably listeners know, we're not afraid of a little crunch. So I think we might enjoy some of that.
I mean, we're talking about squad leader.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
But there's things like when you get shot at, you have to take a nerve test. And then if you fail the nerve test, you have to dive for cover. And that's cool and cinematic. But yeah, it is a lot of extra dice rolls that maybe you're making and things like that.
Do we want to do that? Yeah. And the answer is yes, we do.
Yes, we do. I remember as a kid, there was rules for noise and like how far away you could hear certain things and whatnot, and like your awareness or perception. And I think those were in there because obviously this is half RPG, half tabletop war game.
Sure.
But we were trying to implement those, and I remember we were trying to figure out like, okay, how many meters away are they? Because I think an inch is a meter or something in the system.
Okay.
And so, like, would they be able to hear this? And it was basically like, oh, yeah, if you shoot a gun, everyone anywhere on the table is going to hear it, which makes sense.
Okay, fair enough.
So it's funny like that. But I remember we did a scenario where one warband started or the other warband was not aware of them. So they did have to try to stay quiet and then find out when they were found out and that sort of thing.
Sure.
And I think that one was, we were doing a scenario. There was some person giving a speech in the middle of a town square, and we didn't have models for this. I think my brother had a 54mm D-Day playset or something, so we were using soldiers from that, I think, as all the civilians that were in the town square. But one side had a sniper that was supposed to take out the person speaking to this crowd because they were a heretic that was trying to rouse the rabble or something like that.
Sure.
And then,
as they do,
the other party was trying to stop them or protect him or whatever because they were still believed that he was part of the like he's an imperial priest or something, part of the ecclesiarchy.
He's
so
legit.
Yeah. So that was fun. So I remember that when the shot was fired, obviously everybody suddenly was aware everything was happening and chaos ensued, and that was a ton of fun.
Was it literal chaos?
What do you mean by literal chaos? No one flipped the table.
What I meant was like, did
oh no, I see what you mean
worshippers show up and there was demons?
No, I don't think that ended up happening.
Or was it he really in the ecclesiarchy or whatever?
I think that was going to be more later in the campaign kind of thing that was going to happen. But yeah, so then the sniper was trying to just escape with his life now that he had revealed himself, but all of the civilians are running around, so we're trying not to have civilian casualties. So that was a lot of fun. So anyways, I would think that would be fun to do. Maybe even tie it into a 40K campaign somehow, where that's like a more zoomed in moment.
Sure.
Of the larger campaign. But yeah, so that'd be one for me.
Okay, I'm trying to think back. The next thing I want to do, I want to try Battlefleet Gothic or some kind of spaceship game.
Yeah, somebody in our group just bought Dropfleet Commander starter set, right?
Yes. So Dropfleet sounds.
So that might be the most likely for us to try
at this point. Yeah, that's probably the one we'll play first. I'm curious to try it. I like the idea of it.
Mm-hmm.
I like a lot of things about it, especially Dropfleet's seems unique, a little more different than just
show up and shoot each other.
And the minis are nice, like pretty well detailed and everything, but I don't know, that's just something unique and different. I don't know a lot about the rules though, that's like, oh man, I'm really excited about X in the system. Like, I don't have that level of investment or knowledge at this point, so but
yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun. From what I've read, Battlefleet Gothic at least but then also have read that it's similar to a lot of tabletop spaceship games, is that it feels like World War II battleships in space.
Right.
In terms of how things actually move, and there's not necessarily a lot of simulation of real world space physics.
Yeah.
Which I don't care about.
What's the one that's supposedly more real? Is it Full Thrust that I'm thinking of?
That one has some more things, but I don't know that. I think that's even still
remotely realistic.
Yeah. Because that one, I think you can track your up-down movement as well, but then you also have to like track how much you're adjusting your thrust. But that's still, ships would do that too. Or like I played a World War I plane game where you're adjusting your thrust and things like that. So
sounds like BattleTech's Aerotech.
Yeah. But yeah, totally agree. I actually was on the verge of playing some Battletech, or not Battletech, some Battlefleet Gothic when the pandemic hit.
Oh.
and so
And
had
it fell out.
a couple of fleets printed. I have an Eldar fleet and an Imperial fleet in a box, unpainted,
Okay.
and had read the rules. So at one time I was
Prepped and
ready
ready.
to play. Had watched battle reports, trying to figure out how things actually worked. And yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
I like it uniquely has like torpedoes.
Yes.
Or maybe not uniquely, but it looks cool. Yes, it's tall ship combat. I'm not. What do you mean by tall ship?
That'd be like
earlier like
with
vertical.
masts
Yeah,
back in the Age of Sail.
sure. But yeah, no. I think the whole torpedoes and then they are like their own entity.
Right, then
You're
they're just
seeing
going.
them move every
Mhm.
turn. I think that's just fun.
Yeah.
I like how that looks.
I think you can do the same thing with boarding parties. You can like blast
Yeah.
off boarding parties to shoot at the enemy.
World War II battleships in space sounds fun. Might let you have some of the ships versus ship battle aircraft carriers negated in real life. For sure. No Z access. Okay.
Oh, I see. That's what he means. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. It's definitely something missing from what you would expect in a spaceship game is a Z-axis.
Right.
I think the only thing I've seen that feels like it comes close to accurate space combat is The Expanse. If you've
I've
ever
not
watched
played,
that.
and I haven't.
No,
I
it's the
read
show.
the book, the first one. I read
Oh, nice.
Leviathan Wakes, and then
Yeah.
I just never kept going for some reason.
Yeah, I've actually been reading those recently, so
Okay.
I'm I don't know, one of the pretty late books now.
Fair enough. Good
But
for you.
in the show, it feels like they did a pretty good job of what that would look like, and things are happening at actually great distances.
Right.
And there's a lot of the like point defense cannon fire
Sure.
taking out torpedoes and whatnot. But
So do I take the time to pick out like a purpley color and try to highlight the veins on some of these guys' arms, or maybe even do a red tone? I don't know if that'll even show up.
I say come back and do that if you get the other stuff.
Come back
done.
and do it. Okay, he's being wise. He's being smart.
But I don't know. You can listen to the viewers if they have other opinions.
Yeah. I'm an extra guy. I like to go extra. These are definitely like good enough for tabletop. At this point, those rat ogres.
Oh yeah.
I could obviously need to finish the base, but like those could be playable and done.
You want to show into the camera?
Yeah, I guess I'll show one. But
I always forget which one.
I would
it
call
is.
this good enough for gameplay.
Oh yeah,
So
for sure.
I like the pink tails. I don't
Yeah, I
care what
do.
anybody says.
Yeah.
I like the pink tails. He's a big rat boy. Says cheese.
Yeah, I think the pink tails are a nice pop of color.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. I did it on the ears too and the nose. It was a good choice. No brown noses here. Tiamat's Wrath. Is that not the first one? I thought, well, is that like a prequel? Why would you read it out of order? I'm just curious. Looking good. Thank you. I appreciate any and all feedback that is affirming, because I will be just distraught if David Marshall said that looked like crap.
Yeah, that'd be
'Cause
rough.
I have a feeling he paints really well. And I mean that genuinely too here. I'm not just being a goof. Okay. I'm going to do it. I don't care. We're going to go extra. Needs to be read in order. That may have been a problem. Yeah, that's what I wonder. Is Tiamat's Wrath not the...
That might be the one I'm on right now. I'm trying to remember.
I mean, what do I know?
Or is
though?
it the last one? I can't remember now.
I'd call it good and do the basing, but I'm a lazy painter. See, I need to be like you, Mr. James, but I'm a doofus. And instead I'm like, but look at all these details I've got to pick out. And then I spend 18 hours on like a unit, and I'm like, where did my life go? And then my wife is like, what are you doing? How much longer to finish that unit? I'm like, I don't know, a couple more hours. She's like, oh, okay. She's very supportive. Yeah, is this even worth it? What am I doing?
It is very... It's a blessing to have supportive significant others.
Yes. Probably wouldn't be doing this if she was not in supportive of it. I would just be like, yeah, it's not worth it to me. But I think it's been fun. Kind of a different... been a fun new friend group. Cool to generate too. I've met a lot of people.
Yeah,
that I
it's been
wouldn't
cool
have
to
met
see our
otherwise.
group grow. You've actually probably brought in the most people.
Yeah.
Well, is that true? I guess you brought in one, and then Curtis brought in one, and then
I feel like I brought in
you brought in Mitch too. So yeah, you brought in a couple.
two, I'd say.
I haven't brought in anyone. Dan kind of.
You brought in Curtis.
Oh, that's true.
Right? I mean, I would say so. I mean, maybe you disagree. I don't know.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't know
I was
him.
I was the Curtis connection.
You were
might
the
say.
Curtis connection.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Curtis was one of my students when I used to teach film school,
Yeah.
so maybe I shouldn't say that many personal details, but
Hopefully you guys don't take advantage. Am I really going to highlight these tails? Yes, I am. Of course I am. I'm going to highlight the tails.
I'm past halfway on the red,
You got this.
and I feel like there's less blue, so I think
Just
I made the
remember-
right choice to start with red.
Yeah, just remember that while that step's going to take forever, you're like so far beyond where I am probably in actual finishing.
Bob the Blob Trooper is my speed. Yeah, Bob the Blob needs love too, though, so we're here for that.
Bob the Blob.
And Bob the Blob is better than Gray Greg.
Gray Greg is Gray Greg made baby Jesus cry, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah, I go back and forth sometimes on stripping old models. I obviously did strip these. We put out a short a couple days ago of their old paint job, but yeah, because sometimes it's like, it's already painted. Do I really want to spend time stripping these to then spend more time painting them when they already have paint on them? But I guess since they're going to be on the channel, it felt like I should.
Gotta get them up to snuff.
Yeah. Some of my old Lord of the Rings models, I just tried to touch up, like add some washes and do some highlighting. And I think
Sure.
that spruced them up enough to call them good. I do remember when I first discovered washes, I bought a bottle of Agrax Earthshade and then tried to just throw it all over a Tau Devilfish, and then learned, that's not how this works on smooth panel surfaces.
Right, you just got
So then it
blotchy.
looked horrible, yeah. I think I still have that one,
Hey man,
and I never went back and fixed it.
we gotta
so.
bring it back for
Yeah.
the next 40K. You're on Tau.
Yeah, well, so that army was lost for a
Oh.
long time. I had it in an apartment that I lived in when I moved back here,
Okay.
and then was only there for a few months and then moved out. And then when I was moving, I couldn't find it anywhere. It was all in a tackle box.
Scary.
Yeah, and so I was just like, wow, that super sucks, but I've looked everywhere. I literally cannot find it. And then years later, the guy I was rooming with reached out and was like, hey, I found this box of models. Are these yours? And I was like, no
Yes.
way, this is insane. Thank you so much. So I went over and got them. So I have my childhood Tau army, which is like my main 40K army as a kid. And I think it's like barely 12 or 1,500 points if I max out options and things like that. But yeah, so excited to have that. I think I painted one Fire Warrior since getting it back. Not the whole a lot of the army had paint on it, but not very good paint. But yeah, so I've only painted one Fire Warrior, but I think that's an army I would want to probably strip down and repaint. But we'll see.
Fair.
Let's see. We've got Nicodemus is telling us that was the second to last book, so that is the one that I'm on. Then is Tiamat's Wrath,
Good for you.
which I can understand. It is definitely kind of weird where they get to. Another thing I like about it is that the aliens involved are actually quite alien. They're not just humanoids
With
with
horns.
yeah, exactly.
Not Doctor Who / Star Trek aliens.
Yeah, but I can definitely understand if you hadn't built up to that understanding like how we got there, it would all just seem kind of weird and out of left field. Like, why are these things even happening? This seems super bad storytelling of just these like crazy physics breaking things out of nowhere.
Welcome, Still Unsure 7630. But I guess I'll just call you Still for right now. What's happening? We are painting 500 points of Warhammer. Obviously, it's a little bit of... We got some square bases and some circles. But he's painting up the Battle of Macragge 4th edition starter set. And I'm painting up some Skavens. So I've got 3 Rat Ogres that I'm spending way too much time on and will cause me to fail. But I'm doing that. And then I got 10 clan rats over here and a chieftain. And we're gonna see if we can get this done today, or if we just give up. I think I'm feeling pretty good.
I still believe in us, but yeah, we'll see.
I'm feeling pretty good right now.
I'm gonna have to order food at some point.
I think in 2 hours, assuming we're still going in 2 hours, I think that's when we're going to start feeling bad. So we're going to need maximum engagement from you, Mr. Unsure. Hopefully you're not too unsure about watching us. But yeah,
you think still unsure is Nigel Stillman in disguise?
I hope he is. That would be sick. He's not painting anything. He finished a long time ago. Still Mania. He doesn't have to paint anything ever
his
again.
whole thing was paint your army, put on 2 coats of gloss, top coat, and walk away.
And then never change your army list.
I do love a lot of that, a lot of his approach, because of the focus it puts on
narrative.
The narrative and the story and the gameplay that you're doing. But
I see both sides.
Oh, absolutely. I think obviously it's an extreme position that I think is taken as a sort of pendulum swing position.
Right.
That I don't know that he didn't even fully adhere to that.
Sure.
I actually read recently, or maybe somebody had a YouTube video about it, that the thing that everybody talks about, the like Stillmania list of those things, was part of a longer series in White Dwarf at the time about his approach to it and things. And then that was sort of just like one element of it, of if I was going to sum up the extreme version of all of these things, it would be this. But he wasn't necessarily
like
saying this is exactly how I do it every time.
This is how I live my life.
Yeah.
I never change my mind.
But yeah, I think an example of that recently for us is the Battletech campaign, because we have this set roster of mechs that maybe we can buy some more later. But I've been fascinated by the fact that I have never once thought about, as we pick mechs for a battle, well, how many battle value is this? Like, are we getting like a high battle value? And like, how does that compare to the other team's battle value? Like, what are the points? Is it balanced? And I love that. I love that we're playing a game right now that I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just thinking about which cool mechs can I take.
We got like all these new viewers. I'm so hyped right now. Look at this chat. This chat is so active.
All right.
You guys give me life.
All praise the algo. It just picked us up.
Thank you, Adent 4.2. McCrag Nids. Love to see him. We love to see you, Adent. And David Whitney. Got over 5 viewers. That means we got to finish all 500. Throwing down the gauntlet as he should. All right. Mr. Whitney. Appreciate you. We got 2 Davids now. Hopefully, I'm going to have to say Mr. Marshall or Mr. Whitney, assuming they're both still in the chat. We'll figure it out. Or we can have them fight for supremacy.
I do know Mr. David Whitney.
Oh, do you?
Good to see you, David. Thanks for hopping on.
Good to see you, Mr. David. Do I know Mr. David? Maybe. No, I don't. Okay, well, maybe I will now.
But he knows you.
Maybe we're going to be best friends. Dare to believe. I enjoy your videos. Sadly, I'm not the famous gentleman Stillman. Hey, Lizardman, my boy. Right. Yeah. You got the 5th Ed Army book? Oh, you got to hit me up with I got to find. Are you in the US of A? Or are you over the seas? One of the seas? Maybe multiple seas?
How many are there? 7?
There's so many seas. But I'm always looking for a 5th Ed Lizardman book just because I want it.
So you want to know where he is because you're going to go steal it?
I'm not going to steal it. I just want to just look at it, touch it.
Oh, I see.
You know, maybe bring it back with me temporarily. Ask to borrow it for a while.
We are keen to maybe someday try some 5th edition.
I want to do 5th. We got the 5th Ed Magic box, or rather Cam did, and he was so nice. And he's like, Grant, why don't you just have it? Because I think your reasoning was we are basically who plays fantasy together, so why don't you just...
And you already had other 5th edition stuff. I don't own any other 5th edition stuff, so it made more sense to be in your collection.
It's pretty cool. I like how 5th Ed Magic works.
I did get a killer deal on it. I think it was $45 on Facebook Marketplace.
It's like full complete too. It's got all the chaos magic in there.
So it felt like a good find, and that it's one of those times where you see something, you're like, I don't need this, and I don't have a reason to buy this, but it seems like such a good price.
Okay. I'm just having my tea and catching you streaming, as you should have your tea. I have all the Fantasy Lizardmen Army book in Scotland. Nice. So you've got 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th? I'm going to read that as. I need to get on your level. Someday. I'm at the point now where I'm pretty much, in my mind, want all of the army books pre the old world. I don't know what that says about me, but I just want them.
It's the collector's spirit.
It's the collector's spirit. I really enjoy the history of the game more
there
than
you
I
go.
expected to.
That's what'll
And
get
just,
you out.
I really enjoy seeing how the armies changed over time, and it's like, oh, they made this change, that makes sense, I agree with that, or hey, they made this change and I don't agree with that. And I think that's interesting, just from a, I don't know, just a thought perspective. I just really like seeing how the game evolved over time. I know some people are like, 8th Ed killed the game and I hate it, but I'm like, you know what, there's some good ideas I think in there. I really like all the magic lores.
And I can understand it being a fun game experience, given what it was.
Just
but
gotta
I just
be
don't
different
think that
expectations.
one of which being really large unit sizes, which I just don't like.
Yeah,
I like the look and feel of being able to have like a unit of 16 guys and that being effective still.
The fact that you could and were encouraged to in competitive army lists to have a unit of 100 Skaven just seems like things broke.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because I don't want to paint more stuff, but I think it's also just the look and feel of the game is different. I guess at that point, like, play War Master, you know?
Right, yeah, that's... Yeah. Hey, you know what? You just one of my army games that I want to play. I want to try War Master, man. Is that healthy for me to do? Have another fantasy thing in a different scale? Probably not.
I was just watching some War Master battle reports the other day, but they were doing Lord of the Rings.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that was awesome. They were 3D printed, and then some War Games Atlantic 10
Oh, these are your grays, I think. Are these your grays?
Yeah, yours are over there. You
like,
can use mine.
I'm like, what are these grays? I'm like,
You're
these are my
welcome
grays.
to.
That ain't my gray. You're not my real dad.
All right, started back there with also second edition Chaos Space Marines. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we get the nostalgia fix. Definitely collecting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, you're saying don't want to paint more stuff while painting stuff. That's exactly the problem. I made the mistake, maybe you would call it a mistake, of cataloging all of my unpainted miniatures and realizing how many I had. And so
the responsible decision to do that.
So now it's a matter of, I think that actually did help me stop buying more things.
Sorry, cat.
Because I realized the actual depth of my backlog. But I do believe I can get the backlog down. I wish I should look it up real quick what the number is. Isn't that another YouTube channel?
That's a thing, yeah. This dude I think he's almost hammered it out. The dude had a lot, but he's like caught up. Last I remember that channel.
Yeah, as I'm sure it's true with everyone, I ebb and flow on my progress. Sometimes you have time, so you can just dive in, get a ton done. Other times you just don't. Like my summer this year.
It's certainly
just did not
wax
get
and
as
wane.
much done.
What's weird is I paint more in the winter, but the lighting's worse. So I'm less motivated for that. So it's just like I never have a good time of the year. I feel like I'm always just making excuses. I can't paint. There's no light. I can't turn that lamp
And then
on.
I can't paint. There's too much light. I got to go out and be in it.
I got to go outside. I can't paint today.
Yeah, I think it's largely for me just how busy I am. Because if I'm busy and exhausted, then I just
motivation.
Not in the mood. Or just don't have the time.
I feel you. I think everybody does. But stuff like this is fun and gets me to... I mean, honestly, these rat odors made us sat for another... I don't know. What is he saying? I can see the thought process behind Skaven being a horde army and wanting to encourage a large amount of units on the board. Yeah, no, for sure. I just think 101 unit is too many. And 8th edition had that.
And I mean, you are still large units comparatively, right?
Like how
large of a
I think
unit would you have in 6th ed?
In 6th, I'm going to have units of 30, which I still think is big. But yeah, I think, 8th ed, you would have Empire armies with 40. Big, easily, like 40 halberdiers in a bus.
I definitely understand why people started doing unit fillers.
Yeah.
Which I totally get.
Right.
And I think can be done very tastefully, for the record. I have a
man.
couple for my dwarf.
Look at all these people. What a lively chat. We've got Triangle Cross Choke, or X Choke. I'm going to go cross because that sounds metal. Or
Triangle.
Triangle. Never mind. I'm a doof. Triangle. Well, hope all's well. Just discovered us. Really enjoying the videos. Thank you.
Glad to hear it.
I'm glad you enjoy them.
All right, I've got my numbers here. I have
Okay.
2,177 finished models and
Wow.
509 unfinished.
So-
Assuming that's up to date. I think it's mostly up to date.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. One moment. Cam, you carry.
All right, we'll see what I can do. Yeah, I think this is mostly up to date. I don't think I've printed anything else since I updated this, but so I still have 509 miniatures to go, but this is going to drop me below 500, so that feels pretty good once I get these guys done. Oh yeah, all right. Triangle's got an 8th Ed Skaven army with over 200 models. Wow. Is that 2.4k points? Because that seems like you could get 200 models for a lot fewer points than that. And yes, unit fillers should just be more Skaven slaves, but I totally understand why someone wouldn't want to paint more of them and would instead have one Skaven slave on a barrel take up 4 spots. But obviously, I think the better way to do that is make it into a little diorama. Then you're at least not painting as many rats, changing it up a little bit, painting maybe some scenery and things. But I do think it should take some effort. I don't love seeing, a 40 millimeter base with one guy just in the middle of it and nothing else going on. I think if you're going to do unit fillers, you got to put in a little more effort than that. But I mean, I say that. It's not like I wouldn't play a game and enjoy it with somebody who was doing that as unit fillers, but you get what I'm saying. I'm feeling pretty good. I was getting bogged down in the middle of this, but now that I only have 3 more of these full-size guys to go with the red, I'm feeling a second wind.
You're feeling a second wind?
Yeah, because I'm at the light at the end of the red tunnel.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I've just gotta finish these rat ogres as he talks to me to a different room.
Yeah, pardon us. We'll try to make sure somebody's on at all times, but we'll probably be getting up to get snacks and drinks and stuff as we go.
Yeah, we need to order a takeout or something at some point.
Yeah, we can do that. 2 rat ogres with wolf tails and head swaps as chaos spawn. That actually sounds like a great base for chaos spawn. I love seeing good chaos spawn conversions. Is there anywhere online we can see that? You got an Instagram or anything still?
I have an 8th Ed Skaven army that's over 200 models. Let's go, boys.
What do you think he means by 2.4k? Is that points? 'Cause
I'm
it feels
gonna
like you'd
say-
have way more models for that many
I'm gonna
points.
say 2.4 because I think that tells me he's legit, and you know why? Because I think the tournament standard was 2,400
Oh, okay.
because 8th Ed went back to percentages, so it'd be like your
Core is
lowered a lot.
50% or
Yeah,
whatever,
so it'd be
yeah.
like 1,200 or whatever.
Nice.
So Triangle is not. He's OG, is what I'm saying, or Triangle. Sorry. Skaven unit fillers, more Skaven slaves, of course. It's a great finish. Still paint Sally Fear 300 Krieg. Holy cow!
Oh, wow. But you got the Vrakians Blood Pact guys, too. That's amazing. So you could do the whole Siege of Vrax campaign once you get that stuff done. That's
50
a dream.
Berserkers and Plague Marines.
Do you have any ambition or a group to do that campaign with once you get stuff painted? That's just like one of those dream things to be able to do, like actually play out a campaign from an Imperial Armor book.
Yeah, by golly, you guys are so cool. I want to grow up and be as cool as you guys.
Orc
Seriously.
Animosity unit filler. Yeah, that was cool. There's some really cool unit fillers in the General's Compendium. And that Animosity one maybe is in there. I'm trying to remember now.
I myself do not.
I found, I think it was from Reaper Minis maybe, a metal dwarf model that is a dwarf with a giant ale barrel on his back, and he's pouring it out into another dwarf's tankard.
I love it.
And then I got, I think, another dwarf that just has a tankard.
Sure.
And so I put those all on a base as a unit filler. So it's like taking a break from the front line to go get a drink, and then you get your axe back, go back to the front.
As you do.
So I thought that was a good unit filler. I made a couple of low effort, I gotta admit, unit fillers, which are some statue heads.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, but they're like cool dwarf statue heads. They're 3D prints.
We need to do a battle report with your dwarves so we can show off your golems.
Yeah, use the... I guess I don't know what we would use for the golem rules. I guess we could just take them as ogres or something.
Take them
from
as
Dogs of
ogres,
War.
or we could just make up some golem rules.
Yeah, I mean, we made them up for the campaign finale
And they were
for
cool.
the Hunt for Teotihuacan, but that required us to have the secondary points from the campaign
I see.
for the activation.
No pics of the old spawn. I might have still the local Scottish heresy group.
Nice.
Horus Heresy 2.0. So that's something, as somebody who doesn't play Horus Heresy, I know 3.0 changed a lot, and some people didn't like that. Based on what you're saying, I'm wondering, are you a Horus Heresy 2.0 truther? Or did you and your buddies, your blokes, did they move to 3.0? Tested the waters, and then they just were like, this tastes bad. So that's how I feel about a lot of things when things change. But I think I just need to grow up sometimes and be like, you know what, change isn't bad.
It can be a little bit of both. Sometimes change is bad.
Sometimes change is bad. Sometimes you're like, what were they thinking? I don't play Mantic games very much, but I know, like, it feels like they do Kings of War updates a lot lately, and I'm in those groups, and people, it seems like, just complain about that game a lot lately, whereas Kings of War, I felt like, used to be really, like, wow, Mantic's the best, and now it's like, wow, this is the worst thing ever, and I'm like, probably just hearing a echo
vocal
chamber.
minority,
Yeah.
I do really want to try Dead Zone, speaking of Mantic games.
Dead Zone looks pretty high.
And to go back to our games we want to play, I was so close to buying. I was actually visiting David Whitney, who's in the chat, and we went to a game store, and they had the starter set, which I never see Mantic stuff in game stores around here, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think it's just not as big of a market in the States, maybe.
For sure.
But, yeah, I was really close to picking that up, but my sense prevailed, and I didn't buy it. But it seems like a really cool system. I love the cubic movement, so that it's less finicky, where it's just like I can move from anywhere
It
in this
eliminates
cube
arguments.
to anywhere in that cube. Yeah. So I like that level of abstraction. I'm really curious to try it out. Has anybody in the chat tried Dead Zone?
I like the minis for the Nameless, where they're all like Cthulhu.
Those are pretty sweet.
I
yeah.
like that army.
I like the Plague people. But
they look
the
cool too.
combination of them and the lab people, they're like, oh no, we let them out.
Maison
But maybe we
labs.
could make them the way we want them.
Resident Evil, the army.
Yeah. Still says he's a holdout for 1.0.
Okay.
I get that as well, because it's sort of I wonder, well, I was going to liken that to, I feel like that's happening now with Necromunda, because Necromunda is just undergoing a new update, I think there's some people saying the original update of Necromunda was the better thing.
And now they keep
we'll
changing it, and it's like, what are we doing?
We've got Triangle just finished the video for the 4th Ed 40k campaign. The video's really great. Thanks. Yeah, we had a fun time making those videos and, of course, playing the campaign.
Credit to Cam for basically driving that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer we couldn't do a real battle report video of the final battle, but since we were all playing it, that just wasn't feasible.
Yeah, it was going to be hard to do that.
And then, yeah, still saying the locals are playing 3.0. He just hasn't caught up yet. Played 5 or 6 of 2.0 before the move. Old Imperial armor fit the 2.0 organization rules smoothly. That's nice, at least, to feel like you can still go back to those old resources like the Imperial armor and use them. And that's another thing I love about some of the Imperial armor stuff, is including Force Org things of like actual orders of battle. If these are the units that were there and they make sense for actual military units, rather than it being a totally open points buy system of, I'm just going to take all the best stuff.
I do like that about Horus Heresy. It feels more, well, I mean, it's a callback. The core rules, at least they were, it's basically like 7th Ed.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the old world
Right.
for 40k. But
Exactly.
I like how it feels, or it seems to feel like they have those books where it's like it's almost a historical game. Big air quotes in the camera. Historical game.
But in the sense that
Yeah.
you can at least approach it that way as
Sure.
being a little bit more grounded.
It's not
These
just
are
like-
actual forces that have actual units and formations and things
For
like
sure.
that.
and he says, have we got any other plans for future campaigns and what systems? So right now we're playing BattleTech. I'm kind of game mastering a campaign. We're 1/3 through that. So that, at our current speed, just because we're life and everything, of everyone, and I want everybody to be involved. We've got like 6 people playing in it, and then I'm running it. It's probably not going to be done until, if I'm honest, probably the winter. At the rate we're going, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think
that's reasonable.
I think that's what I foresee. So that's going to be going, and that's going to be the group's primary system. After that, I would like to play fantasy again, but I know
there's been a couple other people in the group I think have had a hankering.
I think fantasy is a very strong possibility. I don't know where Cam's at with that, but I could play fantasy again. We talked about this earlier if you weren't there, but we have a guy who bought into Drop Fleet. I could see us just having a few months of like, let's just do some random one-offs.
Yeah, just so we can try some different things.
Because we've been basically, since the group has quote-unquote, again, lots of air quotes, begun, we've basically just been, let's do a campaign, and then we do a campaign, and then we do another campaign immediately. And it's been that way for like 4 years.
Yeah,
and
which has been fun.
It's fun.
But
I think we're all hitting a point where it's like, Cam's run most of those, and they're just a lot of time investment. I'm running this one, and it's a lot of time investment. And if somebody else in our group or whatever, looking at you, Nicodemus, falling out of the chat, bro, you just gotta put on a campaign. There you go.
Yeah.
If you want to play with Tyranids, be like, hey guys, I'm gonna run another 40k campaign. Be like, done.
We gotta hunt down the Imperial Armor and Felian project so we can do that Tyranid campaign.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
These are good enough.
I think I would love to do a shorter campaign that's maybe just 3 missions, something really short and tight like that, but that has more of a controlled story to it.
Sure.
There's a lot of examples of those. I think the 4th Ed 40k book is a treasure trove of things like that, different ways you can do campaigns and ideas.
Yeah.
And so it could be a sort of ladder campaign that has a few branching paths depending on who wins which scenario, but could just be something much tighter like the invasion of a planet or something, and just do a few battles to see how that turns out.
For sure.
So I think that would be fun, because that way I think I've loved all the campaigns we've done, but some of them have definitely dragged on a long time, partly because we've always done them as slow grow campaigns, so that just has a built-in amount of
which I
games
like,
that you're going to play, and that can just make it... Yeah, oh, absolutely. Again, I've loved all of them. But it would just be to change things up a little bit and do something that's a little less of a time commitment. Would be fun to do a shorter, tighter
with stuff that people already have.
Yeah. And maybe try to incorporate some of those ideas of like in Warhammer Fantasy or 40k casualties, and you do have set forces available, and you have maybe a few extra units beyond a 1500 point army or something, but they're limited, and so we're doing things like that. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Some logistics,
Logistics are fun. It's just always how much, and
yeah, but that's where I think in a short campaign
you
could dial in a system that wouldn't be too heavy, that's obviously abstracted.
Just do like 3 games or even.
And that we don't have to worry about long-term casualties spiraling out of control, but then it does matter a little bit more of, I don't want to just have my Terminators fight to the death here because I still need them for the next game.
Sure.
Kind of a thing.
Okay, and then he says, I'm fine, try out new systems. This is regarding heresy, but channel the old ways of using the rules to tell a story and remove anything. Horsehair 3.0, terrain rules, and army builder. And then Nicodemus says he's not sure he's qualified, but he'll give it a go. The only qualification there is desire. Literally. And I mean that honestly, my guy. And I mean that honestly, but that's literally all you need. We just need somebody who cares, because if you care, you're going to do a good job.
And everyone else is just happy you're doing the job.
Yeah, because nobody else wants to. Maybe they do a little bit, but...
Trangle says his vote is for a new 6th Ed campaign.
6th Ed campaign.
We'll keep that in mind. We appreciate people... Oh, here's the cat.
There's the cat.
Oh, not on the camera, but...
There you
go. Oh, there we go. Battle for Macragge based on polar fortresses like the Old White Dwarf mission, Space Hulk Terminators clearing that out after. That would be super cool. We're definitely going to do the... I had it here somewhere. Here we go. we have the starter book from Battle from a Crag, so we're going to play through the missions in here. I actually found, maybe somebody else has seen this before, but apparently in White Dwarf they had an expanded campaign that added some missions to that Learn to Play campaign. Or that's like Learn to Play missions, but they turned it into a campaign, so there's some actual decisions that mattered and things that would change.
Interesting.
So I think we should do that specifically,
Sure.
Because I found PDFs of those White Dwarf articles. But yeah, I love your idea. Still unsure about maybe doing a bigger battle at the end of that. I don't know. You have an ice mat, don't you? Like a winter mat?
I have a winter mat.
So we could do a Polar Fortress thing. That would be fun.
I got a 4x4, so it'd have to be a smaller thing, but if we build around that in mind or whatever, it should be fine.
I do also have 2nd edition Space Hulk, so maybe we could use that to do the Terminators clearing out afterwards. That would be fun.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Nicodemus says he's got a lot to paint to run the army comp he wants. If we go back to fantasy.
Oh, for elves?
Yeah, you're talking your high elves? And Tringle wants to know the name of the cat. I'll let you share
his name is Gimpy. So that was given to him by the rescue place we got him from. He's got like a lot of I'm trying to think of the right word to use here. Birth defects. Not sure if that's the right phrase, but he's got some issues with his legs, and he's got extra teeth, and his eyes don't match, and his tail's kind of messed up. But he's a good boy. He's like honestly the most loving cat I've ever owned.
Yeah, he's super chill.
He's pretty big lap cat vibes. So he did just go back to his little bed though, so hopefully he stays there for a little while. I was a little concerned he'd try to be the center of attention, but yeah, his name is Gimpy. We'll call him Gimp or Gimpers or you know whatever other name you can think of. I call him Little G sometimes because my name's Grant, and then I'm Big G.
Nice, I love that.
So that makes sense, right? Tell me that makes sense. Birth character, thank you. Maybe that's the better way to say that.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. Yeah, if you ever hear a bump on the mic during any of our episodes, it's probably because he jumped up on the table.
Literally,
the mic.
He's always like, when we're recording, even just the audio ones, he's just jumping on the table all the time. He comes and
hangs out, which is fine. And usually he's not bumping into things. He'll just walk around and lay down or whatever. But every now and again, he'll cause some trouble.
Yeah, we try. I think we generally edit those out if he causes a big issue.
But usually for just the straight audio podcasts, I listen to them back at like 2x speed as a spot check to make sure I didn't miss anything egregious. So it's easy to miss some small things like mic bumps.
Sure.
And usually I do that while I'm painting. Because it's...
Smart man.
Yeah, multitasking.
Okay, we got the Right Honorable Gentle Cat, Mr. Gimpy McGimperson. See... I'm going to have to take a picture of that. Still unsure. That's something my wife would call him. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. That's good people right there, I can tell.
Going back to games we would like to try. I am very excited to try Midgard Heroic Battles from Too Fat Lardies. I have the book. I'm super stoked. It's another thing we could do in 10mm.
Ooh, I'm getting really hyped for 10 mil. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I'm glad we got the 28mm Romans and Gauls because I think we can use them in a lot of systems. We're future-proofed.
Yes.
We're going to be
now that we already bought them, we have to convince ourselves it was the right choice.
It was the right choice. 100%.
But I do already have an undead army in 10mm
that
I was painting up to do Kings of War.
Oh, so we can do War Master is what you're saying.
Yeah, but also Midgard Heroic Battles.
Okay, sorry.
But Midgard Heroic Battles, just has it's got a cool system that uses reputation as sort of a tracker of your army's overall morale and what they're doing, and so you keep track of tokens. The recommendation is in a goblet.
Oh.
And then when you run out, your army basically quits the field and you're done. But you can regain reputation as you go by having your heroes do heroic things, like beat heroes that are higher level than them, be the first to charge in to a combat, and different things like that. Whereas if your heroes refuse to fight in a challenge combat, or you have a unit that breaks and flees, those are all reducing your reputation.
Boo hiss.
So I think it really focuses in on doing cool stuff, which is fun.
Nice.
But has some similarities, I think, in vibe to Hail Caesar in the way that you have units.
Do you have to
that
roll
degrade,
command?
but you're
to-
not like pulling off individual
Oh.
guys. You do roll for command. I think everyone's allowed to move once, no matter what.
Okay,
And
so
then
it gets
they
rid
have
of
to do a command roll after
the
that.
super feel bad,
Yeah, this guy's just doing nothing this whole turn.
which is fair.
Yeah, and there's some other mitigating mechanics that help make different things happen a little bit more reliably, and I think where your commanders are matters for that as well. So I like a system that includes command and control mechanics.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of Too Fat Lardies games do. But
Which is stuff that, not to change the subject too much, but I feel like modern GW games have gotten away from. I feel they've lost any sort of simulation of CNC, where it's just, unless you're going to tell me that, like, what are they called? Stratagems are supposed to simulate that, but I don't feel that way at all about that. So.
Yeah, totally agree. Feels too abstract.
It's too Magic the Gathering. It's
Yeah.
too esports.
Yep. Well said. Yeah, Nicodemus says he wants to try the cavalry heavy build.
Yeah,
That's definitely more painting, and I don't know what it is, but I hate painting horses. I wish I didn't, because like I love cavalry. It looks cool,
is awesome. Yeah,
but why is it that painting them is so hard?
I agree.
I think it's because it's one model, but it feels like it takes the time it takes to paint 5 models.
The old Valhalla. Oh wait, he's blessed by the chaos gods. Yeah, he is. Right honorable. Oh wait, no Roman naval battles win. I don't know, man. Roman naval battles that's another thing we'd have to do, because now we have to get a 28mm boat.
Well, I remember
Or
when
two
I
of
was a
them.
kid, we made boats out of popsicle sticks and other whatever stuff,
Respect.
and did Lord of the Rings strategy battle game naval battles.
Oh really?
It was a ton of fun.
That's not what I would have expected.
Yeah,
but
if Lord
fair
James is still on the chat, he can probably talk about that.
enough. Yeah, Lord James, get in the
Yeah.
chat. Calling you out.
So I don't know, maybe he still has some of those boats, but if not, and with 3D printing, I mean, we can print up some boats, no problem.
Oh, good point. We've got a lot of 3D printers in the group. That's been great. And as somebody without one, thanks to this guy and thanks to that other guy on the chat, 'cause the monitor's that way that I'm reading from. Thanks to Nicodemus. Maybe I'll pull this on chat here while I think Cam just went to the restroom, but Nicodemus just printed me a BattleTech miniature that's got like Thomas the Tank Engine on the front. It's a Mad Cat for anybody who watches BattleTech. You know, Fantasy had a naval war game, right? Yes, I do. It is I can't remember the name, but yes, I am aware. I don't know much about the rules at all, but I could see that being fun. I don't know how the Lizard Men would have a navy. It just feels wrong. A trireme, nice. I'll have to get one. Love how interactive this is, by the way. I don't think we really knew going into this live stream how many people would actually want to engage, and this is more than I was expecting, so I'm overjoyed. I don't think the boats survived. Pretty sure they were scuttled for scrap. Sounds like the boats are gone, Cam.
Sad. Yeah, they were rickety popsicle stick
Okay.
builds, so I'm not surprised.
Says the old fantasy naval and siege rules were great. We've
Yeah.
done a siege.
And we do have
Man of War. Thank you, David.
The naval rules are in the General's Compendium,
Yeah,
so we could try
that's
that.
true. I don't think we've done them.
Yeah,
but
Fantasy 6 Ed does have rules for boats, Nicodemus. It's in the General's Compendium.
found a battle over an island objective where each has to start from their ship.
Yeah. I think that is
My
that...
aquatic rules will come into their own in this
Yeah,
scenario.
right. Is that... I always felt like that about the Chimera in 40K. It felt like there's never enough bodies of water for me to use this amphibious rule. But yeah, I think Blood and Plunder is a game where you start on a boat, right? And you're like fighting over a little
That's
fort
like
or
your
whatever.
pirates in
Yeah.
the Caribbean, or you're the French or English or whatever. The Spanish, maybe.
Yeah. All right, I gotta look. I want to use both blue and red on these guys, but I
Okay.
want the tentacles to be the fleshy color. So I'm gonna try to look and see
So
how
the
they work
tentacles are
that
going to be
in.
red? Or by fleshy color, you mean like flesh?
Flesh.
Okay.
So I want to see I guess some of them it's not too, like I can do red and then that little front thing can be blue or whatever, but I don't know about on the frag ones.
Yeah. And are they different? Each one is different?
There's 3 different kinds here. There's 4 frag spore mines, 2 biotoxin ones, and 2 of a different
Whatever
one that
they're
I can't
called.
remember the name of.
How do you know which one is which?
By how they look.
Okay, you just know. I just don't. Okay.
I know these are frag ones.
That looks like frag.
Yeah.
They look like a pineapple grenade.
Yeah. What did I do with that?
How do you guys feel about spore mines? Are they the coolest thing in the world? I think they are, but they maybe don't. Their rules don't reflect that.
Wow, still unsure. I read the lizardmen had big breasts, and I was like,
Wait,
what
what?
are you talking about? Because
Where?
they're big beasts. That makes way more sense.
Oh, and big breasts. Well,
Different,
that would be
very
weird.
different.
That would be weird for the lizards.
I'm sure somebody has STLs.
I'm sure they exist. Turtle in
let's
the
see
rules, skinks and crocosaurs are aquatic. They are, and I do like that aquatic is something, even if it's pretty rare that it comes up. There wasn't enough water because nobody made Imperial Guard D-Day landing mission. Too scared to put the effort in. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of effort. You guys inspired me to raid my parents' loft to find my old 4th edition Cadians, and after painting up one of the unpainted lieutenant's power fist, I decided to start a 4th ed Cadian army. Awesome, dude. Are you doing real, like, time-appropriate GW minis, Mr. Two Hands? Or are you doing, like, 3D prints and new stuff?
Yeah.
Or a mix of all 3? I don't know.
Toxins and bioacid are the other 2 kinds.
Toxins and bioacid. Bioacid, the AP3 ones?
The bioacid is the one that looks more like a brain.
Okay.
These guys.
Cool, I like those ones. Those are the AP3.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm addicted to AP3.
Yes, bioacid is AP3.
Yeah, all about AP3.
But yeah, David, Marshall, we agree spore mines are We talked about it in our Tyranid
Yeah.
Codex review.
Not a big fan. I just think thematically,
They're very cool.
I like the idea of
if you could
living mines.
deep strike these at the
And then they
beginning and then
come
they
out.
come out of there every turn or something like
That
that.
would be cool.
Now we'd be talking.
There's
Maybe
a
we can do
lot-
a custom scenario that
We
does
just need
that.
to build our own rules for
Yeah.
bug hunting. See, this I feel like bug hunts would be cool. You could do so much stuff. All old 4th ed stuff painted in the classic 8th Cadian box art scheme. Okay. I'm all about box art schemes. Random Norsemen and Lustria seeing big breast lizards. I feel very confused about this section of being of our construct. Yeah, I would be.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think the
What a
Norse.
way to go.
The Norse would be pretty confused. I wonder what a salon would be like. I mean, he's kind of barrel chested already, Mr. Lord Quex. Praise be his name.
That's true.
Looks like I look just like I did when I was 10 years old. Nice.
Yeah, I'll be honest, a lot of stuff I choose to do in
Okay.
wargaming now is about the nostalgia. Either doing a thing I did when I was a kid or doing a thing I was unable to do but really wanted to do when I was a kid.
I'm on the second half because I didn't play Warhammer at all. Honestly, until 2020, I didn't play any of these games. I was just aware of them. Like, I guess I played them online, like Vassal, but that
Mhm.
doesn't count to me. That doesn't count. I wasn't painting minis. My first minis game was War Machine because I thought it was cheaper, which it probably was, especially compared to Fantasy. But,
Yeah.
Man, I'm just putting off starting these clan rats, aren't I? Just love reading this chat, you guys. 4th ed is the mutts nuts. So I'm right there with you, Mr. Marshall. There's a few things I really would change though.
Like what?
I hate entanglement. I think we talked about that in the 4th ed
We did,
review,
yeah.
but the entanglement
Punishing.
rule for transports needs to be ejected into the sun. I think it ruins transports. And fortunately, I think it's really easy to just ignore it. So not a big or difficult house rule. Just get rid of entanglement. That is a big one for me. I think that single-handedly makes the game better. I think spore mines could do well in terrain pack boards to block off sections of the map. Yeah, I think theoretically, like area denial, it's just I think, don't they move randomly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just you can't guarantee anything with them. It would be more cool if they were like somehow like Night Goblin Fanatics, where you had like a turn where you could control where they go. and then they were really devastating. But
You
then
kind
after
of can with the Biovore if you shoot them out. But
That's
wasn't there
true.
something weird about how that worked? That even like where they were allowed to land, it couldn't land on top of people. I can't remember.
It's weird, but they need to be more devastating for that to be effective. Because even now, it's like, oh, you shot me with a frag mine or whatever, and it's like, well, if I'm a Marine, I'm probably okay.
Yeah,
But I have there's a lot of things to be said about Midhammer 40k and the prevalence of power armor. Okay, all the Slan have Slan titties. Okay. I didn't paint mine that way, I don't think. Lord Quex, praise be his name.
You didn't paint his nipples?
I don't think I painted nipples on him. I don't know if frogs have nipples. So I don't think there were any nipples. He's got all these warts on him.
Maybe some of those warts were actually nipples.
Maybe he lactates out of his warts. Okay, I'm going to change the subject. Wow, this moved really fast. Spore mines aren't a threat unless there's a lot of them. 100%. Spore mines in city fight would work well.
All right, you're saying buy more spore mines.
More spore
Print
mines.
more spore mines.
Unaware of the term, but I'm guessing it's a bad thing. I grew up in a small town and had nobody to play with, and being ESL, made it hard to understand the rules. Just collected and painted. Man, you type beautifully. I wouldn't even know your English is your second language.
I was lucky to have a brother because we also were in a small town with no gaming store, so it was pretty limited, but at least we could play against each other.
For sure, and you collected as much as you could. Makes sense. Biovores needed to fire like 2 or 3 spore mines per shot to saturate an area. I don't think it is at all useful without a Biovore. And then he says, no, the term I used means it's really good. Oh, at 2 hands. Okay, I might have missed something. But it's okay. I appreciate that our chat's interacting with each other. What a time to be alive. How many viewers do we have? I don't know where the mouse is.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. I'm curious. Up to 8 at the same time.
Amazing.
We're on
we had 10.
We had 10
for brief moments.
Man, we hit double digits.
Yeah.
Slap my ankles.
Oh, we changed music.
Hopefully the music isn't.
It's still from the same people.
Okay.
And it still says it's safe.
Is the music annoying? I don't know what it is, but it's safe for stream, is what it says.
Yeah, is it still lo-fi? We can't actually hear it, because if we could hear it, there'd be feedback.
Yeah, and we didn't want to do that, but we didn't want it to just be us in silence, even though that's what it is in real life. But you guys give me so much mirth right now. Just living my best life. This is way more fun than I thought it would be. I love this. Okay. No wonder people do this. What a time to be alive.
I guess anytime we paint, we could be doing this.
We could we should just live stream every time we paint. I think this is a bit too much of a pain in the butt.
Sounds like Still Unsure can't hear the music.
What music? They can't even hear it. We've been playing this music. Dogs, bullocks. I like it. Maybe we need to turn up the music. Do you want music? I guess is the follow-up question.
All right, I'm going to turn it up a little bit, and we'll see if it gets too loud.
Let us know if you don't like it.
This is the first time we've tried this, so...
Yeah, we have no idea.
Turning up the background music. Let us know if it gets any louder.
I have no idea what we're doing.
Maybe while we're doing this, I'll just go back to that other playlist that I actually know what it is.
Yeah, the chill hop.
We could go back to Lo-Fi Christmas.
Let's go.
Bring in the season.
I'm all about Christmas.
Are we hearing any music now, chat? Also, yes, Still Unsure. Interaction for the interaction gods.
Indeed.
I love how versatile that phrase is, that it can be used for anything. It's really a wonderful thing.
Yeah, this is fun. I mean, if it wasn't for the big hassle of doing the setup, I would do this a lot. But this is...
I mean, we could just with webcams.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be a whole
I guess
big
we could.
thing.
I just need to get a webcam, I guess.
Didn't you do this? Weren't you gonna do this and then it didn't work or whatever?
It didn't work.
So how were you gonna do it that time?
I wasn't even gonna. I was just gonna point it at my phone camera, literally at the thing.
Yeah,
You're right.
So that could be it.
That's
all it needs to be.
Is that what people want? Do people just want?
I don't think people are here because of how good the camera we're using is. I mean, maybe you are.
Maybe they are.
This is $1,000 camera.
Look at Still Unsure. I think that's a guy who cares about video quality. Just by looking through the text, I can see through the computer, and I can see a man.
Yes.
Or woman who cares about video quality in pixels.
Well, we're lucky that my day job is video
Indeed.
related, because then I just already have equipment for it. Otherwise, we would absolutely not be using this camera.
Yes, no, we have this should be a very nice camera. I assume it looks good. Putting all those other Warhammer content creators on watch. Probably not. But maybe we're funnier. I think we're pretty funny.
That's what matters. I think the funniest people are the ones that think they're funny.
Yep.
Yeah, that's usually how that
That's how that works. Pretty sure that's how that works. Nicodemus tells me how funny I am all the time. Good old Nicodemus. Okay, where are we at? There's the lo-fi beats. Okay, they hear it now. This is fun. Chatting along is great. 100% here for the production value, as you should be. How else can we tell if you paint all the non-nipple pimple points on your Nurgle slants? That's true.
We're going to have to get a closer shot next time we paint something.
Yeah.
With Nurgle nipple pimples. It's a tongue twister.
The Nurgle player is that man, for the record.
It is true. I do have a Nurgle Chaos Army that I don't pay the points for to take the Mark of Nurgle on.
Yeah. Another thing I would change, Mark of Nurgle in 6th Ed.
Fantasy, yeah.
Not a fan of it costing 8 million points, but Chaos in 6th has some things I would change.
That is an army I would like to add some more to. I would love to have another unit of Chaos Marauders that are more converted to be more Nurgly, because right now I just have the 6th Ed era plastic Marauders that are painted in a green color scheme, but otherwise are pretty normal. So
you gotta get some horsemen too, man.
I have Marauder horsemen.
Oh, you do?
In the box.
Oh.
They are plastic and metal.
Nice.
But have not broken them out yet.
I
Didn't need them for the slow grow to reach the points threshold, so I just never ended up doing them. I also have 5 more Chaos Knights.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's go. I think mounted Chaos is actually horrifying.
They're better than the warriors on foot.
Well, yeah, okay. So we were going to do a top 10 list. Maybe we'll still do it. And I wrote up like top 10, I thought, best units from a design perspective in 6th Ed Fantasy, and then I had the bottom 10. And I've lost my notes somehow. But we're just going to vibe here because you guys seem like pretty chill folks who really care about quality.
I've internalized most of this information. I don't know that you need your notes.
I've just internalized a lot of useless information. But
yeah, so Nicodemus, you're right. It's all about the audio quality. So
that's true.
If you ever feel like our audio quality is slipping, let us know.
That's true. That's a good point.
Ooh, I like that idea. Having a separate camera to put preview, like have the other minis. We do have another webcam, but
we just didn't think you wanted to look at us. So
yeah, it was also only getting like half our torso.
Yeah. We thought just put it at the minis. Maybe that'll be something they would watch. I don't know. Maybe you do want to look at Cam. I mean, I don't blame you. Cam's a handsome fellow. Okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with multiple cameras is the input situation, because...
Well, is there a certain point, too, where you can't even see what's going on in the main thing or whatever?
We have so many picture-in-picture windows. What we really need is like A10 Mini from Blackmagic. Then we can switch between 4 different camera inputs or whatever. But who knows?
It got dark out. Is it thunderstorming out today and I just didn't know?
I think it is.
What a time to be alive. So if the stream shuts off suddenly, you'll know why.
Still unsure if you want to choose which half. We do have an OnlyFans account as well. So.
Oh, wow. You get a separate camera. No, we don't. You can get a separate camera set up like oh, which half? I see. I missed. I just wasn't following that. Okay. The better half.
There we go. Let's just go with that.
Whichever.
Leave it vague.
That's the better half. So really, we should pause it to the viewers. Which host is their favorite, and why is it Cam? Why is it Cam?
Yeah. Shower me with praise.
Shower Cam with praise, please. Do the 100 Skaven Slave mini cams. That would be a lot. So I don't even have 100 clan rats. I've got 60 of them, which I feel like is a lot. because my whole plan, again, I'm building the Force kind of with 6th Ed in mind as my main game. Do I want to play the old world and maybe try like old editions? Yes, but
Are you gonna build your force around it?
no. Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I feel like 6th Ed for me does what I want it to.
Yeah.
I do want to tweak it eventually. I feel pretty comfortable in doing that, but
Yeah, and I understand people's reticence for that because of not being able to play with other people, but since we have a pretty insular group and we're not playing at tournaments or whatever,
right,
I think we could get away with it with our group.
for sure. So it's like one of those things where it's like we were talking about Chaos Warriors are kind of disappointing, right? Like, well, why don't we try to change Chaos Warriors to not be so bad? You know, like it's kind of unfortunate.
We can do it. It's our game.
We can do whatever we want. We can make Chaos
We have
Warriors
free
good.
will.
So I think that would just be fun. And if it's broken or whatever, what we do, then we just fix it.
Only slams.
Only slants. Yeah. Only slants. That's, I don't know how to feel about that.
I think there's a market for it.
There's something.
Here's a question for chat, because I feel like I never know what the answer to this is. But what are the best snacks for wargaming? Because you obviously want something that's good, but you also don't want it to leave any residue on your fingers. Because you don't want to always having to be washing off your hands in between every single bite. I feel like pretzels is the only thing I can ever think of.
I'm
that
always
is, like, the
partial to
perfect
pretzels.
thing, but
Ooh, here we go. Working on my Averlanders. My
All
boy!
right.
I was talking about Averland earlier. Before I think you were on two
Grant's
hands.
gonna start a 5,000 point empire.
I'm gonna
army
do
next week.
5,000
It's gonna be
points. Averland. I'm gonna call my wizard Wiz Khalifa. Hopefully that joke hits you right where it hits me.
It's a lot of dwarfs.
Yeah, speaking of Chaos Warriors, what do you think of the new ones? I think me and Cam may be divided on this. I'll let him go first, unless he wants me to go first.
No, go for it.
Okay. I didn't like them at first because they're bigger scale, and I don't like change or whatever. That's not true, but you get, haha, don't like change. But I like that I can still fit things on 25 mil bases, and essentially, it looks like the new ones just won't. So that bothers me. It's not really backwards compatible. That makes me sad. However, somebody pointed out that the new Chaos Warriors really look like the ones from the Mark of Chaos trailer, and they do.
And if you have not seen the Mark of Chaos trailer, holy crap, you gotta go watch it.
Yeah.
It's an old RTS from the early 2000s, probably, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think that's right.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
It's a
Post
great-
a link in the chat.
It just... So honestly, I think they look great. I can't complain about them from a design perspective. I just wish they could fit on 25 mils. If they fit on 25 mils and ranked, I would be all about them. But I like the old ones from Storm of Chaos too.
This is like one of the all-time best opening cinematics to a video game ever.
Okay. Throwing down the
Yeah.
gauntlet.
Oh, absolutely. It's so epic. Hand-free snacks, eating crisp straight from the bag by upending the packet. Yeah, that honestly is not
How
a
does
bad
he
approach.
upend? How do you upend them without your hands?
Well, I think you just...
Does he grab them with his mouth and go? Rah! Sorry, that was a strange noise. Okay. To me, the Sons of Sigmar for the Empire. I recently played that game, so on GOG. Nice. I do not own it.
Thank goodness for GOG. Good old games is
Pretty
so
nice.
good.
And you actually get to own it.
Yeah.
No DRM. None of the sad times.
I just bought Morrowind on GOG.
Really? Nice. That's a
played
game I
so
always
much of it.
want to play through again, and then I don't.
I think it's one of those games that really didn't age very well. Like,
I-
there's a lot of things about it that are kind of annoying to a modern...
But I kind of
Sensibility.
like those things that are annoying, so I should.
I do
like
too,
it.
so yeah, I think that's why, it still exists and people still play it. But
Yeah, I think it's.
I understand why some people don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me. It's can you get past the whole dice roll to hit thing
Oh, yeah.
that's running in the background? That's whenever I see anybody new, they're like, I just don't like missing when I hit you, and I'm like, I don't know, just
Yeah.
you got to abstract it. You're, the system, whatever.
I
don't know.
just died so many times in the first dungeon outside of Satanine to
Is
the
that
person
with the guy with the
fireball.
skeleton? Oh no.
and they just kept fireballing me, and it took me so many reloads to finally not die.
I remember there's a guy who guards a bridge with a skeleton,
Nice.
and that fricks you up if you don't know what you're doing. At least it fricked me up.
That's the other thing, is the game that rarely tells you what you're supposed to be doing. Or
Yeah,
are
you can
doing.
just fail. Just totally mess up your character. Okay, tape it to a camera, light arm. Taping what? Oh, hands-free snacks, I see. But also just keep the crisp flavor off your fingers. Makes sense.
Yes, indeed. I saw somebody had 3D printed, one of my friends, these like chopstick things that you put between your fingers, and then it's like grabbing snacks like this.
Okay.
So that would be another way to do it, I suppose.
Be a good time.
Then you can do whatever kind of snacks you want.
Mm.
All right, I'm going back and touching up with the white now before I come back with the blue. This
I do
is
that a lot
maybe
with
gonna
speed
be-
paints, and I did not for those. And honestly, I don't feel too bad.
Yeah, I think with those guys especially, you can probably get away a
With the
little bit
brown and flesh, it kind
Yeah.
of goes together
and
anyway.
just blend it a little bit. Man, this is supposed to be the 2.0 speed paints, but it's reactivating a little
Reactivating?
still. Yeah. C'est la vie. I guess the red's just tough.
They lied to us. I'll never trust Vince Venturella again. I'm just kidding. I love that guy's channel.
He has a lot of good tutorials.
I love his tutorials. I remember when Warhammer Weekly was about Warhammer Fantasy. Back in the old days.
Wine gums and yogurt-coated dried strawberries. That sounds awesome. I don't know what wine gums are, though.
Wine gums. I don't know what a
That
wine
must
gum
not be
is. That a
thing
British
in the
thing?
States.
Is it like a gummy that tastes like wine?
But yeah, gummies are a good shout. Get some Sour Patch Kids. Although
See,
that would get all over your fingers, too.
I'm not a big gummies guy. I don't know.
If it's sour, I am.
Okay.
Gummy worms and stuff.
I mean, I'll like them, but it's like I would never buy those.
Gotcha.
I don't know if there's a difference there. Okay, let's see if we can persevere.
Yeah, wow, it got so dark outside.
It got so dark. Hopefully, it doesn't look.
Paint a skink to feed you. I like that approach.
Yeah. Speed paint contrast for glazing. That makes sense. I see a lot of people do that. That's not really what I'm doing here. Probably for.
Yeah, I actually had
Bad
just
juju.
started experimenting with glazing right before speed paints came out, and then I just gave up on it.
So you need to get it back, is what
Yeah.
we're learning. I see a lot of the really good painters do that.
It just actual glazing without speed paints takes so many layers to really build up the color,
Sure.
in my experience. And because I have 509 unpainted miniatures, I just rarely feel like I have the time.
Sure.
But I have done it on a few, like sometimes Relic Blade miniatures, you know, or things like that, where I'm only painting one at a time or a couple at a time.
Okay.
I feel like I can spare the time.
Sure.
But anytime I'm doing an army, it's just like, nah, this just needs to get done.
Yeah, I mean, you do a better job at that than me. My problem, and hopefully the chatters don't mind me just saying the same things over and over again, is I'll set down my Chaos Marine or whatever, and I'm like, well, I got to paint the trim, and then I paint the trim, and then I'm like, well, I got to highlight the trim. I can't not highlight the trim, and then I go 18 levels deep, and then sooner or later I'm realizing I'm just painting one Chaos Marine, and I pulled out 20 different colors, and I'm like, what am I doing to myself? And then I get on the cast and I complain about how much I hate painting my own army because it's makes me want to gouge my eyes out. But the goal for the Skaven is to really not have that occur. I just want to go fast.
So are you
but
going
be
to
okay.
rigorously make yourself use fewer colors? Because it seemed like you're already not doing that.
I think
too.
I'm doing good so far, but yeah, I'm not. Oh yeah,
There's the thunder. I don't know if that came through the mics, but man, yeah.
Well,
Boom.
hopefully we don't die. I think we'll be okay. Highlight the trim. Yeah, I highlight the trim, man.
The main thing would be is if there's a lightning strike and we lose the computer.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Not ideal. Especially because that's what I edit on for work, and I have editing to do this week.
Yeah, if it gets really bad, maybe we'll end it early or something. I think that's reasonable.
But yes, I think we're going to have to go to the international section of the store and see if we can find these wine gummies. We have a store in the States called World Market that has mostly kind of kitschy stuff, but they have a international food section.
Yeah.
That has a lot of really good international candy.
Yep. They're pretty good. I like their drinks section too.
Yeah.
Can't tell if this guy has
That's
pants
also where you
on.
can get those Heinz beans.
Ah.
I think Meyer has them too, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In the world food section?
Yeah. We're so international. LOL. Do-do-do-do-do. Batch painting is key. I paint in large batches, so by the time I finish the last, the first is dry. Yeah, that's definitely, I think, the best approach for doing an army. I found I'd be curious to hear from you, still unsure how many you do in a batch. I feel like typically 5 is what I like to do all at once, because that's enough for what you're saying, where things are dry by the time I come back through, but it's not so many that I start losing my mind.
Yep. I've done 10 batches before, and yeah, it does get to that point where I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, this is certainly the biggest batch I've done in a long time all at once.
Me too. I haven't. My painting game has not been aggressive as of late.
I've been doing the Romans in batches of 4, since that's what fills
One square.
one square slot base thing that we printed.
That makes sense. Okay, what do we got? Oh, look out for I'm Brew Bars. Earn Brew Bars or Juice. Okay. Local store has an American section. That's where I get my
That's funny.
occasional treat of root beer and Dr. Pepper.
Oh, nice.
Is root beer like something that they don't have sarsaparilla in Britain normally? Or a root beer? What kind of root beer you get? I got opinions on this.
I love root beer. Huge fan. My
20+.
goal, I brew my own ginger beer at home.
Yeah.
And I want to make my own root beer because sassafras actually grows wild here in Michigan. And so I've harvested and made sassafras tea before, but I've never successfully brewed soda from it. So
Sure.
someday, I'll perfect it. 20+ minimum for Still Unsure's batch painting. 120 Moria goblins. Wow. Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, I don't.
Intense.
Is that even like a force you can take in that game? Can you have 120 goblins? I guess it's just a big game.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is the scale is a little smaller.
It tends to be, but you can obviously do whatever you want.
You can do a skew.
I think the 500 points is maybe like a normal, maybe up to 750. Oops. Just painted my shirt.
Done that a few times. When I first met my wife, I was still kind of in the hobby, and I was painting War Machine, and we were dating or whatever, and she was like, hey, I'll paint with you, and I'm like, sure, whatever, we'll do whatever together, and I spilled paint on her jeans. Oh my
Oof.
gosh.
And she still went out with you again.
She still went out with me. I felt so bad. Although, I'm not going to go further into detail on this. Never mind. But spilled paint on her jeans. She stayed with me. Worked out.
That's how you know she's real.
That's how I know she's real. This dude's like naked. This is a naked rat. He's got like a belt on. And like
maybe he lost all his clothes gambling.
He's
gambling away Warpstone.
He watches way too many ads for gambling, sports gambling.
Yeah. Speaking of games to play, I think Mordheim would be another one to try. I don't think I've ever actually played.
I would like to play Mordheim or Necromunda. I've never played either.
I played some of the N17 Necromunda and had a lot of fun. That was also leading up to COVID, and then all kind of fell apart when that happened.
I see.
But I have, at that time I was mostly using that kit bashed gang that was, I think,
Beastman.
No, that I built that vehicle for. It was like
a
Mechanicus guy or whatever, so we were doing that weird kind of out there campaign, not strict actual Necromunda. But then I did do Beastmen heads on Goliath bodies, and those are pretty sweet. Nephew brews his own mead. Yeah, that's nice. Love it. I think technically the way I brew my ginger beer could also become mead if I did honey instead of sugar and then just let it brew longer. So maybe I should try that sometime. Mug and White Rock. I don't think have you had White Rock root beer?
I've not. Definitely had Mug. I'm going to be honest, Mug's pretty low tier to me.
What's your favorite, Greg?
Barks, not
Yeah,
close.
Barks has bite.
Barks is not, I don't know if you guys can get it over there, but
Barks is good.
Barks does not taste like other root beer.
How about Virgil's, though?
Virgil's is okay.
Oh, only okay? That's
I
one
like
of my
Virgil's
favorites.
and Henry Weinhard, the fancier ones.
Yeah, they're the kind that come in glass bottles.
Yeah, they're okay. They're good. I just don't know if they're like that
Barks is
much
good.
better than Barks or whatever.
I think,
Sprecher is fine.
Virgil's has a really nice sort of like wintergreen
Okay.
element to it, which I like a lot. 5 points per Maria Goblin is 120 at 600 points. So yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I guess then you just have to lose a few because nowadays you have to take captains, right? In the current version of the rules. And it's like for each different level of hero you have, you can take X number of guys in their warband or something. I remember being annoyed by that when I heard that was a thing, but I haven't played enough since the olden days to really know if that is a problem or actually it's good.
Like before, you could take armies without any heroes.
There didn't used to be really any army building restrictions except for a third of your force could have bows
Okay.
as a maximum.
Sure.
But now, I mean, now I think it's even worse. It's essentially everything's a legendary legion and has
Right.
to follow the like much more strict. It was in the movie, so you can play it kind of vibe.
Sure.
But obviously, that's another thing that when you're just playing with your friends, who cares? Do whatever you want.
Sure. Yeah, when I talked to Zios about it, or Ryan, or whatever I want to call him, he's always. It seems like that used to be, like you described, pretty free flowing, but
Yeah,
for
which I understand at
balance
a
reasons,
yeah
I
exactly
guess.
at a tournament you'd want something to limit it a little bit more. But that's the thing, like as a kid when we were playing, you just have the minis you have and you're just fighting with them. It's not like we could be building these crazy meta lists
yeah.
or
I've
anything
got the
like
starter
that anyways.
set.
Yeah, exactly. So I have 8 Numenorians with swords and 12 elves with swords and 8 elves with bows, and that's my army.
If we do Lord of the Rings, I want to do spiders. I just want to play spider army. All
That's
spiders.
True. Ratmen don't need clothes; they have fur.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess how animals work.
Yeah.
Two
an
Hands
advantage.
would love to try some Mordheim. Kit bashed Free Company Militia, an amazing kit by the way.
Probably one of the best of all time.
Yep. Lord James has played some games of Mordheim, fun system. Battle Companies from Lord of the Rings is a bit smoother, but Mordheim just has lots of character. Yeah, I've read some. Maybe some people have done any of the. I think there's community editions of Mordheim available, where maybe people have tried to fix some of these things. I'm not sure.
That's probably what I would look to do.
Yeah.
Rather than first party, to be honest with you, because
I've heard one of the issues is with the scenarios, and some of the scenarios just bog down and don't end up being fun in the campaign perspective,
sure.
which makes a lot of sense to me.
Is there a big
So
difference
that feels easy to fix.
between Necromunda and Mordheim in mechanics beyond the theme? Or are they
My
basically the
understanding
same?
is that the originals of each were pretty similar, but yeah, I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the chat can tell us.
Because I know, yeah, one's 40k or whatever,
Mhm.
but I don't know. Just curious, do they play differently? Like, feel different?
I think the campaigns are pretty similar, at least.
What do we got? I played a couple games. Fun system.
Yeah, some were captains. Old rules, it was 1/3 bows. Minimum 1 hero as your leader per faction. Versus now it's different hero can lead different amount of warriors with different restrictions per army. Turn-In still does Mordheim rules in the community on Facebook. On the Facebook. What is Turn-In? I might be a doof. Mordheim was based on 5th, 6th fantasy rules. Okay. So the stuff I know.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, you know the skirmish rules in the back of the 6th ed book?
Yeah.
I think that's
just
very
those.
similar, but then plussed up with some extra
Okay.
stuff. But I
Hopefully
think that's
it's not
sort of the
just
base
like
of
where
it.
you knock people over and over again. Is that
No, it
something?
does have that,
Oh.
where you like roll the injury dice or whatever to see
Uh-huh.
how much you hurt them. I think that's a thing in Mordheim.
Oh, is it? I just remember we had a Bretonian knight once attack a grave guard,
in skirmish, and I like killing blowed him and just like not just killed this knight instantly, and it was like, oh.
I would like to do some more skirmish. I think that'd be another fun thing if we were doing a mini campaign to do that as part of the structure. Like game 1 is a skirmish scenario that then
Escalates.
depending on how that goes, influences the next battle and escalates.
For sure.
I do wish that there was a more direct skirmish 40k thing of this era, because they never really released anything. There's obviously the kill team rules in the 4th ed book, but that's a very different game. That's not like 40k skirmish.
Yeah.
That's action movie thing, which is also awesome. But that would be fun to do as well. So, I mean, obviously we could use anything for that. But if anybody has recommendations on a sort of 4th ed era skirmish version, I would be interested to know about it.
Did I do pink on your ears?
After reading For Whom the Bell Tolls, it would be really cool to do that type of a attempt to blow up a bridge, or that sort of a thing, to prevent reinforcements from arriving in a bigger battle that's about to happen. And depending on how that goes, that'd be fun.
Knockdown and injury mechanics work pretty well in Mordheim. Okay, I'm obviously willing to try. I hope that's obvious anyway. But I just found we had like a brief season where we did like a bunch of skirmish games in a row, and I remember feeling like it was always better to have cheaper guys in greater abundance because of how that mechanic worked. As a skirmish game, that would be clunky since it's based on rank and flank. Yeah.
And these white touch-ups are taking longer than I wanted them to.
You got this. Tell us we've got this, everybody. I need at least 4 you got thises in the chat. Or say I don't got this. Just be real with me. What do we got? 40k in 40 minutes, 400 points with no 2+ armor, no more than 2 wounds, no vehicles. Yeah, that's like Combat Patrol, right? No vehicle with a combined armor of 33. We've done that before.
That's how we've started our slow grow campaigns, is at that level. And at 6th ed, I think they called it war bands or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a fine way to play 40k like mid-hammer with those restrictions. It's good because it pulls out Terminators and knobs and stuff.
I really enjoyed it.
Or maybe not knobs. Yeah, you can still have knobs, but no war bosses. Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think restrictions breed creativity and gives some of the more air quotes boring units times to shine.
Yeah.
I like tactical troop marines. I want them to be ballers and kill people. I don't want just the veteran Doom squad of the ages or whatever their name is called. I'm just making it up, but you know, I
feel the same way.
All that to say, I think sometimes in 40k it feels like it's just the super hyper elite guys doing everything. It's like, oh, my obliterators killed everything, not the Space Marines, the Chaos Space Marines. But
I think that's a difficult thing in game design, probably, is just controlling an enjoyable play experience when there are large gaps between different available units' power levels. Whereas something like a World War II game like Chain of Command, it's just a lot easier to have really interesting tactical situations where everybody's just a human with a rifle, so it's a lot easier to get some interesting interplay there, I think.
Right. You can do it. Paint his nipples off. Paint all those Tyranid nipples off. The Gene Stealers might have nipples, right?
No, they just have a big chitin plate on their chest.
Okay. I thought maybe because they like...
There might be nipples under there.
Steal, like, genes, right? Although these are pure strains, so these aren't the hybrids. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe...
Although somebody somehow is impregnating people to turn them into hybrids. I still don't fully understand how that's supposed to work.
Yeah, let's not ask. Let's not. Start with one troop
choice. Let's just assume it's face huggers.
Yeah, it's face huggers for sure.
Which I always thought horrifying,
maybe,
but
I thought
maybe
it was
creepy,
the tongue, right?
Ooh,
they have the big tongue like a...
You get face hugged by a Gene Stealer.
You get face hugged by the Gene Stealer. They give you a big kiss.
Sorry. Just the visual of that. It's just,
Horrifying.
yeah, horrifying but funny to me for some reason. My ex-husband was a gene stealer. He's not a good person. Okay, we're done.
Yeah, the whole troop choice thing, I think, is another thing I like about earlier editions of 40K is they at least had some semblance of needing a force organization or an order of battle to create something that had the semblance of a realistic force that would have been fielded. Trying to remember what game it was that I read this in. Maybe it was Grunts, which is a 15mm game, indie game, sci-fi, but there was this discussion of power levels, or maybe it was Stargrunt 2. I think it might have been Stargrunt 2, which is an even older rule set, but there's the question of like, well, why can't I just take everybody with power armor and plasma guns and then be super powerful? And they pointed out that, well, that's just not how real armies work, because real armies exist in economies, and even though you might have the technology to make something, it's just completely infeasible for you to give every single person in your army the absolute best technology available. And that's just not how the real world works. So if you want to play and feel like you're in a grounded, maybe harder sci-fi setting, you just need to recognize that orders of battle come from actual logistical and economic limitations of not everybody's going to just have a special weapon, because that ammunition is expensive.
And it breeds, again, restrictions breed creativity.
Yeah.
So I think it, in the end, actually gives a better play experience.
David Marshall says gene stealers have an ovipositor on their tongue, so I think you might be right.
Wow, let's go. That was a complete guess. It's called it is called the Gene Stealer's Kiss. Didn't even know. So they literally, like, I mean, I guess they're probably not kissing you, but they just, like, maybe they knock you out first.
Nice. And still unsure saying mortals only events are a lot of fun in Horus Heresy and 40K.
Oh,
yeah, I love that idea of
yeah.
doing imposing a limitation for a specific event or set of games or a campaign or something like that, just to say, yeah, I mean, there's a time and place for everyone to bring a Primarch, but this isn't it.
Oh, and Lord James says, I got this. As a show of solidarity, they're painting a set of Imperial Guard field ordnance batteries that have been sitting partially done all summer. We need to get Mr. James up here. We need to play 40K with Mr. James.
I think he would love to.
Lord James, man. My guy. We got to get you up here.
Yeah, if anybody's ever in Michigan, hit us up.
Yeah.
We'll get you in for a game.
I'd love to find a game that takes logistics and supplies into account. Sounds like you need to get in our Battletech campaign. My guy. No, I'm just messing.
I do feel that way. I think it's hard in war games. Like, it'd have to be a campaign to really simulate that. Unless it's just sort of like, roll on some tables to find out how well supplied you are at the beginning of this battle. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense in a tabletop war game where you're just playing one battle. But I think Warlord Games came out with a campaign system that was sort of a board game in its own right, called Combined Arms.
Okay.
But it's built to be also a campaign system for bolt action. So you're sort of playing Axis and Allies, and then a battle happens and you fight the battle out. I think they tied it into other of their games as well, like their air power and naval games and whatever. But that, I think, could be a cool way to try and do it. I don't know if that actually is any good, but the idea, at least, is clever. But otherwise, yeah, I think Hex and Counter games can provide that larger scale where
Really
the
well.
logistics come in, and you're thinking about those things.
You get tongue-throated. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
They
a good time.
hypnotize their prey to administer the Gene Stealer Kiss and make them forget so they continue with life as normal. Okay, so that just makes a lot more sense.
I like
which
that
it
there actually is a way that it makes sense.
It's
That I
not
was just
just like-
unaware of.
I'm sure it says it in the book that we reviewed that we didn't apparently.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't
either.
remember them talking about Gene Stealer Kiss, maybe.
All right, I'm hoping that my dark blue is going to just be dark enough that it doesn't matter that some of this white is bleeding,
It's gonna look great.
or the red is bleeding through the
So
white.
much faith right now. It's just coursing out of me.
Gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. That's a song.
It is a song. Copyright strike.
Oh, shoot. If Michigan wasn't so far Lord James would love to join us.
I love joining for Battletech. One of these days I'll travel back north to the land of my birth and game with you guys. Okay. Yeah, man. Whenever you need to do that sojourn, you can stay in my guest room. Or Cam's house, probably more likely, but you never know. Okay. Warlord has low fuel options for German heavy tanks.
That's cool.
What does that mean? Like mechanically? Or like there's a kit with, like, I don't know. I'm not sure I follow.
Yeah, I would imagine it's some sort of limitation maybe that you can get the tank cheaper, but it can't move.
Sure.
Or it can only move a little bit.
Okie dokie.
Never played Bolt Action, but I have played Beyond the Gates of Antares, which is essentially Bolt Action in space, but with D10s instead of D6s.
My understanding is this Bolt Action is actually pretty similar to Warhammer. And
Yeah. Plays that way as opposed to something a little more simulation-y.
Yeah,
like
I do want to
Chain
try
of
Chain of
Command.
That was number 1 on my list because you
Oh,
talk
nice.
about it so much.
It's
and
so
it
good.
sounds
It
cool.
is such a well-made game, in my opinion. I
Any
think that
Chain
it
of
just-
Command players in chat?
Yeah, let
Any
us know.
historical boroughs?
I think it just does a really good job at simulating small unit tactics in a way that feels really fulfilling,
Sure.
as opposed to just walk up the board and roll dice to shoot at each other.
He'd probably crash with you. Man, just when I thought we were getting to be best buds. I'm just messing. Okay, and game rules for light war options. When it happened in history, you roll each time it moves, and you roll a 1, it can't move. Love it. Yeah, those are the type of silly rules that I like.
Yeah.
That adds flavor. It's like the Ogren rule where he won't get in the transport or whatever, right?
Oh, right. It's too
like-
dark. It's dark in there.
It's dark in there. It's like, how often is that going to come up? Pretty much never. But
Yeah.
I like that they thought it through.
Right, especially because they could just start embarked.
Yeah.
And then when do you ever get back in your transport?
Pretty rarely, but it could come up.
It's true.
It could matter.
If you're playing on a big map and you got out and did one thing, now you got to get back in and drive to the other side of the table.
Nightmares. Oh no, I brought Ogrens. They won't get back in the tank, Sarge. I'm gonna let this dry longer.
That also reminds me of, was it the Campaign for North Africa? Is that
Yep.
renowned game for being insanely long and complicated, but there's rules for whether you have enough water for the Italians to cook their pasta.
Yep. Famously.
Yeah. Which I read recently, it wasn't even a real thing.
Somebody, yeah, it's like a modifier is what it is on a die roll. But people, I don't know why that's just,
Well, I read that they cooked their pasta in canned tomato sauce.
you
that
meant
they
in
also
real
had
life.
as rations.
I see.
So like that wasn't even, it's not even simulating anything real.
Yeah. It takes longer to play that than to actually the real Campaign for North Africa was.
Amazing.
But I don't know. I heard there was somebody who supposedly played through, him and a buddy. I forget where I read this.
This was just recently, right?
Yeah,
Didn't
it
I
was
send
just
it to
recent.
you?
You sent it. That's right. I was reading it, and he was like, "It's kind of fun, but it's mostly boring."
Yeah, it's mostly spreadsheets and tracking logistics.
And he'd say it would be interspersed with like a couple of days where it'd be like, "Oh, we get to do combat."
Yeah, it feels more like it's the idea of the game is interesting that it exists, but
Sure.
not actually something you would want to do.
Yeah.
And what was that other game that there's that long narrative style review
A
of?
World at War.
Yeah. Has anybody read that? That like, it's like essentially reading a novella about this guy's review of the game that goes into this crazy, it's like pseudo philosophical ramblings about life and
It's
whatever.
great.
It's so well,
I
so
love
well
it.
done.
I
They're trying to play this game and he's trying to play with somebody who's like not a gamer.
but kind of eccentric in his own
Yeah.
ways. I still love what is it? China.
I am the last
I
and
am the
greatest
last
emperor.
emperor.
I am
China's
only-
destiny
Yes,
lies in my
that's-
hands alone. We're just talking about nonsense now. Love China. Okay, probably. Great for my favorite part of war games, infantry tactics.
Yes.
33% discount on points of the tank. Oh, that's cool.
So it still can create a balanced game. The person dealing with that doesn't necessarily feel like
Sure.
they are the Germans at the end of the war, losing horribly no matter what.
And then David Marshall says any war game that acts as a second job can be fired into the sun. So that's a good... I like that he brought that up. And you know why? Because that's so relative. Not to disagree with you, Mr. Marshall, because I think your point is well made. But, like, I know people who would say, like, Warhammer 40k 4th edition or whatever, that we play mostly, is that complicated and would require, like, a second job. But it's all, like, relative, right? So it's just interesting because you'll have these people that will play A World at War and they just have it memorized, but that's like the only game they play, I guess. But,
yeah, we talked about that before too, about how some of these more complicated games are a lot more accessible if you dedicate yourself to, like, that's my thing. My hobby is playing Advanced Squad Leader.
yeah, all I do is Squad Leader is my game. I love Advanced Squad Leader.
Then you can really dive in, but for whatever reason, that would just not do it for me. Maybe it's just I like the variety, but
I think that's fair.
because even in the games we play, I struggle to, I think, attain any sort of level of mastery, or when I start to feel like I'm getting the hang of it, we
move
switch
on.
and do something different, which I don't mind at all, but yeah, I think it just feels like I rarely get good.
I think I think you're really good, Cam.
Well, thanks. Tell my dwarf win rate of, I think, 1 game in the entire fantasy campaign then.
Was it really that?
I think so.
Oh.
Maybe 2.
It was
That was
weird
rough.
because, like, yeah, is 4th ed complicated? I guess everything is relative. I think to some people it is. That's kind of my whole point, is that, like, you could put 4th ed in front of some people and they'd be like, oh my gosh, this is insane. Like,
What is this armor penetration thing? I can't
I
understand.
remember we were teaching one of our guys, and I think he gets it now, but he was really struggling with just how the rules are laid out, because he would be like, I don't understand what a power fist is, because it wouldn't say
Yeah.
it in the Army Codex, but it was in the core rules.
Right.
And honestly, looking back, I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense why he would expect it as war gear, and he didn't have a point of
Right,
reference.
because there's some war gear that's army specific, so it is in the army book, and other stuff that's universal, so it's in the main rule book. Yeah, there's definitely things that have been like quality of life things that have advanced in war game design that I don't even think necessarily would have to. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with newer, more recent game design, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of things about modern 40k that I don't like, but there are things like, oh, there's a better index and rules have numbers and things like that that could be helpful.
Okay, let's get into the real brass tacks here. How does chat feel about pre-measuring?
Ooh,
Yay
there
or
we go.
nay? Let's get the haters out, or the lovers. Pre-measuring
And
is...
by out, we mean you're going to out yourself. Now you're going to get kicked out of the chat.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way. I just want to know. You want a game with dwarves? Teach me your ways. He's never won a game. He did flatten an orc giant with a single cannonball, though. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, I flattened a Stegodon with a single Empire cannonball.
Stubby
once.
was very sad.
I still lost that game being outflanked by Saurus cavalry
Indeed.
into my Griffin Banner swordsman, which was devastating.
Indeed.
But at least I took down the Stegodon.
Yeah, it's like top of turn 1. It was a... I remember that was his first game, too.
Yeah.
I was like, here we go.
New
I brought-
model syndrome.
New model. And then it was dead. And I was like, well, that's how it goes.
He said, "Welp," and then wrecked me.
And then proceeded. I think Cam was, if I recall correctly, it's been many years, but he was very kind with, like, saying I made a certain charge, if I recall.
Well, it was just a whole weird thing about going around the woods with the Saurus cavalry,
Yeah.
I think, which was...
It was like a close charge, and Cam gave
yeah,
it
and
to
it's
me.
like, would you skirt across the very edge of this woods and that slows the whole unit down because your one Saurus guy is 2 millimeters into the woods or whatever?
Classic Warhammer Fantasy terrain rules. You want to UG layout, completely fair point. How are you guys, boys? Ain't seen nothing. You played 40k RPGs. I've got a buddy who plays the 40k RPGs, and he tells me about like Dark Heresy and stuff. But I don't know. I'm not as big of an RPG guy. I find in past I would have to be the game master generally. Maybe not in this group though, which is kind of liberating to think about. But I've had issues with, I think my expectations were different from players, and that kind of killed it for me, and I just never really went back. Like, I did a D&D 5th ed thing, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, and it just didn't feel like it went in the way that I wanted it to, so we had one session, and then it just never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Pre-measuring. I've been teaching a bed, 4th ed 40k. He plays Tau. No hate. There's no hate here. And we've been playing pretty loose with no pre-measuring rules. Fair enough. I was mad when 40k did away with no pre-measuring, but I prefer pre-measuring in games now. Okay. And I don't mind pre-measure, but I can dead-eye a character with my dwarf cannons and anti-vampire tech. Okay.
I think that's people's biggest qualm, it seems like, with no pre-measuring, is that it unfairly advantages some players who just have a better sense of like
distances.
Yeah.
Short distances.
And then it doesn't have as much to do with your army or your skill at wielding the army. It's just this sort of abstract skill. But I think that's where, again, for me, my MO or my approach to games has never been to get really good at something and like hyper focus on maxing out my ability to do a thing.
Yeah.
Whether video games or tabletop games or whatever. And I mean, my brother's not like that either, and the friends I grew up with weren't really like that, so those things just never came up. Nobody was doing cheesy stuff like that, so it just never occurred to me, I guess, that would be a problem, because nobody was abusing it.
Yeah, for sure. It's so, where are you, right?
Yeah.
What's your group like? That's a pretty awesome skill. It is an awesome skill. Do the vampires you shoot not get lookouts, sirs? That's what I want to know.
Maybe they're on horses.
They're
by
on
unit.
horses in a foot unit. Pre-measuring is take or leave. Really, with no pre-measuring, you just need to know the layout of the board. If there's 6 inches, yeah.
That's the thing, is once it becomes a thing that you can solve, and that's what I feel like, is like, I just don't think about it. I just, in the moment, look at the distance, imagine a red slappy stick, which I know is 18 inches in my brain, and then make a guess.
This is different than I was expecting. It seems most people are pro pre-measuring. I thought this chat was going to be like, pre-measuring ruined my life, but it seems like most people seem to think it's pretty good. I think it's just interesting. I don't think I'm really pro or against. They just do different things. Because you have to, what I don't like is what War Machine Mark III did. I don't know if anybody played that, where you had pre-measuring but no randomness in terms of like charge distances. I didn't like what that did to the game, where it felt like you'd have people being like, I'm staying 0.1 inches out of your charge range, and it would be like lots of that.
Yeah.
And it was like known. I didn't like how that felt. So if pre-measuring exists, I don't like it with really guaranteed threat ranges, because that just makes it into a math exercise, and I don't.
Yeah.
Find
I think
fun.
the way around that then would be better scenario design, where what you're doing forces you to not be able to just sit around and do stuff like that.
And I think they would argue it would in some cases, but I still found, like, myself, if I was playing certain games, I'm like, well, I'd be stupid to be, maximizing this or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's
a me problem.
You got to be careful what you reward.
Yeah.
Because then people will latch onto it and find a way to make the most of it, which
For
you can't fault people for, because that's what the game's asking you to do.
He says, David Marshall says that Battlefleet Gothic allowed pre-measuring back in the day.
Wow. Groundbreaking. Space
That kind of makes sense to me, though, because you don't really have close combat in a spaceship game. And movement, I imagine, again, I've not played Battlefleet Gothic, but movement, I imagine, would be more constrained.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know.
Where you're like, well, I've got to move forward 3 inches before I can, turn or whatever.
I will say the nice thing about pre-measuring is it just can eliminate
arguments,
because you can, before anything happens, say,
clearly,
this looks like 18 inches to me. Does it look like 18 inches to you? And then you can know whether you're both on the same page about that before you make a decision.
For sure.
And so I do appreciate that element of it, as it just takes out the possibility of hurt feelings over a misinterpretation of millimeters or whatever.
100%. I think that's like the main benefit. Like 10,000% is that you're just getting away from arguments, and that's why I like BattleTech being on a hex grid is helpful, stuff like that. Oh, you do ramming and boarding. Okay, so maybe I'm full of nutcrackers.
Ramming speed.
Ramming speed. Fixed charge ranges basically require you can't pre-measure. I agree. I've seen old world bat reps where the guy did pre-measure to put themselves out of charge. But it doesn't, and I might be misremembering, but doesn't old world have a random element to the charge?
I think so.
So if he knew he was out of their maximum charge range, I'm okay with that. That's okay. For me, it's like, because usually the maximum charge range usually is quite long, right? Like you could double six it or whatever, right? So if they're doing that, then I'm like, okay, that's a choice. That's to me like in a non-pre-measuring game being like, I'm 15 inches away from a unit that is movement 4. Like I just know, like I'm okay with that. Where I don't like it is when it's like, I'm purposefully avoiding the, like in a 6th edition equivalent, I can see that you're a movement 4 infantry unit and I'm going to stay an 8.2 inches away from it. And I know it's 8.2 inches away. Yeah, they still fail on play 1, but if you're firing multiple cannons at it, I didn't do it. It was my big grip vampire generals after their army crumbles. Yep. Oh, you do you ramming and boarding or ship to ship. I didn't get good at guess ranges. It's still a natural talent for it. Okay. D3 plus movement. Anybody else making good... Oh, that was Necromunda. Anybody else making good progress on anything they're painting? Hopefully. Maybe you're just chatting it up. Living your best life. One hopes. Wouldn't be a proper game set in the 41st millennium if you can't have the captain of your void ship without shout, drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword.
Does anybody own a model that has or a Leman Russ that has
the guy
sticking out with a sword?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be the commissar guy. It could be anybody.
No, it's got to be the guy. It's got to be the guy. There he is. It's the dude.
All right. I think I'm touched up enough to try some blue, which is going to be a combination of...
I mean, how many colors are on these guys?
High Lord Blue and Absolution Green. Heavily favored into High Lord Blue. I think it's 6-1 is the ratio I decided.
Interesting. So 6 drops to 1 drop?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what got me this blue color.
Oh, wow. I like it.
Yeah.
It's very nice. Kind of turquoise
it's
almost.
It's closer to what's on the
actual
Behemoth
art.
guys. Obviously, they did like a really dark, almost black, and then highlighted it with a lighter blue.
Sure.
So I think this will end up a little on the lighter side, but close enough for speed paints.
Sounds like they've got... Some people do have them. Your Lord James has one.
Nice.
What a time to be
I'm
alive.
sure I've seen a picture of it.
Okay,
then,
well, I was going to
apparently
say...
don't remember.
Bro, we got to come up. We got to have your model hit us with its sword. No painting for me just now. Just finished work when I'm off tomorrow, so need to start fixing up some Krieg. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're the Krieg gamer. Maximum Krieg. Ugh. I'm starting to feel it though, Mr. Krabs. Starting to feel it. We've been going for just over 3 hours.
And I'm only just starting the blue. It's not great.
We're doing great. We're doing great. Lord James says he has faith in me. I've got this. I'm such a powerful individual. I can do anything. Okay.
All right, here comes the blue.
You got
I
it.
think it needs a little water.
This is going to add so much popping to the video feed because we got this really nice, beautiful red, and now we're going to have this beautiful blue.
This is not going on nice. More thinning. Gotta thin, but then you don't want to over thin, and then it's just like white. That can definitely be the downside to speed paints, is that transparency you get from it.
Yeah.
Can definitely not look very nice.
Hmm.
It's what gives it that speed paint look, I feel like.
Sure.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to need a dry brush. Something over it to Help the splotchiness.
Sure. Where did I just put that? Oh, here it is. Right in front of me. Okie dokie. Somebody's posting crabs in the chat. I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Is it a coconut crab?
Yeah, it might be a coconut crab. I don't know if, what's his name's still in here. Captain America's still visiting. But most powerful man in the universe.
You on your last clan rat with that color?
No. I'm done with the skin, but now I'm doing the fur.
Oh, that's what I thought you were doing, is still
Nope.
skin. So you are done with the skin.
I'm done
Look at
with
that
the
progress.
skin. We're getting there. After the fur, then I'm gonna do cloth, and then after cloth, I'll do metals, and I should do rust because I introduced rust in my main guy. I haven't showed that off. Maybe I show my. This is. We'll see. Maybe this will.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to focus.
It's okay. Focus.
It
It's
won't
not
focus
gonna work.
automatically.
It's not gonna focus. We'll have to do it later. But maybe
I
you
have
can
to
see this.
manually
This
reach
is
up.
one that we're gonna try to. That's one of my clan rats that's more or less finished. So, see if we can get them anywhere near this standard. Okay, what do we got in the chat? Tank commander on a Lehman Russ demolisher with his chainsword. I want to see it. I love a demolisher cannon. I still need to add a commissar tank to lead my Krieg armored company. That would be pretty cool. I feel like Krieg, I would be like all in on artillery and just horses and gas masks. Happy gas mask noises indeed. Although with 3D printing, I'm building my Elysians. Those are the drop troop guys, I think.
Nice, yeah, those are sweet.
Just think of the money.
They're like proto Halo ODST drop troops.
Right. Elysians are an amazing options. So sad Ford World dropped them, no pun intended. But cheaper 3D print options. Mr. Krabs believes in money. Ah, I see. You're right. Quick man thing. Paint faster. Looks good so far, Grant. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. What a time to be alive. Okay. Quick. Paint quick fast. Yeah. Didn't know I was going to grow up to be a Skaven player. I think it's like one
What
of those
does your
things.
mother think of you?
I think she can't look at me the same way. Whoops, as I put my hand into gray paint. But I think it's like one of those things where they're like, you either die the hero or you live long enough to be a Skaven player. One of those things. So it's we're all gonna be a Skaven player eventually. It's just a matter of time.
Dan Johns has joined the chat. Longtime listener, first thing me chatter.
Oh, it's Dan Johns. It's Dano.
Our favorite Dan.
It's Big Dan. Big D. See how he responds to that. I always like it when people say, they'll say like first time listener, long time caller, stuff like that. That always crack me up. They'll say it in reverse. First time listening, but
I've been calling every
I've been
day.
calling every day.
Just can't get through.
Yeah. Long time caller, first time listener.
So I thought I'd tune in and
Oops.
figure out why.
Why'd I do that? I just goofed it. I just painted the fur color over his skin. Oh well. He's a rat. It's fine.
That's the spirit. And this is spotters that glare. I can't tell. I think it's glare.
I trust your judgment.
Dan suspects your mom would say, "Aw, rats."
Aw, rats.
Or, "Aw, rats."
Yeah, one of them. Definitely one or the other. I don't think she's very rat favored, but she probably likes these better than the lizard men. She hates snakes.
Oh, alright.
Mother does not like snakes. Big no-no for her. Not on the, at least in real life. I don't think she cares about the minis, but... Okay, respect... Quick, man. So, Big Dan, what are you painting right now? Nothing? Some French and Indian war boys?
He might have finished those.
You might have finished those?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I still need to... No, maybe I did paint enough of the militia to take that legally now. I realized I had been playing an illegal list.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, just how I had taken things. Well, I think initially, yeah, I don't know. It's been too long now. Can't remember what
Fair
all
enough.
happened.
It doesn't matter.
What's an illegal list among friends?
We're all friends here. What's one man's illegal list is another man's normal list.
When you play with me, it is, apparently.
Got a unit of light infantry to paint, but little motivation without playing the game. I feel you. First time listener, we are calling to squeak to you about your Doom Wheel warranty. Yeah. I'm all about squeaking.
Squeak, squeaker, squeak.
Squeak, squeaker, squeaking. This is the type of content that people yearn for.
Is
What
us
we're giving
quoting
is
old
us
movies,
quoting old
animated
films.
It's weird to say that that's old.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel like
that
an old
doesn't
movie.
feel right. Let's not say that ever again.
Here's a question for the chat. What are your go-to fantasy or sci-fi, or I guess historical movies for inspiration or to get you excited about painting, gaming?
You know what I watched recently? It was A Bridge Too Far.
Oh, nice.
That movie is fantastic.
I think I saw that a long time ago.
It's an older movie, but you know what? I like it. It's got tons
it
of
checks
actors
out.
in it. It checks out. It's an older meme, but good golly, did I like it. I was like, man, this is a banger film. I haven't seen, what is it, Waterloo? And everybody says Waterloo is like the bomb.com.
That's supposed to be really well put together.
So please, Europeans, don't make fun of me. I don't know. I need to go watch Waterloo.
Dan says he's working on 3 more tanks for Brutal for this weekend. Brutal's a fun. Everybody has one tank. It's arena combat. You're driving around. It's a kind of video gamey. There's like power-up boxes you can blow up and take. It's a ton of fun. That's actually the only game I've used my Empire Steam tank in.
Oh,
Never
really?
actually used it in Warhammer.
You still have time. It's not too late. The Battle for Arnhem. I don't think I've heard of that one. I've heard of Waterloo. I know Waterloo is well respected in the the circles I run in or whatever.
You were running in circles?
Yeah, these war game circles. They're very specific circles.
As far as sci-fi goes, Aliens never fails to do the job.
You're just a big
It's just such a,
game over, man.
yeah, game over. Hudson is honestly one of the best cinematic characters. His arc is great, where he starts out
Kind of like a
kind of
doof.
cocky
Yeah.
and like, yeah, a little ridiculous, but by the end, he comes around, dies a heroic death,
Yeah.
protecting the retreat of Ripley and Newt.
I like Vasquez in that movie a lot.
She's pretty baller too.
Yep.
We got nukes, we got knives, we got sharp sticks.
Waterloo was defeated. You won the war. Waterloo promised to love you forevermore. I think I missed the joke, Dan. I'm not cool enough. Waterloo. Oh, lol. Waterloo? I don't even know.
That was a typo obscuring the joke or something.
AB. I'm not sure. I think it's me. If you liked A Bridge Too Far, look up the documentary on Victoria Cross by Jeremy Clarkson. I do. Is that the Jeremy Clarkson that I think you're referencing? The Grand Tour host / Top Gear / Clarkson's Farm, Jeremy Clarkson? Because I love old Top Gear and Grand Tour and all that. Oh, it's ABBA. Only thing I know about ABBA is gimme, gimme, gimme a man of the midnight. Won't somebody help me take the shadows away? Ba-da-loo.
Yeah, Dan, you missed the SpongeBob discussion earlier. Grant had some lines from SpongeBob.
Oh, is Dan a fellow consumer?
Yeah, Dan's huge into SpongeBob.
As he should be. I'm gonna assume that's a joke.
It is.
Yeah.
He makes fun of me for not getting a lot of pop culture references except SpongeBob ones, because one time I got a SpongeBob reference.
Oh.
And many times I have not gotten other pop culture references.
Oh, okay.
But I grew up sheltered, so,
Fair enough.
so it goes. Oops. We can just blend that into the shadow, right?
It's fine. We're fine. Everybody's fine.
What are the chances someone's going to pick up this term again and look closely?
Not high at all. Probably -0.
Slim to none.
Aliens extended film has Hudson taken alive. Do you see the extended version?
I have. I do like the extended version, especially the stuff that gives you more at Hadley's Hope before the aliens arrive.
Okay.
Some extra world building, but you're right. That is a really sad way for Hudson to go. I had forgotten that was his fate in the extended edition.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of rough on him.
Yeah.
And yes, that is the right Jeremy Clarkson. Okay. I'll have to look that up, David. What was it called again? Oops. I don't even know where it went. I don't know what one I was working on. Oh no. I think it was this one. Yeah. I'll have to look that up. What was that? You said it was... It's just the documentary on Victoria Cross. Okay. I'll have to watch that. That sounds pretty neat. Kind of into a lot of historical, military, history stuff. It's just... not all content is created equal. I don't always like to... I know it's really popular on YouTube to watch squares move across a map and then have people tell you context, but it's not always my favorite.
Youngster with your hula hoops and Pac-Man video games.
Pac-Man?
Video games.
So whenever Dan says that, I'm just going to be like, what? What? Eisenhower? The war? Okay. Sorry, Dan. I love you. Question for Cam and Grant. Do you guys have a favorite wargaming moment you'd like to share? Maybe a satisfying tactical victory or fun cinematic moment? I'll let you answer that first.
I wish I had tactical victory stories.
You have so many tactical victories. Sorry. You got some cool tactical... Cam is very hard on himself, listeners. I want this to be clear. Oh my goodness.
I remember a devastating defeat, which was
You do?
From our last Warhammer Fantasy campaign, and we were getting to a points level where I felt like, okay, I can bring enough dwarfs, sorry, it's Warhammer, not Tolkien, enough dwarfs that I can put together like a real battle line, and then my high leadership, we're going to hold against a big devastating charge, and then I was playing against the Lizardmen.
Oh, Lizardmen. It was me.
And it was that mission where it was like lengthwise table or whatever. Do you remember that one?
Vaguely. Oh, yes. Yeah.
I
do remember this.
Yeah, I can't remember what the narrative of it was now, but there was a charge from your main battle line, whatever, and into the dwarfs, which, I mean, that's every time that's going to happen because the dwarfs are slow. So the enemy's always going to get to pick the charge, where it happens, who gets charged. You don't have much choice over that as a dwarf player. But you're supposed to be able to rely on the heavy armor. I have my iron braid, I have all these things.
Leadership 9.
But I had left a weak link in the battle line and had positioned them poorly. And I had my two-handed axemen, or axe dwarfs, and that's what you slammed into at the Kroxigors, annihilated them. They shattered, fled. The rest of the units nearby panicked. And then it was basically the game was over. But we kept playing it out because, that's what we do. We're here to play a game. But
it was
it was horrifying. That was like 3/4 of my army just gone in a turn or two.
And now we know why he has a unit called the Croc Slayers.
Yes. Yorith's Croc Slayers. And that's the other nice thing about campaigns, is you get characters that have stories. So Yorith was an engineer who was supposed to defend this lumber camp and failed against your Kroxigor character, Gorkar. And so then Yorith swore the Slayer Oath and became Yorith the Kroxigor Slayer. And so now my Slayer unit, every time I take them, are Yorith's Kroxigor Slayers. And that's way cooler than just Dwarf Slayer Unit 1.
Yeah. for sure. Okay.
How about you? You got a memory, or we got more in the chat to talk about?
I guess I need to answer the question, don't I? I favorite like tactical. I don't know if this is tactic, but a favorite memory was a Vampire Counts game where I ended with more skeletons than I started with.
That was also against me.
That was probably against Cam. I think I played
It was.
Cam mostly.
Against my chaos.
And
That was also the one where you charged my
the
Chaos Warriors with my Lord with wolves, and then they broke and panicked and fled.
Yeah, on the flank. I got
Yeah.
a flank charge.
But that was because of we found out. Well, not found out. But
We
that
were
was,
doing a you go. Sorry.
Yeah, it was in our first campaign, and there was a special territory where we were fighting over that had a fighting pit in it. So we had 2 champions fighting in the fighting pit, and whoever was winning that duel each turn got. I think the other team had a negative to their leadership or something like that.
We could pick a combat.
Or it was a combat resolution, yeah. Would you get +1 to combat resolution
Right.
for your side? And so I wouldn't have
Broken.
failed if that extra, because I failed by 1 and it was that
Yep.
1.
Yep.
So that was funny that the scenario special rule did me in, but that hurt.
Yeah.
But yes, that was that also the same game where
It
your
might have been this game.
vampire charged out and one-shotted my chariot? Like he went wolf form and
Yeah,
charged all the way
I had
across?
a wolf form vampire
That was
with a
awesome.
great weapon.
Yeah.
So for strength 7, charged 18 inches out of his bunker unit and chopped a chariot. That was
Right,
pretty
because
neat.
they instant die to high strength.
Yeah, that was fun. I like Vampire Counts a lot. But skeletons are just... I've got a bunch of Mantic skeletons. I got like 80 of them. But I don't know. I might someday get different skeletons. Can you guys give a prioritized list of 3 to 5 components that need to be included in playing a game to make it a satisfying experience?
When you say components included in a game, do you mean like game mechanics, or like you should bring your dice because it's hard to play and not very fun if you don't have dice? What do you mean by components?
Yeah, maybe you can clarify that, but assuming this fits into what you're saying, I think you got to have
Good
like-minded
snacks. Oh,
opponents and have everybody on the same page. I think that's like the most important thing.
How can
Honestly,
you get people on the same page?
conversation and early discussion before
have to
game
talk to
day.
people?
You have to
Ugh.
talk to people, I'm afraid.
Man.
I think that's the most important component if you're going to have a, quote, satisfying experience. What's needed for a played game to be a fun game? Yeah, I think you need to be on the same page in terms of expectations.
That's huge. I would say if you don't have that, kind of nothing else matters.
Bad expectations leads to sour grapes on somebody's side usually, and then in my experience, the other person who didn't want to cause sour grapes then feels bad. So I think
Yeah.
number one, the guiding star for war gamers should be, what are we trying to get out of this? And you need to be talking, playing with each other, 100%. Yeah, that's like number one. If people are, and if you want to play against each other, that's fine too, but it needs to be clear that that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Yes, Cam, you have to talk to people. I had to grow out of just pointing a revolver at them. I love that. Sit down.
We're playing Warhammer.
We're playing Warhammer. But I don't want to play. You're playing.
Cocks the gun,
Yep.
nods to the chair.
I get to play 7th edition Demons of Chaos, and you get to play 7th edition Orcs and Goblins. And that's all we're going to play ever for the rest of time.
Is that a bad matchup?
Yeah, it's like the worst book in 7th versus the best book.
Nice.
Demons of Chaos, for those who don't know, 7th Ed Demons of Chaos, famously overpowered. I've got the book. They do look
Especially
pretty
after
gross.
6th edition, demons were horrible.
Well, they
I guess when
basically
they got the Storm of Chaos thing, they were okay.
they are
but-
the demonic legion list fixes chaos demons in Hordes of Chaos.
Yeah. It's just another bummer. It's like one of those things where I build a list because I think it's cool, and then I take it in a game, I'm like, wow, this sucks. So I have these Plague Bearers because they're cool, nurgly
Because
things.
plague bearers are hype.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then actually they're way overcosted and they just blink out of existence the first time they fight
Yeah,
anything.
for sure.
Or at least the first time mine fight anything. Maybe other people have had better success.
I had a game where I took your chaos and they did okay.
Yeah, well,
I think-
see, that's indicative of
I think
your
they-
prowess as a war
I don't know
gamer.
about that. I think it was. I don't remember. They killed like a giant or something because the
Nice.
giant couldn't hit them. I can't remember. Although that doesn't make sense. It must have been some kind of monster. The objective of the game is to win. The point is to have fun. Never confuse the two.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Well said.
I like that. Close games, win or lose, is high on my list of things that make a fun game. I would agree. I'd say close games, and I think Cam's talked a lot about this, but it's like when things are going wrong, like just reverting back to that narrative, I think makes the sting
Yeah.
not so bad.
And I think that there are certain games that do help that happen rather than hinder that from happening, just in the way that they're designed. You know, some things seem like they lend themselves towards min-maxing and being focused on the mechanics and things like that. But I think the player can always choose to create the narrative, and I think verbalizing it can be helpful, but also then remind whoever's watching or playing also to help them get into that mindset as well.
Yeah, so be the change you want to see in the world. It's really what we're saying. But no, yeah, honestly, lead by example. If you're in a group and you've got somebody who, I don't know, is taking it really seriously or whatever, obviously I think just start with
the revolver pointed at him.
No. Well, I mean, if that's all you got, like Mr. Marshall, maybe that's the only option you have. But assuming you have other options, I'd start with conversation. And then if that goes nowhere, just lead by example. Maybe they'll see the fun that you're having.
And still unsure. I appreciate what I'm assuming is a IT Crowd reference there.
Ah, I missed it. I'm a fan of that.
Ah, people! What a bunch of bar
Oh,
stewards.
yeah.
Bar stewards. Yeah. That actually makes.
I haven't watched that in a hot minute.
Quality show.
It is a quality show. We closet British people. We watch. I know who Jeremy Clarkson is. All this other stuff. Although he's pretty popular, I guess. We both know what IT Crowd is.
Yeah, we're also both nerds.
We're also both nerds. We play Warhammer.
And you actually work in IT. So
And I actually work in IT. So I'm like not even a fake nerd. I'm like a real nerd.
Day job nerd.
Day job nerd. Okay. Starts with conversation. This is a revolver. Roll leadership. I like it. Please take a panic test. If you fail this, you run off the board. That was a fun game. We should play more. The blue really is popping, though.
I think it's
I
really
think it
nailing
looks
that
great.
behemoth blue.
When you're done with that one, we got to put one of them up on the camera because I think it actually is 100% nailing that box art or whatever, the cover art of the Battle for McCraig book. Okay, bye, Dan. I'm glad you had a good lunch break.
Yes, thanks for joining.
Always start by building my army with theme to the narrative, e.g. Krieg with massed infantry and arty being to begin with, but the collector in me has me buying and building a whole regiment. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that.
Yeah.
I get both sides.
I love that approach, and then I love it when a game doesn't punish me for it.
Yeah.
That I've complained about this on the podcast before, so I'm a little hesitant to say it again because it's probably getting old, but that happened to me with Age of Sigmar, where I built the diverse orcs and or goblin list with some squigs, some trolls, some goblin hordes,
Yeah.
and then found out like, oh, that's actually just categorically worse than having all trolls or all squigs or
I'm
whatever.
having a bad time.
All right, you want to show your guy up close, and then I'll show one of the, you were going to show that guy, right?
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
what you were doing?
Sure. We can show a completed clan rat, I
All right.
guess.
Oh, wrong way. There we go. I think that's in focus. Probably get a little closer even.
Look at him.
What's our minimum focus?
What's our minimum focus? How close can we get? He's a good boy.
Man, I feel like my focus is like set at exactly the distance I was painting at. Now I can't see anything further.
He says, stab him quick, fast.
Nice. And then this is how the blue's turning out.
I feel like it's really.
There we go.
I mean,
that
it's
guy
not
looks bad because he's
well,
not dry.
it's not dry, but it really pops, and it looks. You can really see. Honestly, it's working great. You got that highlight kind of strip around.
Yeah. I definitely think it is going to benefit from a dry brush of something because it's still pretty splotchy. But
I think it looks great. I'm actually really impressed.
we can at least just call them done without that, and then if I ever paint the other 489 miniatures I still have to paint, then I can go back and touch them up.
Objectively, this is better than minis I played against. So,
all right, where did we leave off here? This is my army. This is my revolver. This is for fighting, and this is for fun. There's many like this. Oh, nice. Yeah. But this is mine. That's
full metal jacket.
Yeah. Rules learning, leaning into the theme of the lore. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a really hard thing to do as a game designer as well. So I don't want to make it sound like anyone who fails to do it sucks, because it's hard to get that vibe. And that's something we always talk about in our Codex and Army Book reviews, is when do they really nail that, when it does feel like the rules really are representing the lore.
Usually the models that are the most powerful are the ones that I enjoy from a lore perspective the most, because they're filling the power fantasy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think anyways.
I'm not punished if I have every option. Correct. And lore,
it is true. It just sucks when some of those options get bonuses and other ones don't get bonuses for having not taken them or whatever. But
okay.
Favorite paints?
Oh, at this point, I'm mostly Army Painter, but I've got, I used to use exclusively P3 because I didn't know any better, and that was the brand of paint made by the game that I played, so I bought that. I've got some Citadel stuff. I've got Vallejo as well. I would say I am not a loyalist to any brand.
Yeah, I'm not really either, but I do like Vallejo acrylics of what I've
Vallejo
used.
is, I think,
like their normal acrylics.
I've got their bone white here. This is the only bone color I will use.
Oh, wow.
Bone white is this plus a just some, what is it, Agrax Earth Shade plus just a highlight white is how I do bone across every army I've done, basically, and I feel like it comes out really good. P3 are good, I agree. I think P3 is low-key underrated for those who have never used one. They're almost, and this is going to sound weird, they're almost creamy. It feels like they were thinned, or like the liquid is not water, it's like milk or something. I don't know how to explain it, but
man, I gotta try some of
it goes on really well, I think. And I know they re-released recently, so maybe I'll have to find more of the colors I really like, but I don't have as many of those anymore because I've kind of just stopped buying them.
In terms of specific ones, I also really like Vallejo's gunmetal silver. They might call it gunmetal gray or something.
Is Vallejo the one with they have some really good metallics? Is that one of those? I can't remember. There's like a certain one that everybody raves about.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I think.
Maybe.
Favorite paint, the one that works. Least favorite, old GW gold from the white pots from the 90s. Can't say I've ever interacted with that. I do not like creamy. Is this paint or a taste tester? That's where I was a little uncertain about if that's a good adjective to use.
We're gonna do an ASMR video where we eat paint.
Oh, just start. This paint looks delicious. What paint tastes the best on the market today?
That'll get views.
P3 has really got the best texture. Yeah, we should just do that with me, like going like this. I guess they couldn't see it. Oh well.
Yeah, for the chat, if you've been watching our videos, do we need better clickbaity titles?
Yeah,
is that what we're missing?
Be honest. I want 100% honesty. I trust this chat would be honest with us.
Yeah.
Okay, where did I put my dark tone?
Man, I feel like this is drying out so fast. Where's the humidifier?
My house is probably dry. Okay. Not what I want.
Dude, if anybody else has big gaming moment memories, let us know about those in the chat too. We'd love to hear your stories of conquest or utter defeat.
How be right back. I'm gonna go look for a different paint that I apparently, out of all the paints I put next to me,
Sounds
is not
good.
one that I need.
Duncan Rhodes, nice. I knew he came out with his own line. Some of those are kind of retro styled colors as well, aren't they? Matching some of the old GW stuff.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I don't think I've tried Army Painter's War Paint Fanatic range. Maybe I should try those. I have
I've
some of
got
their
some
other
Fanatics.
ones that I wasn't as impressed with. I like Army Painter's Shining Silver, I think is what they call it, is really good.
I've got some Fanatics.
Yeah.
And they're very nice.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, and I think you say they have some duds. I feel like that's always true. I don't feel like any brand is perfect. Like every brand has some color that seems like it's not the best.
I use the Fanatics a lot on my Night Lord's army, and I was very pleased with some of the blues. Okay, what did I miss currently? Top hats and monocles. That's what we need. Do you mean that we need that in our thumbnails?
I'm gonna assume that.
I hope so. See, my end goal is to be an old man and have a really high back chair, and I want to wear a velour suit, and I want to have a fireplace,
That you
and I want
play
to
Hex Encounter War
and I
games
want
in
to play
front of.
war games in front of that fireplace while I sit in that suit in that big high back chair, and I want to like have a monocle that I don't need.
Hashtag goals.
Hashtag goals. And the Fanatic War Paints do have some idiosyncrasies. Yeah, I would agree. Paints are great. Bottles are bloody awful. I don't remember what Duncan Rhodes bottles look like. Are they not droppers? Everyone says they hate clickbait titles. There's a reason almost every channel does it. That's
The
fair.
algorithm likes them.
The algorithm likes it, and then people look at it and go, "What? They're eating paint? No way!" And then they click on it, and we're not eating paint. And then they're really
Classic.
disappointed, and we get thumbs downs. But we got the views.
We actually do really well on our thumbs up ratio. I feel pretty good about
Yeah,
it. People
everybody-
like what we say.
Everybody seems to like it if they watch it. They just don't watch it.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
That's the darn trouble. But you know what? I feel like we're getting bigger the last few months. That Lizard Man video took
that really
off.
popped off.
I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Funny how a YouTube audience likes actual video content.
Yeah, dang it.
Takes
You guys
way
don't-
longer to make.
You guys don't like the easy stuff. We gotta try. Hopefully it's good enough.
Sorry, I'm like putting my guys way over on your half there.
You're totally fine. Just Mikasa, Sukasa.
All right, let's see. We've got Gaming Moments, Imperial Fist versus Imperial Guard Armored Company. Oh, we're losing it. We're losing it. Scroll up.
Oh
Scroll up.
wow, is it moving that
The
fast?
assault squad was
Good
out in the
problem to
open,
have.
took a battle cannon shot, but they failed to kill the veteran sergeant. He then charged a tank from behind and blew it up. I love that. I always like that.
Yep.
In the final battle, if you've seen the video about our 40k campaign finale, my orc war boss did that. Charged a Lehman Russ after his entire squad got wiped out, and then crumped it with his power claw, which then exploded it, which then also killed him. So, suitable way for him to go down. Love that. Lord James says we should use titles like you won't believe, the dark secrets we discovered in our last Battletech game,
Yeah.
and replace all photography with AI generated art of your tables and models.
Oh, just not even. None of it's real.
Then the vet sergeant got shot by another battle cannon, failed to wound again, charged another tank, punked it, shot again, failed to wound again. Oh yeah, those are the moments that, you can't, you
There's
could
a
never
chance.
recreate. Yeah, those like the minuscule chance on the minuscule chance. I love those. That's why I don't mind dice in games. 'Cause
Yeah.
like you've said, Grant, dice tell a story. First ever old world tournament I played in was about 3 years ago. Still new to actually playing Warhammer. First opponent was a national team player. Classic. The vampire counts were horribly overpowered at launch due to them being a legacy faction. Not thoroughly play tested is what I read. One list in particular called the Scream List. Bunch of leadership debuffs.
My boys, yeah. And then they Banshee scream. Yeah, big fan.
And a spell that allowed them to kill models with leadership tests.
Yep.
Wow.
Sounds
My
like-
entire army was off the board or fled by round 2. Yeah, been there.
Sounds like Banshees to me,
Yikes.
which I'm a fan of.
Let's see here.
I'm
a
the
dwarf
problem.
hitting the orc giant in the jam bags, then a 666 to hit and kill the enemy at the gate sniper with a British MMG. Nice, well done. That feels good. I lost the last of the Imperial Guard Armored Company story. Killed the third tank and then died to a las gun. That's how it goes.
That's
you have
how
this
it goes.
epic charge that you can't die to anything. You do all this killing and then die to the dumbest thing. Fear the mighty lasgun, yeah. You would say that, Imperial Guard player.
Yep.
False advertisement if you're not drinking paint water, we riot.
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about before we started here, making sure we had our
Like,
drinks and
don't
our water on
accidentally
opposite ends.
drink from the paint water.
Yeah. I don't think we said neither of us have actually drinking paint water, but we have put our brushes in our drinks.
Yeah, I've definitely dipped something
Yeah.
into something I was drinking.
Sadly, the algorithm looks for engagement, even if the comments are bad. Yeah, all news is good news, right? All press is good
So
press.
what you guys are getting from this is leave hate comments on all the videos,
Yeah.
in addition to positive ones, but don't actually, because it'll hurt my feelings. I'm very sensitive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't this streaming easy and fun? The doing of it is. The setting up of it was a little time.
I'm having
consuming.
fun right now, but yeah, setting it up took a little bit.
And I just have to lug a lot of stuff from my house. I guess we could do it at my house, and there's less to lug anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think this is, again, me and Cam will talk about it afterward. As of where I'm sitting from, I would do this again,
Yeah, I think so.
but I don't think this would be like
Yeah.
super regular. But definitely not something I would say like, we're never doing this again. This is pretty fun.
Yeah, honestly, thank you all for showing up.
Yeah,
we did not
I
have
was-
high expectations of there being an active chat or people showing up to watch.
We
so.
were prepped to be like, okay, we're gonna have to talk for 4.5 hours straight. We're gonna fill a void. No one will watch. No one will comment. We need to be ready.
Yeah, so this is way more fun with you all here, so thank you.
Gold lager, paint water. Yeah, it's about right. We're
I have had some beers that do taste like paint water.
whoa, woof.
Or what I imagine paint water tastes like, I guess I should say.
Okie dokie. So these guys are gonna be done. So.
We're in a land of great choice and accessibility to good craft beer, but there's just so much of it that you're bound to have bad stuff sometimes.
Yep. Okay, time to do like another big step. Oh,
I think I overwatered down this one. This is
he looks a little
a
lighter,
little lighter.
but you're almost there. You're halfway through the blues.
And then I'm more than halfway done, I think.
I think Cam is gonna be successful, viewers.
Yeah, and then I'm going to leave and Grant can finish on his own.
I think I'm not gonna be successful. So he's gonna leave his computer here, is what he's
Oh,
saying.
crap. Yeah,
Hi.
all right. I got to stay. Yeah, we were discussing whose computer we should use and then realized that because mine's built for computer editing or video editing, it's
His is
insanely robust.
quite robust.
Luckily, I bought my RAM slightly before prices went insane, so I do have a nice, tidy 64 gigs. It is only DDR4, but honestly, there's not that big of a difference for video editing between DDR4 and 5.
I would assume not.
You probably know more about the difference than I do.
It's generally DDR just stands for double data rate. So if you go way back before DDR memory, and then DDR came out and it was just faster. So how
Yeah.
it runs on.
Didn't DDR start as like a dancing game though, and then it became RAM?
Yeah,
Is that-
maybe. Maybe that's really when you come down to it. Everything is just Dance Dance Revolution.
Nice. We appreciate the aggressively positive messages.
Yeah,
This
I
helps.
I do appreciate that. So just inflate my ego, please.
Oh, I'm exactly halfway. I got 8 of these. I mean, not counting all these, but they're fast.
They don't matter. They don't.
Although
count.
I have more than half of the Termagants left, and they have way more blue on them. So
It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna be happy. I'm gonna do some greens.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of hard to tell the drops sometimes. Just comes flying out on you.
My gilly do.
McGilly do.
Okay. Starting to talk weird, Grant.
You're doing it in front of people
It's
live.
happening. It's happening. All right. What else do we have on the list of top 10 things?
What were we doing? A top 10 thing? RAM is the friends we made along the way. I know, right? It certainly feels that way.
Bought a big beefy gaming PC just before price hikes, however, did suffer from high GPU. Yeah, that's been a long time.
Yeah.
I did pay a high price for mine and didn't end up getting as good of a graphics card as I was hoping for because of that. But c'est la vie. Life goes on. I'm still getting paid for editing work, so apparently it worked out.
Honestly, I think I'm
I'm like off camera. Hopefully they can hear me. But talking about RAM, a lot of manufacturers have gone back to making motherboards for the old RAM style, so you can get more RAM if you don't want to.
Like how old?
Huh?
Like DDR3?
Not that old, DDR4
okay.
for sure though. I mean DDR3's.
DDR4 is a lot cheaper than
DDR5.
DDR5. Yeah.
So if you like, my motherboard only takes DDR4, so if I want to upgrade it, I'll just buy another RAM kit of DDR4. So
Yeah. Grant and I were talking beforehand a little bit about sometimes you get stuck in this psychological space of feeling like you have to do a really good job and like paint all the nooks and crannies even though nobody's ever going to see them, and sometimes that slows us down, especially with batch painting and army painting. And you know, like for example, if I get a little bit of blue on the red and the bottom side of this termagant, is it really worth the time and effort to go back and touch that up? And part of me is that perfectionist. It's like, yeah, you got to do it because you know you messed it up and it could be better. But does it really matter? So yeah, how do you guys feel about that? Do you feel like you get stuck in the perfectionist mindset and it slows you down, or are you able to just slap paint on and recognize what is worth spending time on fixing and what is not? Be curious to hear other people's perspectives on that. I think I'm getting better at loosening up a little bit, but I think it is a matter of wisdom, knowing what is worth putting the time and effort into and what's not.
okay, I'm back. Let your weird show through. Safe place. Thank you. Not that safe. Don't want to see the underpants. You know.
Well, that's why we turned off the webcam.
It's a good thing I'm not wearing any. What about Superman overpants? They're fine. 100% try. I used to be like that, and then I don't give a damn. Yeah.
I think that's definitely part of it. Age gives a lot of perspective.
You just don't give a crap anymore. Yep. Right there with you.
It's funny, it kind of was elliptical for me, I suppose, or parabolic maybe I don't know which word is more appropriate there, but as a kid was like, I don't really care, I'll play with unpainted minis, and they were like partially painted or whatever, and I don't need to put basing material on, and then got to a point where I was like, no, I gotta like put in all this effort and make it really good, and now I'm starting to lighten up and find a more middle ground of not everything is a showcase miniature that's going to be on a museum shelf. In fact, none of mine are. So nothing needs to be that good. I'm not submitting to painting competitions or anything. And I think that's helped make things a little bit more reasonable.
Like everything, having proper expectations.
I feel like we should just change the name of the show to Expectations.
Great Expectations.
Great Expectations. Proper expectations. Because I feel like every time we give advice,
that's what it comes down
to. It's like, well, are you guys
depends on what you want.
Are you on the same page with your game players? Like,
this feels like one of those things that's completely unhelpful.
Yeah.
Advice, because it always just comes down to it depends. Ooh, bumping the mic.
Gas.
Perfection, perception, obsession. Nice. I'm an army painter. Yeah, I would assume you mean as opposed to a figure painter. If I miss it, it wasn't meant to be. I love that.
See, I wish I could operate on that.
Yeah.
I need to work on that. I'm definitely
like if it is the back of a gun held tight to the chest, then I might paint it as best as possible, but I do recognize that it might just be impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, honestly, the refused expectations. Amazing. Adequate expectations with Cam and Grant. Yep. These are all great title ideas. We should just have you guys title our episodes. There's a lot of things I would like to try with speed paints and Zenithal highlighting. There's a more advanced method of painting that's also a thing just in like fine art, not miniature painting, called grisaille, I think is how you pronounce it. It's in French, I think.
Okay.
But it's the idea of underpainting and then you glaze over it. But the underpainting creates various effects and you're essentially like paint. I think the basic idea of it is you paint the luminance map underneath of like where all the highlights and shadows are going to be.
Okay.
So you're fully designing that, and so that's where a Zenithal highlight slap chop style is mimicking that, but obviously in a much quicker,
Much
simpler
faster,
way, because you're sort of mimicking the lighting. But in this method, you're actually like painting on the highlights first as an underpainting technique, and then you would use glazes, but you can do it with speed paints too, obviously.
Sure.
But there's a lot of different things that you could explore in that, and I think that's another. I had mentioned Marco Frazzoni's a YouTuber that does some really cool stuff with speed paints, and this is one of the things that I've seen him do is paint with different colors as the base coat so that you get different shadow colors once it mixes with the speed paints.
Interesting.
To add a little bit more color depth, and then it actually feels like you did more than you did in terms of it just being one color over gray and white.
Right.
And then that also, I think, if you're using lighter colors but not white, then that can create some other interesting combinations. I think one thing I was thinking of with the Tyranid chitin that would be fun to try is do some patterns on the chitin shells, like some dots or streaks or whatever.
Yeah.
So that when you then paint this on, those still show up, but it's all in the same color. But those are all things that just take more time. So again, I agree with what we're saying in the chat, that you got to sometimes get a different frame of mind of as painting an army, and sometimes you just don't have time to dedicate little detail things like that to.
Or if you do, like, pick out some standout pieces that
Yeah.
you want to pop out.
Maybe
above.
do that on your characters or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
You have a centerpiece.
Well, I'm starting to get sloppy again. I can tell I'm late in the. This is exactly why I don't like doing more than 5 models at a time when I'm speed painting, because I can tell when I'm like getting done with a color, and then I start getting sloppy with it.
I am on the struggle bus right now. This
I gotta
is.
clean some of this up.
I am on the struggle. This is. I don't usually paint for this long as well.
What's your normal painting session length?
Probably 3 hours tops.
I started watching the channel because it was called Refused Flank, and I was called the master of this tactic at my GW store. Nice.
Wow.
We went back and forth a lot on what our name was going to be, so I'm glad that it at least garnered us one supporter, one follower because of that.
Yeah. What's a better name for the channel? I want to know. We were like thinking like a lot of other casts are named after like special rules,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Trying to remember what it's been over a year now. I don't even remember. Do you remember any of the other name ideas?
No.
I
I
don't
have them
e-
in my phone, though, I
Yeah,
think, so I
they're
can look
somewhere.
them up.
What could have been?
Yeah. Well, you guys can use these names if you want,
Yeah, start your own show.
if I can find them.
Refused Flank 2, Electric
We
Boogaloo.
need the Bob Ross hair duo and do paint streams under Refused Expectations.
That would be hype.
We
Yeah.
could do that.
I just need to get a wig.
Pink for Imperial Fist and Heresy. Yeah, a refused flank tactic does work sometimes.
I think that's
But I
part of
think,
why we did it. Was
yeah.
it's like this is like an actual thing that you can do in most mini war games.
We have an episode about Great Battles of the American Revolution. We played a game of that, and that system actually has, before each battle, you play a card that's how are you approaching the battlefield, and one of the options is a refused flank.
Yep.
So we thought that was pretty cool.
Whenever I see it now, I'm like, hey, it's us. Yeah. There we are, even though I shouldn't be that way, because obviously we don't pre-exist it as a concept, but it just makes me smile.
Oh, here's Still Unsure is asking if we've seen the coconut crab nids as well, so Nicodemus wasn't the only one.
Apparently not, but yeah, Nicodemus, who's in our group in real life, is pro coconut crab.
Wow, and he's done a 12-hour painting day in batches.
Yeah, you're more powerful than I am. But maybe I'm just need
Who's
to level
that guy on the 6ed Facebook page that seems like he cranks out insane amounts of stuff?
I don't want to say his name, but I think it's I don't know if anybody's in the 6th Ed Facebook group.
Yeah.
If you are, you know who we're talking about. But he'll like post, he's like, "Oh, I'm painting another 600 like 60
like wolf riders today.
Yeah, and he's got some giant goblin
Yeah.
cavalry army of chariots and wolf riders.
Like,
and-
oh, and today I'm going to paint my new Tomb Kings. You know, I've got like 40 chariots. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, he seems like a champion of the hobby, though. It seems like he puts on really cool narrative tournaments and stuff pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Over in the UK somewhere.
Maybe someday
Yeah, we could
we'll
do
be
it.
cool enough to go over there and shake
Yeah.
his hand. I've commented on his posts before and he's responded to me, and I'm always like, oh,
Yeah, it feels a little like meeting a
it's
celebrity.
like he saw me.
Have you ever met any YouTube gaming people at conventions or anything?
I met, this is more board gaming, but I met the Dice Tower people.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you know who they are, but they do board games.
Tom Vassell and
Tom
stuff.
Vassell and Z Garcia.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I met...
Tom is incredibly tall. He
Oh,
does
really?
not come across it on camera, and I was like, holy cow, you're taller than I expected. And I think I immediately after saying that realized that everyone who meets him says that. And he goes, I've never heard that before.
And I'm like, oh, everybody says that.
Shame. Yeah, that's funny. Ash Barker from Gorilla Miniatures I met at Adepticon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never been to Adepticon.
Yeah, I've gone a couple times. My wife's parents used to live in Chicago, so it was easier then. It's not even in Chicago anymore, so. But, yeah, I never played any games there. I would just go walk around the show floor and play demos of stuff.
Cool.
But it was a good time. And just so many cool things to see.
Yeah.
That's where I found out about Relic Blade, met Sean Sutter. He introduced me to it.
Fan for life.
Yeah.
So we just need to get a booth at Adepticon.
And then we'll have fans for life.
Yes.
Okay, I looked away from the chat for a while. What do we got? Ross Hair. Okay, haha, it's quite the reputation. Nonetheless, pick Pink for Imperial Fist and Heresy. Just got trashed in a game a few weeks back by a guy who pulled a refuse flank on me quite well. Oh, that's too bad. Have you seen the Krogan? Yes, we have. You can do it. Paint for us. Things in. Skaven are harder to paint than I expected. About 12 Skaven for a Mordheim. Yeah, low key, you're not wrong. I'm like, bro, I got so many of these to do.
Yeah, Nids are a much easier Horde army to
I am. This is. I've done goofed.
I will also say that one of my gripes with newer GW minis is the amount of detail on them. Somebody had asked earlier, and I think we glossed over it, but what do we think of the new Chaos sculpts for the old world? And then we got off on the Mark of Chaos trailer thing. But they look good, but there's just so much detail. It's
Yeah.
just hard, because I feel like, especially for a rank and flank game like the old world, or, fantasy or whatever, you just can't be painting that much detail if you're trying to do a whole army of these guys. So I think that's my gripe with more modern GW sculpts.
Yeah. I always cite the new Demon Prince mini to the old Demon Prince mini.
Because I look at that new one and I'm like, holy crap. It's like they just zoomed in on every detail and just added a couple more ripples or something to like everything.
Yeah, and I think part of that comes from the ability to do digital sculpting,
For sure.
because you literally can zoom in when you're sculpting the details versus, although I guess they did some, like, what are the 3-up sculpts or whatever is a thing, I think, in traditional sculpting. You're not necessarily sculpting them at 28mm scale. I still don't fully understand all of that, but anyways, I think, yeah, when you're hand sculpting, you're just a little more limited in what you're able to render at
Yeah.
that scale. But also, to be honest, this just feels like, I mean, obviously, like I said, I'm from a filmmaking background, and so it feels a little bit like what people say about, like, actual film as opposed to digital just has this magical feel to it. And it feels like saying that when you're like, well, a hand sculpted miniature from the 6th Ed era just has more character, and like you can feel the human element, and it feels a little woo-woo, but I do feel like that's true.
Yeah.
And like when I look at my dwarf models from that era, they look so much more characterful than any of the newer sculpts, even though they're technically less detailed.
The
and
dwarves are especially,
yeah,
like, you look at the new 7th Ed dwarfs or whatever, whenever those new kits, maybe it was 8th.
Mhm.
I feel like it's really noticeable. Okay, somebody's gonna post a picture in Discord. Cool. I'll look at that at some point. Never meet your heroes, boys. Okay, don't meet me. Okay. One of the lead artists on Warhammer Vermintide and Darktide often attends the Old World tournaments I go to. That's the most famous
awesome.
dude I've met. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, those are good games.
I love Vermintide too. And the first one, for that matter. I've not played Darktide. I was invited into Warlord Games for a guided tour with my gaming group a few years ago. I signed our group up for a playtest of something once, and then I never heard back. I forgot
bummer.
what place it was in, but I like sent pictures of our games,
Wow.
and they never emailed me back. I wanted to get playtest rules.
Jerks. Do you remember what it was for?
I don't,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is a bad sign, I guess, but I guess I wasn't that upset. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did meet a BattleTech author.
Oh, nice.
Which one did I meet? Was that Lauren L. Coleman? I think he was cool. I think, or no, maybe it was Michael Stackpole. I can't remember. But I met one of them at a random convention, and it's kind of a funny story because I was there and I didn't know who he was because I don't really look up what the authors look
Sure,
like.
yeah.
But I was by the booth looking at the BattleTech books or whatever because I kind of collect them.
Mhm.
Nah, I shouldn't say kind of, but I looked at him and I'm like, oh, I've already got a lot of these ones. They're just re-released with new art. And he walks over and is like, hey, have you seen these before? And I'm like, yeah, I already own all. I was like really dismissive. And then we went back to the hotel later and we like saw today and tomorrow Michael stuff. Like, that was him. Like, I totally, just totally blew him off. And then I went the next day with, an old 1980s copy, and I got him to sign it. Still in my basement.
Wow.
Yeah.
He still signed it after that?
Yeah. I guess he didn't remember me. But I just remember being like, yeah, I blew him off. Not giving them a proper look. Give GW Studio Paint scheme seems to throw off the eye in certain details. Yeah.
Is they highlight all the details. We were talking about that before too, is maybe there's a way to paint them that kind of makes some of those details
For sure.
fade together.
They are definitely, I don't think, always doing themselves favors. I mean, they look pretty, but yeah, it's just, I look at the new models and it's like, holy cow. I just don't even, I'm not inspired, I'm intimidated. Maybe that's a me problem. But neither here nor there. Still moving through, doing a different color on some of these Skaven for their cloth. Trying to not care too much. We're just doing progress here. We don't need to stress. I'm gonna talk like Bob Ross. Gonna make some happy rats. It's gonna be a good time. Da-da-da. What do we got? I had a friend tell Walter Lonig to move his stupid big head out of the way at a preview of a B5 film. He's still looking for my friend to this day. I admit I don't know who that is, but that might be somebody Cam would know. But I feel lame for not knowing, so I apologize. Sure Dan would slap me and be justified. Do you know who Walter Koenig is?
No, I know who Walter Concrete is.
Okay. Maybe he's a European thing too. I'm not sure.
Where did that come up?
Says he had a friend tell Walter, Lonig, Lenig? I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right. Move his stupid big head.
Amazing.
I don't know who it is, but that sounds awkward and funny.
Still looking for his friend. That's great. Alright, I've been going back and forth between Gene Stealers and Termagants, but I think I'm just going to bang out these last two Termagants because I hate painting the blue on them.
Okay. You got this.
Then it'll feel easier when I do the Gene Stealers.
Yeah.
at the end.
Is it just because you think it flows better onto their
It's
carapace?
Mr. Chekhov from Star Trek.
Oh.
It is Koenig. Great.
I guess that's showing a bit of my nerd card. I am not that big of a Star Trek / Doctor Who fan. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I also am just horrible with actor names.
That
also,
too.
being in film production, you'd think I would be a walking IMDb, but I just am not. And,
Got better things to do.
Yeah, I guess. I got stats to remember. I can't remember actors and directors.
I gotta remember strength and toughness.
That's how it feels.
I gotta remember the weapon skill chart. Ain't got time for actors. Okay. Just out of desire to keep the conversation going, what is the most disappointing unit of any Warhammer game to you? Just disappointing, and it can be for any reason. It can be for how powerful it is. It can be just, it just sucks in a way that you want it to play at or be good at. What is the most disappointing thing to you?
Great question.
Do you want me to answer? Because I already know my answer.
Yeah, please do.
My answer is Chaos Warriors in 6th.
I have been disappointed by
I
them,
don't
so I
think
can't
they're
agree
the
with
worst unit in the game, but they are so not what you want them to be. It is just such a nut punch. And they're interesting because they're hard to, like, they're not as easily fixable, I think. Like, I look at, like, Phoenix Guard or whatever. Classic bad unit. But, like, easy to fix them. I think you just go add in their special rule from 7th where they get a 4-up ward. Boom, done. No changes. Like, that's a huge buff, but that's taking probably the worst unit in the game into decent.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. They're still 15 points a model. Good golly.
Are those the types of things you think you'd want to implement if we
Yes.
do a custom version of 6th Ed next?
For sure. And I think it's one of those things, too, where it's like, well, do we want to get that granular? But because I think you could do a halfway point and just change some core rules, like fix halberds and spears.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about
And that
that.
helps things, but like those things don't help Chaos Warriors, for example. So it's like, how do you help Chaos? Because they've got good stats, raw, but they just have some intrinsic problems.
Yeah.
So they're harder to fix without just being like, well, how did they fix them in 7th? And it's like, well, they gave them all 2 attacks base. And it's like, okay, so that's what Chosen do. So if you do that,
Then what are chosen?
then what are Chosen? And then it's like, well, Chosen in 7th, they have this whole other weird chart. So it just gets really complicated. And
change,
yeah,
yeah.
it's hard. There's no like simple, like, oh, you just do this. And then that fixes them. I feel like a lot of units in 6th, you can just be like, just do this. Boom, fixed it. Like Temple Guard. I think Temple Guard are overpriced. How do I fix Temple Guard? You can do a lot of things, but I think the easy one is give them light armor. They're wearing armor. They should have light armor. They did it in 7th, and it makes sense. I don't even need to do all the other things they got, where they get immune to psychology and stuff. I'm fine with them loot not even getting that, because I think they should have some Achilles heels with fear and whatever. But I don't know. It's like 18 points for this, and I'm like, got worse armor than a guy who costs 2/3 as much.
Yeah.
Unless I don't use my halberd that I'm paying for. It just, lots of little things. What do we got? I love Pistoliers. They are one of my favorite units. Pistoliers are low-key one of the best
They are great.
units in the book. Love the lore, love the look, love how they play. They're horrible. You think they're horrible. Is that in Old World? Oh, I guess you do say in Old World. I was going to say in 6th Ed, I think they're
6th, they're
fantastic.
great.
They have leadership 6. Is that true in 6th? I think they have 7 in 6th, don't they? Maybe I'm wrong. They released... I gotta move the mouse. Ugh.
I feel like they do, because I feel like most things.
I thought they
in
were
the
all
Empire
leadership
Army are
7.
7.
But I don't know about the Old World. Then they released Road Wardens, which is just Pistoliers with BS4, Scout Ambush, and Feign Flight. Wow. Lizardmen Saurus Warriors. They're on paper a good unit. They always get rocked. You don't like it? Okay, so we just need to know what edition you're talking about, because I think Saurus Warriors in 6th, they're actually pretty solid. I think they're actually, in my opinion, one of the best core infantry. Their dump stats, initiative, doesn't matter as much in this edition. They are expensive, no doubt, but 2 attacks base is pretty nice. Are they good with spears? No. 100%. Spearsaurus bad.
Spears in general in 6ed
Yeah.
are disappointing.
Yeah, so I would change spears. I think spears, what you do to fix them is you give them the pike special rule where they get always strikes first if they're charged. I think that is just makes sense thematically and is fun and is not overpowered.
Yeah. I guess, is there any unit that would feel overpowered on that you can think of?
The
that can
only
take
thing
spears?
I could think of was Saurus would be good because they're strength 4,
That's
but
true.
they're paying 2 points per model per spear, so they're paying
They're already paying
out
more.
the
so yeah.
wazoo. So I don't even think it would be that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any model that has access to spears on foot where that would be like, wow, that's too much. I'd be like, no. But yeah, I don't know. I think Saurus Warriors are pretty solid. I think Temple Guard suffer in comparison because you're paying literally 18 points instead of 12 for almost the exact same stat block. You get weapon skill 4 and 1 better initiative when you're initiative 1 to 2. Oh boy.
Yeah, that almost never matters.
Yeah, and their armor gets like better, but because they have a halberd, they don't get to use it. I think I just put too many points into sacred spawning in 4th/5th. I do not know enough about sacred spawning in 4th, 5th
To comment. But sacred spawnings in 6th are another reason why I think Source Warriors are just better than Temple Guard, because Temple Guard can't take
sacred spawnings.
So, Temple Guard have a lot of things wrong with them. Are they playable, though? I think you can get by with them
Because the slan is so good, the slan can cover their weakness. But if I was like...
That's true. Maybe that's part of their cost.
Right. So for me, it's like... if I was playing to win in a tournament, which I won't, I would put the slan in a normal Saurus unit. Because
You can.
Because I can, and for that, I could literally, just by making that swap, I can probably bring like 20 more skinks. So,
Which I hate. Those
Yeah.
are definitely one of the best units.
and skinks are fantastic, it turns out. So it's like I could just not bring the, at best, mid okay unit of Temple Guard and instead have solid Source Warriors that are almost going to be the same in every circumstance and sometimes better
Yeah.
for less, and have 20 more skinks.
Yep.
It's just, yeah. That was a lot. Mortars, too. You don't like mortars? I think mortars are underrated in 6th. I think they're solid. They're playable.
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on who you're up against. They're very good against
anything
lower
tough 3.
toughness, armies. So like against Skaven, yes.
Skaven, tough 3, yeah.
Mine is 100% Dwarf Miners.
Yes.
They are such a cool unit thematically, and they almost never work in 6th edition because they come on a table edge, and they're so slow. So like, they're just never going to get anywhere.
I thought you were going to say Rangers, but I wasn't sure. Are you more disappointed by Rangers or Miners? But I guess that answers.
I'm more disappointed by Miners because I like the models more.
That's fair.
So I really want to be able to take them and use them. But I do take them as just great weapon warriors.
Yeah.
Although, as I told my story earlier, that doesn't often work out for me either.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely love those models with their candles on their helmets and everything. So good, but it just feels like the rules don't work in a way that makes any sense in the context of a Warhammer Fantasy Battles typical game. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you could make a scenario where it would work or make sense or something.
Yeah, their special rule that justifies their whole existence doesn't
And
work.
extra cost over great weapon warriors, which is really all they are, minus the special rules.
Right. So it's just they fail at a design concept. So they're like one that would like I'd almost have to you'd want to like almost rewrite.
Yeah.
But
I mean, even making them just more of like a deep strike rather than table edge.
I think Deep Strike would be at least more interesting to where they could show up in the middle of I don't know.
They could cause more chaos that
Yeah.
way anyways. Or, appear at a spot that maybe matters more
Sure.
to the battle's outcome, like near the center for an
Right.
objective or something. I don't know.
Sure. And it makes sense. Like, why can't they mine a hole
Yeah.
in the middle of the board? Why does it have to be the edge?
Let's see. Still unsure, saying stubborn with 3x D6 leadership, 9 or 10 Temple Guard of this land is solid.
I think it's fine. I just think I would rather have, for the points, Source Warriors.
I will say that Lizardmen leadership is so solid.
It is the best
It
in the
is so
game.
frustrating to play against when
I think it's better than dwarfs.
it's way better than
statistically.
dwarfs. Yeah,
Because even leadership 9 is great, but 8
I've
cold-blooded
failed it
is
plenty of
better.
times. Yeah,
8 cold-blooded is better than
yeah,
9.
just mathematically. So yeah, I think in a game that relies a lot on, I feel the same way about Undead. Is like the game relies so much on you win by breaking the enemy,
Yep.
and then those are two armies that just almost never, well, one that almost never breaks, one that literally never breaks.
Correct.
Is just really frustrating to play against.
Undead
sometimes.
is good because they can play with predictability. They can play with certainty, or more certainty anyway. Maybe
Yeah.
not complete certainty, but they can
They
make
know a unit will actually hold for a
right.
while.
They can guarantee that unless they can guarantee even if you hit and wound with every unit or whatever.
Right, because you
and
can kind
then
of count up the maximum.
Right, you could be like, I know this unit will hold, and thus you can play around it. You can never know.
Yeah.
With other units. So it just allows a good player to really,
I think Undead are just very strong because of that. That's like just amazing. So yeah, for sure.
Are mortars strength 3 and 6th? I think so.
Yeah, they're strength
Yeah.
3, but they have armor piercing, so they do -1. In like 5th, mortars are disgusting because they're like strength 6 or something.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's disgusting.
What?
Yeah.
Still the large template?
Yeah, it's gross, man. I think if you're playing to win Empire in like 4th/5th, you just in army building's weird. So you can have like you could have like 3 cannons, 3 mortars, just like literally just pick up the opponent's army off the board. But again, 5th and 4th were more like in the spirit of we're doing like narrative games. It was very broken system. I don't
Or
think they were
easily breakable?
easily breakable if you try.
Certain combinations of things.
Not hard to break.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rare for my brain to go to those things. Because
That's
again, I
fair.
just think of like, this is cool, or that would be fun to have on the battlefield. I don't as easily think of, this would help exploit that way that the rule actually works.
Sure.
And I think that that's just different people have different
Focus.
ways of their mind working that they're going to focus on. But I will say that people that do that are really helpful at playtesting things. I've developed and am in process of developing some games, and having friends like that can see how you could combine things is really helpful. Especially then you can root out some of the things you don't want that to be capable of happening. So it's highly valuable, but I think that's where with great power comes great responsibility. It's another copyright strike.
They copyright that?
I don't know.
Maybe.
But anyways,
Freaking Spider-Man.
sometimes if you're capable of doing that, you have to choose to temper yourself to help create a fun game for other people.
Yeah.
So that you're not that random stranger at the game store that's just utterly annihilating somebody who it seemed like was there for a fun, casual game.
For sure. Any, I guess, chat, any units that you wish were different? I think we've heard Pistoliers, which kind of surprises me, and then
Yeah, I have heard that in the old world they're not
great.
so-
That's disappointing because they
Yeah.
are like low key, I think, one of my favorites in Empire in 6th.
I do kind of like how they changed warrior priests in
Good.
the old world,
A unit that needs to be redesigned as well.
but they that would be one in 6th ed that I would say
6th
is
ed needs to
disappointing
change.
because they're so cool, especially in that Market Chaos trailer.
Also,
But
yeah.
in the old world, I like how they changed them because it makes them feel like there's a little bit more utility in how they work and whatnot.
Mhm.
But then since they docked their leadership, they're a lot less useful as an anchor in the line, which you kind of really need in an
Sure.
Empire army. So I
So
think,
they're like leadership 7 or something?
yeah, I think
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
lame.
maybe they FAQ'd that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I feel like 6th, they're easy enough to fix.
Tempered expectations. That's
Yeah.
the one.
Tempered expectation.
I feel like we say
That's
that
what
a
we keep
lot.
coming back
We do
to,
say
yeah.
that a lot, don't we? That was Uncle Ben who makes the curry sauce.
Good old Uncle Benny.
Poor Uncle Ben. Spoiler alert.
He's fine.
Did anybody see the new Spider-Man movie? I haven't.
I have not either. I think somebody was asking if we've seen The Odyssey, and
I'm going on Tuesday.
There you go.
We have one of the we have access to one of the few 70 millimeter IMAX theaters.
Yeah, we're like, I just want to, for Americans in the chat, I don't, it seems like there's not a lot, but there's not a lot of IMAX theaters in the US, like in the entire US. How many are there? Like 70 or something?
There's
and-
24 of the 70 millimeter
Oh.
film ones.
And we just happen to live
Where one is.
less than 10 minutes from
Yeah.
one.
So that's pretty great.
I should probably go see it.
Yeah, I mean it's super sold out all the time.
Yeah.
So it's tough. I got my tickets for this Tuesday like 3 weeks ago, and there was already barely any seats left. So
Wow.
If it's good, maybe I'll have to do it.
yeah, I've heard mixed reports, but I know it's a Christopher Nolan film
Yeah.
shot by Hoyt van Hoytma, so it's going to be beautiful and it's going to be a spectacle. So at the very least,
I
it'll
heard all
be
the
worth
effects
seeing in
are,
theater.
for the most part, pretty practical too. They
Yeah.
did a lot of that.
Yep, which is awesome. Love to see that.
So I'm excited to at least see that at some point. It's not going to be something I avoid. It's
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be.
Warrior Priests were buffed to Leadership 8 and Leadership 9 for the Lectors, which are like the leveled up version of them.
Right. Okay, that's
Mounted
good.
With Inner Circle Knights, nice. That sounds awesome.
IMAX, they let you sit closer. Yeah, for real.
They unfortunately let you sit too close. You can buy tickets that are not a fun viewing experience in the front row.
Yeah, they're. I would not see IMAX in the front row.
No.
That would be bad juju.
Oh, nice. Two Hands saw Project Hail Mary in IMAX.
Nice.
I think I saw that in just a regular theater.
What we got? Chris Jones. Chris Jones, were you chatting earlier? I wish the floor on sanctioned psychers was higher in the Imperial. I 100% in the third from late third. I like how unreliable they are, but it feels, yes.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
you said, right into my veins.
Yeah.
Agree with you in every way. You couldn't be more right. I hate that as a game design. And it even as a narrative thing, like, yeah, we can randomize the powers, but let's at least have the powers be somewhat relevant if they can't be consistent. But then also, I shouldn't have a chance of nothing.
Yeah.
I think the baseline should be I shoot lightning and do like a D3 strength 3 hits or something.
Right. So you're
Like,
not completely
I
wasting
should just
your
be
points.
like a crappy las gun.
Yeah.
That should be the baseline.
Yeah.
But
even
instead,
if you have to pay a little bit more.
right, and instead the baseline is I could literally be an expensive nothing. 13 watchings now. We could almost make a football team. Let's go. Shout out in the chat to 13 watchers. That's pretty hype.
We're blowing up.
We're blowing up.
We've gone viral.
I can't believe it. Just when I thought I couldn't get any more famous. Okay. Getting there. Appreciate everybody tuning in
Yeah,
again.
seriously.
Didn't know we were going to get...
If I wasn't listening to Grant and your guys' chat, I'd just be listening to more of Tiamat's Wrath from The Expanse.
So he'd be much more productively spending his time. But he'd
Way
be
less fun.
less entertained, maybe. I don't know. I've not read Tiamat's Wrath, so I won't speak to it. Oh, I'm almost done with these greens. And then I'm going to paint the base rims on
Yeah,
them.
what do you guys typically do while you're painting? Are you like a YouTube video person? Are you an audiobook person? Are you a movie in the background person?
Yeah, I'm usually doing something. I'm not just paint with silence.
Not raw dogging it, as the
I just
kids say?
I can't raw dog paint. But if we got some paint raw doggers, big respect to you guys, because that is a powerful mode you guys are sitting in if you can just lock in. But I'm just going to paint for
12 hours
12
with no
hours
sound.
with no sound, just my thoughts.
That's a scary place
That's
sometimes.
a scary place to be for 12 hours painting the same miniatures. And they're all monopose. Actually, that might be easier then. It's probably harder when they're like these stupid Skaven where each guy is slightly
Wow,
different.
that looks really bad.
It looks great.
Oh, I just tried to paint the veins and
Oh.
it did not work. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, I'm
One
going to
more.
have to do some white touch-ups on these. We're stalling. I'm stalling. But progress. We've made progress. Even if we don't succeed, this was big money.
Ooh, thanks, David, for telling people to boop the snoot of the like button. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody's listening to power metal.
Wow.
Speed and power.
What kind of power metal? Are we talking like old school, like Dio or something, or?
Sometimes game OSTs.
Yep.
I can dig that. James is getting epic music and fusing the paint on a molecular level to play better. That's great.
Wow.
If a heroic charge is painting while I paint the boots, then this Empire swordsman will charge heroically.
That's how you do
I
it.
dig that. But Two Hand says Raw Dog roughly 25% of painting sessions. Mind wanders strangely. It really does. And sometimes, strangely wandering mind is not a bad thing. I do sometimes paint in silence and just think about stuff. Although sometimes by the end of it, I'm surprised at how little seems like I've thought about.
You're just so locked in.
I don't even know if it's that.
There's something to the focus.
Trance-like.
Yeah. And that's why this is almost kind of weird, because I don't normally talk while
you
painting.
paint? Yeah, same.
I'm definitely not a
Painting talker.
usually it's a very solitary activity for me. I mean, we've had painting days in the past, and you and me, Cam,
Yeah.
with the group, but
That's pretty rare.
and then
Yeah, if we're
also-
able to get together, we're usually wanting to play a game, not paint. So.
Yeah, so it's pretty rare when it does happen, and even then I feel like I'm less productive despite meeting up to paint because I'm talking.
Yeah, like right now.
Like right now. Like today. There I am.
Other
see
guilty
myself.
pleasure is long form video game essays, retrospectives. Yeah, I definitely can get into some of those.
Speaking of Morrowind, you see the 6-hour Morrowind retro?
No,
that
that's
one
fun.
you just burn the midnight oil with that.
One of my favorite video essayists is Super Eye Patch Wolf, but his are so interesting that often I get distracted and want to watch the visuals that he's showing about
I don't
them.
know if I've looked him up.
Oh man, yeah, you got to look up
Okay.
Super Eye Patch Wolf.
If you like
he's great.
old game retrospectives, I like Modular, Majuular. He's doing a big series on Ultima,
Ooh.
and he's done everything from Ultima 1 up to Ultima 8 at this point, and each one is at least 2 hours long, but it's really interesting, like you just said, because it goes into the design of the game too. It tells the story of the developers as
That's
well.
cool.
But then it talks about the game too. But it's been really, really big. Enjoy his. He's got one coming out, I think, soon on Ultima Online, and he said it's going to be his longest video ever. So we'll see how that goes. It's probably going to be 5 hours long.
Part of me does feel like it'd be cool to do a well-researched.
I want to do something
Video
like that
essay.
on War Machine.
Yeah, but that just seems like it would take so long.
Yeah, I'd have to write the whole script. We'd have to figure out B-roll. A
Yeah.
lot of B-roll. I don't know. It probably wouldn't have to be that long, but I feel like I could talk about the history of War Machine Mark II.
Yeah, I just think even the really well done ones, if they're only 30 minutes, that's still a lot of effort you have to put in to do the
100%.
research and write the script and do all the editing. I think the editing is a big part, just having meaningful visuals.
Yeah,
hunting
the
those
whole
all
time.
Down, yeah.
We'll just have to take pictures of you and me in interesting positions, and we'll just do a slideshow
Perfect.
as we talk over it. The year was 2010, and then there's me dabbing.
Perfect.
Oops, touched the mic. Sorry. Thank you, James. Have a good one.
See ya. Glad you could join.
Been watching anime. What anime you watching, Chris Jones? And we got... What about your Lizardman Army lore? I'd love to hear its history. You just want me to do a video on the history of my Lizardman Army lore?
You got to write some.
I'm really happy you think I've written some. Mine's mostly vibes. I guess I like Lord Quex. Praise be his name.
Nice. Was watching our videos, but ran out. Well, thanks for listening to all of them.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's an accomplishment.
You got any favorites? What should we do more of?
Yeah, what's the best video or non-video episode we've ever done?
The tier list of refused flank episodes. What's the S tier episode? It's got to be episode 1, right?
For a while, it was apparently that one random BattleTech episode.
Yeah,
we
the
did. That was
random
funny how that
BattleTech
blew up.
episode that blew up.
All of our videos had like 100 views, and that one had like 1,800. Which is funny because our other BattleTech content has not.
Is not
blown up.
popular.
Yeah.
But we're still doing it, dang it.
Yeah, because this is for us. I mean, it's for you guys, but
It's
you
for
know, it's
you
one of
guys.
those things where since we don't make any money off of this, we have to just do the things that we actually like doing, or we
Yeah,
will go
otherwise I
crazy.
won't do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes it more enjoyable for you guys, though.
Yeah, I
do
like
like
to
it.
think that people respect and, you know, they can tell that it's something we actually care about and like, not, oh, it seems like this is blowing up. Let's make a video about that thing right now.
Right. What about your pleasure's mine? Praise be. Oh man, if I can get everybody to just start typing praise be in every comment. Everybody needs to drop a comment. Praise be on all the Lizardmen videos we've ever done. Just go back in and do that right now. Just praise be. I want to really confuse the algorithm. Praise be, Lord Quex.
Well, I guess your Lizardman army has at least some history from the campaign we played,
Yep.
which I think is a fun way to build your army's history.
Yep.
If you don't have stuff, you can just base it off of the games it plays.
That's
Obviously,
where we got
even better.
Gorkar and Itzhak
yeah.
from.
Even better if it's a campaign, but even just from a series of disconnected games, you can start to develop that.
Sure. Finishing up these rat ogres, even getting the bases done.
Nice progress.
I don't think I'm going to finish these clan rats, but that's negativity, and I won't have any of that.
I'm getting so close here.
You're going to be done, man. I think Cam is successful. He's smart. He's got all the good things going on.
Chris Jones likes all the 4th Ed 40K stuff,
Okay.
especially Guard and Chaos books. Love the Bat Rep too.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we really leveled up our Bat Rep game with the Saga one, so we're hoping to do some more in that style. That's a little bit more put together. So we'll see how that goes, but I think maybe the next one is going to be a fantasy.
We keep saying it's going to be fantasy, but we haven't scheduled anything.
Yeah.
So you guys need to tell us to schedule something, and then we'll be more motivated. So I need David Marshall to say, I'm never going to watch you guys ever again unless you film that fantasy report. And then I'll say, well,
Now we got
now we have to. I can't disappoint
Yeah.
anyone.
We were thinking maybe small warbands battle of 500 points of Skaven versus 500 points of something else. Since Grant says this will get him close to 500 points.
Maybe.
What? I thought that's what you said.
It'll get me closer.
Oh, I
It'll
see,
get
I
me
see.
like halfway to kind of almost being ready to.
We were also talking about, we had had an episode, I think, about this when we talked about scenario design
Yeah.
a long time ago, but I had
Cooperative
written a
building.
custom scenario for like a baggage train ambush in the middle of the jungle, and we played it and had fun with that, and then you obviously talked about it on the episode, but we were thinking we might do that as a battle report as well.
Right.
So that'd be Lizardmen versus Empire, probably.
That's true.
But
Oh,
it could be
I
anything.
forgot. Yeah, David's the one with the revolver. We definitely cannot disappoint him. That's right.
Battle reports at gunpoint.
Battle reports. I'm having such a good time. We can't follow fantasy if you don't do it. Okay. Lord Quex has been praised, as he should be.
Yeah, I could take it or leave it.
Praise be his name.
Can't
Getting there.
really
We're
tell
starting
what's
to talk less, though. I can feel it, but not quite. I can talk.
Focus
for a
is
long
intensifying.
Time. Focus is
on.
ready.
Is that what it is, or is it flagging? I can't tell which.
The focus is intensifying, but the legs are giving out. The metaphorical legs.
Please, more videos.
When you
Let's see what
say
we can
that,
do.
do you mean like videos, I assume? That's probably the safe way to interpret that. So the videos, I think we both agree, are obviously better to watch or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they take a considerable amount more planning and
Editing time on my
work
part.
on Cam's part. So it's one of those things where we have to kind of balance it.
Yeah.
So, and I like doing the audio stuff, but if like, I mean, we're probably going to keep doing it regardless, but if you guys are like so adamant that like, I don't know, maybe we get to the point where it's like nobody wants the audio stuff, but then we would change to like, I don't know,
Once a month or
once
something.
a month and we did a video.
I mean, that's something we could even try to do, is just more intentionally do a video once a month.
Right. So it's just one of those things where it's like, we want to do what people like,
But
but
also, it needs to be sustainable,
right.
because it is not worth stressing ourselves out over. To be honest.
The fact that we've not missed a week
Yeah.
is pretty nuts, though.
I think the most we've missed was that one time I was on set on a commercial and you texted me like, are you going to post the episode? It's like Wednesday at 9 a.m. or something. I was like, oh crap. I didn't post the
Okay,
episode.
we were late by a couple
Yeah.
hours. We were fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty impressed that that's the
Yeah.
closest we came to missing.
that's not a
Was
big-
just we had already recorded it. I just forgot to schedule it.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that. Okay, we'll let those have the base rims dry. Got to paint the base rims.
It really just frames in the miniature.
Yeah,
feel.
I
Makes it
didn't used
feel
to do
finished.
this, but now I'm like, what was I doing my whole life? I'm such a fool. This is not helping with you not starting a new Lizardmen army. I apologize. Lizardmen are pretty hype, man. I'm going to be honest. 40K is where I put a lot of my time, so it speaks to me, but the fantasy stuff is intriguing. I'll watch it if you make it. Okay.
That's good to know.
That's good to know. I mean, we don't want to shun the 40K truthers, but
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
a-
we also do love 40K.
I like 40K. I think as a system, I enjoy fantasy more, but that's me. They're always appreciated, though. You guys make excellent videos. More
thanks.
only Slans videos, lore videos, army book reviews, just more everything. Okay. Is there an army book everybody's
that's a great
itching for?
question.
Because I've
Sometimes we don't know.
sometimes it's like we just kind of wing it. I'm gonna be real with you. You guys are like, oh my god, I want to know what Grant thinks about the Sisters of Battle. Then hey, I can do
Maybe
that.
that'll motivate me to paint mine. I have a handful of metal ones still unpainted.
On the baggage train scenario, wasn't there one in Battle for the Skull Pass?
I think there might have been. I had that box set, and some of my dwarf army is still from that, and my goblins. But yeah, I think I remember the learn to play guide that came with it was confusing and not
Okay.
as easy to use as I remember the Battle for McCrag one being.
Sure.
And I remember feeling kind of lost. So it does have a dwarf baggage train in it, which we have used for scenarios before, like that. Our first not real bat rep, but we actually had a video top down of the battle playing while we talked about it. Remember that? Orcs and goblins versus dwarves.
Oh yeah, I
So we
forgot
used
we
that.
had video in there.
Yeah. So that box set definitely came with a baggage train model, but I don't remember enough about the learn to play stuff about whether it actually used it in a scenario or not.
All that to say, let us know what army books. People paint the base rim black. Black just looks good.
Yeah, I'm
Black
saying
is
back
safe.
in the day that wouldn't count.
Oh really?
It had to be a color. You'd be base unfinished. That's funny.
Interesting. I think black is safe. I don't mind black. I do black on my chaos. So
Yeah, I do. Chris is saying he'd love to see the Witch Hunters Codex. I love that codex. I don't know how good it is, but I love the options that it has. And I really like the ability to build a sort of, I mean, nowadays it's called soup lists because those were being done in a bad way of like
yeah.
metagaming, but I like it because I like the idea of I have this Inquisitor who has some Imperial Guard that he's like, you're helping me on this mission. And then like some Space Marines that are like, we also need to kill that heretic. So we're here, even though I guess
Yeah.
technically the book doesn't let you do that. And then of course the Sisters of Battle here to take out the witches, Inquisitorial Stormtroopers, the metal ones from this era are some of my favorite models ever. I unfortunately only have one of the metal ones, and then I have some prints that somebody sculpted that are like very similar.
Okay.
So I printed those, and that's what most of mine are. But love those guys. So it's vibe wise, it's second only probably to my Feudal Guard and my idea of like my favorite army that I would
Right.
want to build. So yeah, we should definitely do that one.
Okay, so Witch Hunters it is what I'm hearing. Maybe we'll do Demon Hunters, because usually I feel like we always do we do like 2 in a row,
We usually do that, and then we would do a bat rep between them.
but we don't have Demon Hunters, so
Well, we did Chaos. We could do Lost in the Damned, and then it could be Witch Hunters versus Lost in the Damned.
there you go.
That was kind of just a supplement, right? Or it was part of the Eye of Terror campaign book.
Yeah,
Man, I would love a physical copy of that.
I do not have that. Don't have Lost in the Damned. One of the coolest things about doing this cast, I don't think that guy's in here, but when we were really new, one guy messaged me and like was like, "I'll send you this book," and he was from England, and I'm like, "Are you sure? That seems like that would be a lot of shipping cost." And he was like, "Yeah, it's fine." I was like, "Okay, but let me double check." And then I went home later, and I'm like, "Oh, I do already have it. I think it was like annual 2002 for fantasy."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, I already do have that one. I don't have annual 03. So he's like, "Ah, too bad," or whatever. But I was like, I just thought that was really humbling. Remember that guy being like, maybe we should review some of those books too. I wonder, that's probably content most people don't see. But
Yeah,
then again,
there's
maybe
a lot of cool stuff in there.
maybe they're just less interested in that.
I think some of them are better than others, certainly.
Yeah. You have the alt army lists and witch/demon hunters to theme the opposite list. Yeah, they have a lot of. The reason I thought they would be good to do as a pair is because a lot of the choices are exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's just, do you want Sisters of Battle or do you want Grey Knights?
Yeah. And obviously, Sisters of Battle. Who doesn't want nuns with guns?
Nuns with guns. I do like their tank with the pipe organ.
The Exorcist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Exorcist is pretty.
that is pretty baller.
I do like me some Grey Knights though. Grey Knights are pretty cool. I don't know. I like too many different Space Marine chapters, but I guess that just means they're doing a good job. They like all of it, sir. They buy more than they need. Okay, we're going to do some white touch up here a little bit. Try to fix up some goobies. See where we go.
I'm on to Talons now.
Oh yeah, there you go. You're
Got
nearly there.
My bag of bones.
Are you picking out eyes?
I'm not gonna commit to that right now.
I think that's fair. I shouldn't have asked.
They definitely got
Bad
just
green.
painted over in red, so I would need to go back and either do a color or do white and then a speed paint.
Sure.
I'm not sure what color would go well with the.
I'm not
Red,
sure. Do they have it in
yellow,
their
maybe?
artwork? Can you see their eyes in there?
I'd maybe do
I think yellow would
because
be
that would
good.
pop a little
Yellow
bit.
would pop. You could get Death Watch in fourth. I did not know that. Oh, it was a white dwarf as a HQ choice.
Nice.
Interesting. Did you get the whole squad? The kill team or whatever they're called? I don't know what they're called. I think it actually is kill team.
Yeah, Death Watch Kill Team, I think.
Yeah, that'd be pretty metal. Be a big fan of that. Give that 2 thumbs up. Any other games you are desperate to try at some point, Cam?
I really do want to play Stargrunt 2 for real in 15mm.
Okay.
It's such a fascinating system. It uses different polyhedral die types to represent different levels of training.
Uh-huh.
But it definitely shows its age. It's a little clunky in a lot of ways.
Sure.
But there's cool things like you can call in air support, you can call in Kazovac when your guys are wounded. You actually need to worry about having wounded guys. You can't just leave them behind for morale reasons,
Sure.
things like that. So I think that would be a lot of fun to check out. But similarly, Tomorrow's War, which is the
Yep.
sci-fi version
I'm
of
aware of
Ambush
that.
Alley,
Hmm.
seems really good as well and is very much in the same vein as that.
I've never bought it or like looked at it too deeply,
Yeah,
but
I have a copy
I'll have to
of both.
look
but-
at it. But I just don't know how like army construction works. Is it just completely free form?
Yeah, I mean they take both of those games take the approach of make an order of battle that makes sense for the
Right.
force and the scenario. which makes them not as approachable as war games, which I'm sure hurts their
you got to get
mass
somebody
market
who wants
ability.
to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. But that makes them really good for narrative games.
Sure.
And they do have some scenarios in both of them that I think would be cool to check out. I had written a scenario, so I have actually played Stargrunt 2 once on, I made a whole tabletop simulator mod for it, and like made all the tokens and everything, imported everything. And my brother and I played during COVID.
Okay.
So that was fun. And that was the mission I had made was one side was trying to like recon the other side. So they needed to do, this was actually what inspired the search and recon thing that we did at the beginning of our 40K campaign.
Yep.
Where you had to like recon enemy units.
Yeah. Classic.
So I had come up with that then and then reused it for the 40K campaign. But one team was trying to do that, so they had to successfully spot the enemy units, and then the other side was trying to recover something from a wrecked vehicle in the middle of the battlefield.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You got more?
Yeah, I definitely do. I'm trying to remember the other ones. I think we talked about Necromunda and Mordheim.
Mm-hmm. We talked about Battlefleet Gothic. Talked about Dropfleet.
Talked about Dead Zone.
Talked about Dead Zone. There's so many. That's my problem. I need to like either find some more miniature agnostic systems,
or just be more willing to do that.
Yeah.
/ I don't know. Get like, and maybe this is like, you're gonna just look at me and say, Inquisitor, Grant, Inquisitor, but something really low model count.
Yeah.
Would be interesting, just so I don't have to, because even like playing BattleTech right now, I would consider that pretty low model count. But like, I've just got such a backlog just because I'm a weirdo.
Yeah. Does anybody have recommendations for miniature agnostic skirmish level games?
Yeah.
4 to 12 miniatures aside, I would say,
Yeah.
max.
I don't know. I feel like, because I know like Frostgrave is popular, but I feel like that's more than that. But maybe I'm wrong.
Also, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan. I've
Okay.
played a little bit of Stargrave,
Okay.
and I think it's good for what it is attempting to do, but I don't know that it's like the best for just a regular skirmish game.
Sure.
It's a little bit dialed into the shtick of, like in Frostgrave, we are wizards raiding a frozen city trying to find loot really well, but that's what it does.
That's all it is. Yeah.
But yeah. We could try, I know you've read the rules to Vanguard, the game my brother and I wrote, but we could actually play that.
Yep. I want to try the other one too, Relic Blade, that you always talk about.
Yeah, Relic Blade would be fun.
Relic
That
Blade
one's
would be fun.
technically miniatures agnostic, but it's not as open because it's still locked to like, these are the cards of the units you can take.
Sure.
A lot of mini agnostic games, I guess, a thing that often goes with those is customizable units, you know?
Yeah. You can just build whatever you have.
Yeah.
Which I get the appeal.
I think it's hard to find the combination of something that's not too complicated and something that is mini agnostic because of that sometimes. Because the type of people who would have a lot of minis that they would want to be able to customize are typically more veteran gamers who would want a crunchier system.
Right.
But
Two Hands says there are a few people playing a game called The Silver Bayonet. I think I've heard of that.
I actually bought Dan the rules for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In my gaming club, it's exactly 8 models, 1 officer, 7 soldiers, and it's a Mordheim-esque narrative skirmish.
But it's in Napoleonic-y times.
With
There's
monsters.
like werewolves and vampires and stuff.
Seems to be more co-op. Huh. You're right. You're 100% right. Still unsure. Anything can be miniature agnostic. It's just a mindset.
That is true. Some things just make it easier.
Stargrave. Okay.
Has anybody played any of the what is it, Space Weirdos or Sword Weirdos? I've heard good things about that.
In my experience, fully agnostic games are bland because they have to be.
That also can be a downside.
I 100%.
I guess it just depends on like, are you the type of person that likes to bring your own flavor, and thus that's actually a feature, not a bug? Or are you the type of person that needs there to be a cool thing that you're buying into In which case, yeah, that 100% makes sense. But yeah, space weirdos and sword weirdos seem to be heavy on the narrative side of things. Like they have really fun, from what I understand, critical hit charts and things
Oh,
like that.
That's always. I love crits.
Yeah,
I'm so
and
pro
I
crit
think
now.
it has an exploding dice system, but I could be wrong about
Not
that.
sure how I feel about those, but I know there was one Firestorm games. Anybody remember them? I didn't buy any of their minis, but they. And that's probably why they went kaput. But they were around, I feel like, in the late 2000s, 2010s, and they had like a spaceship game called like Firestorm Armada.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that.
they had a ground game, and they had a boat game too.
Wow.
Like they had all these big scale, like or small scale, like you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
big things are small. Big things are small here, and I just feel like all their systems have this core identity of all sixes always exploded.
Oh yeah.
And that was like they always built every game with that as like the cornerstone of the dice system. So it was always just rolling lots of dice, pick up sixes, roll more and you could just keep rolling sixes.
Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be annoying in certain circumstances. I think
know.
it has to be used
Probably made some fun
well.
moments.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I think in certain contexts that's great. In other contexts, I think that would be infuriating. Because like there's certain contexts where if there's a big enough, like in 40K, you wouldn't want to do that because you don't want a las gun to be able to one shot a Baneblade
Yes.
or whatever the case
Yeah.
may be. But if it's like you're playing a game where everybody is a normal human or
Makes
something
more
like
sense.
that, it's like, oh yeah, because it's contained, so one thing getting bigger isn't then so big. But
I hear you.
Mutant Chronicles Warzone, I have heard that that's a good skirmish game.
I've heard that's like 40K, but not 40K.
Two hands. It's getting late over in Sweden.
Oh,
Thanks
wow.
for joining from Sweden. I'm actually Swedish. I have some Swedish blood in me. So.
What a time. I'm like super Dutch.
But yeah, thanks for joining us, Two Hands. We appreciate your commentary. It has also been a pleasure for us.
Yeah, it's always fun. I wonder if like European people, like when they go back in their ancestry, they're like, I'm 10% whatever. Because all Americans, because we're like a country of immigrants or whatever,
Yeah,
they're like,
mostly a mutt.
yeah, most people are like, yeah, I'm German or whatever, but they've like never been to Germany or whatever. You know what I mean? They're like, I'm German. I eat bratwurst off the grill or whatever.
Yeah, still unsure. Dead Zone, that's definitely one I want to try. And that could be miniature agnostic because, like, yeah, again, like somebody said, you could just take a stat line and say, this seems like it represents my miniature. I don't have to design it to be a specific, unique thing.
For surezies.
But it does look like a fun system. It's just hard for me to want to buy into it. I guess so much of it comes down to, yeah, again,
Do I
getting
wanna
other people
dedicate-
to try it, you know? I own a lot of rule books
Me
that
too.
I haven't played much of, some of them.
I haven't done this in a while, but I did do a purge at one point. I got rid of like 3 or 4 rule books. I guess that's not much of a purge, but I just got rid of them. I didn't even sell
Oh,
them.
were
I
they?
just
Do you know?
donated them. I had Drop Zone Commander, original first ed.
Wow.
I had some like Osprey Blue Book stuff
yeah.
that I just didn't think I was ever going to play, but
Yeah.
I like the idea of. I think I might still have
I still have
Dragon
Ronin.
Rampant.
Oh, nice. That's a mini agnostic one.
Yep. It was okay. I thought that was before I got into fantasy with you as
Oh,
much.
yeah.
And
that scratches the itch.
and now I'm like, I would just rather play fantasy if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
But
That's one of the ones that feels like, which maybe if anybody's played Dragon Rampant, you can correct my erroneous thinking if it is, but has an activation roll, I think, for every, or maybe it's, yeah, you do an activation roll, and I think you get to keep going until you fail an activation roll. Then it's the other person's turn.
yeah,
Does that sound right?
maybe. I honestly haven't read it in
And
half a
that on
decade.
paper just always feels like somebody's going to have a run of bad luck and not get to activate hardly at all, and the other person's going to be activating so much, and that would just create an unfun
Sure.
experience. But it's one of those things that, yeah, on paper maybe that seems that way, but it actually rarely happens. I don't know.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, I really do like games that have some element of command and control, and where there is some, I think the Two Fat Lardies call it friction,
Yeah, I
where
don't
your
want to have
guys aren't going
full
to always
control.
do, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that you also don't want to take away so much control that it feels like you're just watching a simulation run and you don't have any ability to do anything.
Yeah.
And that's again where I like things like Chain of Command. I feel like their system of activation works really well in finding a middle ground on that.
I would agree. I think the friction really adds a lot, and that's where I feel like a lot of modern games have removed that, or at least it feels like it. The big mainstream ones.
Yeah.
It's just down to seeking a different feel. And I think they're being successful at what they're going for. It's just that's not what I want anymore. I don't want that. I'm 85% Swedish, 7%. I love that you got it down to percentages. 2% Lithuania and Estonia, plus 1% Isle of Man. I'm pretty sure that I know what my ancestors did. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm like pretty darn Dutch, but we live in a part of Michigan that is very Dutch. We were settled by the Dutch. There's a place here called Holland.
Yeah.
So
that has a tulip festival.
The city of Holland, yeah, with a tulip festival. So there's a lot of Dutch ancestry people here, but you'll get everything. So
yeah, I think there's also a lot of Polish people.
There's
a lot Polish festival.
There's Polish people here. You'll get Germans. You'll get. I mean, I think everybody's got a little bit of British in them, somewhat. A little bit of English. I don't know.
I think I'm a little Welsh. That's another
Welsh?
one that I was
that's
told
cool.
That I have.
Maybe I shouldn't say that, but
my
I feel like
grandma did a bunch of the like etymology stuff, not the genetic kind, but the actually did research to try to figure out where our family was from and stuff. And so I was told snippets here and there, but I don't have a complete picture.
As somebody who's never been to Great Britain, I feel like Wales is like the coolest one of like.
I mean, they have
Scotland.
A dragon on their flag.
Yeah, that's pretty metal.
Because I am Welsh, I was learning Welsh. Well, I say I am Welsh. I have a little bit of Welsh.
I am definitively a Welsh man. Have you ever been to Wales?
No, but I was learning Welsh on Duolingo.
Yes.
And that was fun. I'm
trying to remember to Welsh.
Yaki Da, or is that from Age of Empires? I can't remember.
I do not know.
See if I can remember any of it now.
Been too long.
Nos da. I think that was good evening.
Okay. I dig it.
Family was Polish, but a miscommunication changed the name.
I know Welshmen aren't Englishmen. Sorry. I know I'm saying the wrong words. England is different than Wales. I know. And different than Scotland or whatever.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Two Hands. Yeah, I've heard of a lot of people having their last names changed at Ellis Island. And that there's like either to try to Americanize it so that there wouldn't be as much prejudice or whatever.
Fascinating.
Or just because to make it easier to spell or something like that.
Huh. Yep. See you later, Two Hands. Get some sleep.
Yeah, see, I was right. Nos is night. Nos da and da's good.
He just knows. I like this. David just knows stuff. He's got a revolver. And he knows all about the Welsh. Maybe he's Welsh.
Yeah, at some point I went to I went to Copenhagen a couple of years ago, and so I switched over to learning
Danish?
Yeah.
Is that the proper
I think
way to say that? I don't know.
In order for that trip. And so then that got me off of the Welsh learning, and now I've forgotten all of it.
I see.
And then I switched to Portuguese because we were thinking about going to Portugal.
Oh, wow.
But then that's not going to happen now for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, big life announcement for me, having my first kid in less than a month probably.
Yeah,
so things go well. So that may interrupt our release schedule a little bit, or you might just hear from Grant for a little while.
Yeah, I don't know. We might make a post. I don't know. I think that would be appropriate to take a week off.
Yeah, probably.
I think we get away with that.
But anyway, so that was why the trip to Portugal is likely not going to happen for at least a good long while. So then I decided to switch back to Spanish, which I learned in high school, figuring that's probably actually the most likely for me to use in any reasonable time frame from now. So
he's part Welsh.
So basically what I'm hearing is you and Mr. Marshall are brothers.
Yes. I'm sure distantly related.
Yep. Definitively proven today. It's really just a homecoming stream.
Yeah, look at that. Reunion.
Okay, I'm going to have to clean him up in a way I didn't want to. Even though I don't think I'm gonna, because I'm gonna talk a little negative here. Don't get angry. I don't think I'm gonna finish everything, but I've made good progress. This has been good. I'm pretty pleased.
And that's really what we're here for.
That's why
We're all making progress.
we're just making progress. I didn't have to finish anything. The fact that I finished those rat ogres, I'm
huge.
good.
Yeah.
And you got a bunch of congrats. Congrats on the babe.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Well, good luck. Congratulations. Good luck. Congrats.
Yeah, we're excited, so it's gonna be good. But it will just change things lifestyle-wise. certainly.
Yeah,
So we'll just have to figure out what that new
I
normal
think
looks like.
we'll figure that out when we
Yeah.
get there. So we'll make, I imagine if something happens, we'll make a vague post about it or something. Okay.
We'll just be doing wargaming with the baby.
And the only people who will understand the vague post will be the people that tuned into the live
Yes,
stream.
There we go.
So you guys are on the in crowd, or the people that maybe watch the VOD, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello, if people watch the VOD.
But yeah, I feel like the thing to do these days is monetize your offspring. So maybe we could just somehow tie the baby into.
We can
the
blindfold your
wargaming
baby and
baby.
make them feel miniatures and then name them.
Yeah, exactly. That's all the rage.
Our baby guessed what Space Marine is their favorite. Or I'm trying to think.
Do the my baby chose what I painted next. My
Yeah.
baby built my army list.
My baby built my army list. Oh, that's a good one. Just
Put 2 units in front of
Yeah.
the baby.
and see which one they pick up. Okay, are we gonna have miners or rangers today, little one? Rangers it is. Should I have a Thane or an engineer? Baby versus Warlord Titan. Yes.
I'm sure that would get views.
Yeah.
Have to have.
We
to
could have a
print one.
really good thumbnail for that.
Oh, how'd this guy gets away without it? Whoa, I painted barely any of this. Oh, that's funny. I had been painting hooves and then teeth and then the gun bits. And then on this one, I painted those parts first and then just put it down, thinking that
I think I've definitely made some mistakes
in the
too.
wrong order.
This is again another reason why I also don't typically do batches this big, because
You get lost.
yeah, I'm like, where was I? Who am I? What am I? All those fun bits. Okay, last one to touch up with white. And then see if I can fix that guy and then get the metals done at least.
The nice thing about doing some of these lighter colors towards the end is they don't really show up if you spill them over the edge.
For sure. I love how those came together. I mean, that's what, 3 colors? Like literally?
Yep, that is literally just 3 colors.
That looks great.
So now I'm gonna go through. There's like the tongues. I'm gonna just do as flesh tone.
Yeah, we should do another, like, are these dry? Pretty dry?
Probably not the talons. But
Okay.
the rest of them should be.
Yes, maybe we'll wait. I was going to say we got to show those off again.
Yeah. This next step will be fast.
I'm calling these done, though.
Yeah,
I feel like we can show them. I
Which
could
way is it, this way?
I could probably do more.
Get a little closer. Down a little closer. There we go.
Oh, I see. I'm a doofus.
Hold it there. I'll focus. Wow, I can't see. There we go. There's the rat ogre in all his glory, his muscular glory.
But I feel like that's playable on the tabletop. That should be acceptable. Is this the best thing I've ever painted?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
Yes. I meant yes. But I think it's acceptable. And I'm not going to stress over it. So I got...
Maybe Cam equals Orc Stompa. Yes. That's what I need to add to my Orc
You
army.
need an orc. Yeah, orc stomper would be hype.
The baby would certainly do the stomping for me.
I love these minis, by the way. I need you to print me one more.
One more.
Because I want to have 4 of them.
Oh, all right. Well, I packed up my resin printer because the baby's coming in, it's super toxic.
So it's never happening ever again.
So you can have Levi print.
I'll have to
send him
have
the file.
You'll have to send him the file, and he'll mess up the scale. Unless the scale
Still
is the
unsure
same.
is asking what Roger minis they are. I'd have to look that
You'd
back
have to
up.
look. I literally, Cam gave me these as a birthday present, like, I don't know, 2 years ago, and they've just been painted today. Happy birthday to me.
Where would I have that?
Baby finger paints its first nid. You need a lazy Susan and just keep rotating the model till it's done. I like that.
That would work.
Have faith and enjoy. Praise be. Praise be, Lord Quex.
See if I can find what rat ogres those are.
Rat ogres are ogres of a rat variety. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to call that good for right now. We're going to see if I can persevere a little bit longer. Are you going to do those squiggly bits in red?
Yes, and then I'm going to do the tops in flesh tone, which will look super gross. Little sphincters.
Oh, yeah. They are kind of sphincters, aren't they?
So they can
Is that
poop
still
out
set?
some-
Did we adjust the focus again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Okay. I was going to say you got to show the sphincters.
Why
Thank you.
can't I find these anywhere?
Okay.
How could they be buried this deep? I guess it was actually kind of hard to find rat ogres that weren't over steampunkified.
That's fair.
So
A
maybe
lot
that's
of
why
them
I
have
can't
like
find them again quickly here.
hooks and stuff. These I like because they're just simple. I think that's kind of the fun. I don't know which sculpt I like best, but they're all fun. I kind of like the one with all the metal bits holding them together.
Yeah.
I guess that's steampunk though. But I like it. It's just like they just riveted him together like he was
Yeah.
ripped
Some of them
open.
have like all this crazy technology on them though, and they're like
Too much.
warp power generator or something.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
Oh, I guess if I could find a fourth one that looks
But I guess
different
I gotta-
enough,
Let's see, search here.
maybe then I wouldn't have a duplicate
Ogre.
sculpt. Yeah, giant rats. I'm gonna have to figure out giant rats. I'm gonna probably 3D print those
I don't
too
know
because
where
I
I got
don't like the giant rats from GW. That and I don't think they produce them anymore. So
Here we go. They are the Unchained Ones, Rat Brutes from Resin Warfare.
boom, from Resin
I don't know if
Warfare,
that's like too much glare, but
you can kind of make that out.
Unchained Ones, Rat Brutes, Resin Warfare.
And now
on
you
my
know,
mini factory.
and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of silver here. Gonna silver it up.
Okay.
Yeah, we were gonna break and like get food at one point, but at this point, I don't know.
I feel like I'm so close.
We're so close. I think we're just gonna keep going. I think we're at that point. I don't need to eat.
I've been eating these cucumbers from my garden.
Yeah, I should be eating them. I'm just gonna
They're
eat
stuck
this.
together.
Eat this
That
cucumber.
one's trying to like recombine itself. Oh yeah.
I just picked a zucchini out of my garden.
Nice. What are you gonna do with it?
No idea.
Chocolate chip zucchini bread? That's the best thing to do
That
with
would be
zucchini.
pretty good. No food till Brooklyn or Brooklyn.
Broccoli?
I don't know. He put it with one O.
Yeah, if you know what Grant should do with his zucchini, let us know.
Yeah,
Is this your first time growing zucchini?
I think so. I don't recall doing it before, but the
I've
plant,
got
the plant is gigantic.
bell peppers coming in and tomatoes left. I didn't have a very big garden this year, but
No problem.
a little bit. And these cucumbers were mainly for pickles. But you know.
Little
What else you got in your
peanut
garden?
butter. We got tomatoes, peppers, some wild strawberries,
Ooh, nice.
a pumpkin.
Oh,
We want to grow a pumpkin.
That'd be
I don't
fun.
know what
Does
we're
it
gonna
seem
do.
like it's going?
It's vining.
Sweet.
There's no pumpkins yet, but I guess it's not October, so we got time. I tell you, Hans, giant rats in the sewers of Nuln, some as big as a man. They put whoopstone in the water to turn the slan magical. I like how everything goes back to slan. That's the plot of Bill King's Rat Slayer. I have not read that one yet. I've got the Gotrek and Felix first omnibus, and I've not read it. So,
Shame.
shame.
Whoa, made a huge splash there.
What a lame-o. Owning things, but not reading them.
Who would do such a thing?
would
Certainly
do
not
that?
a war gamer.
Not me. What a moog. What a doofus.
I did get all those. All right. I do think these tongues are going to want some highlights, but
Yeah.
maybe someday.
Give in to your hate.
I think the red really needs highlights too. It's kind of dried into a bit of a one note.
I don't mind it. But maybe that's just me.
There certainly will work. I don't want to make it sound like they're
you can
not
definitely
totally
pick
fine,
out all
but
the detail is what I like about it. It is a little flat, I guess, but
I think just a little bit, like a light, maybe orange mixed
quick
with a little bit
dry
of red,
brush.
get a little bit of a brighter finish on it.
air fry thin slices. Oh, okay, I missed it. Air fry thin slices sprayed with olive oil. Okay, I could try that. Get like a mandolin out, slice my zucchini.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Owns a full collection of Gotrek and Felix. Read none of them. Well, I'm glad it's not just me.
We got company.
Except I don't have a full collection, so bro, where are you at? Get on my level. Or I need to get on your level, I guess. Okay.
I feel like I need to highlight this bone color too. It looks
Yeah.
it's too yellow.
I think bone, speed paint bone, you gotta highlight. It's kind of my least favorite speed paint color.
Yeah, for my skeletons, I didn't even use bone color. I just used white white and then Nuln Oil. And
Really?
then dry brush to highlight.
Well, there you go.
So it's more of a very bleached bone
Sure.
rather than
Got some
more natural.
spooky, scary skeletons. Send shivers down the spine. Okay. Any other fantasy books people recommend? I'm trying to think. I've got the Whoops. As I mess up. I've got the Bretonia Omnibus with like Knights Errant, Knight of the Realm,
Have you read
questing. I have read that. And
Is it
that I
good?
actually liked.
that? Oh, all right.
That, and I'm kind of harsh. I buy a lot of garbage books. I own a lot of BattleTech, but I kind of know that they're garbage. I thought Knight Errant and stuff was actually okay. Like, I could, like, if you're into fantasy, I could be like, yeah, you might like this. It's kind of dark. Some of them are like, I think you see, like, Archaon's dad do it with, like, a Chaos Witch. And then she,
Wow.
like, gives birth to him, like, immediately.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
When you say you see it, does that mean they describe it in such vivid detail that it just appears before you?
Kind of like it's happening. And then you have a Knight of the Grail Knight fight a Chaos Lord, and it's pretty cool. Like the Grail Knight's like dodging everything, but he would cut the Chaos Lord, and then he'd just like regenerate or whatever.
Bill King's the dude who wrote the rules for Mutant Chronicles Warzone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Nice.
Which speed paint brands have you tried, and which colors from each are best? Oh goodness. I mean, I've tried contrast and speed paint. I know Vallejo has
I have a few of the Vallejo ones, and I actually like those quite a bit. I'm using the Vallejo Bag of Bones, which I actually only tried because I couldn't find the Army Painter
Pallid Bone.
when I was trying to replace that at the store. So I ended up getting it. Express Color is what Vallejo calls theirs. And I've liked that. I also have their Battle Dress Brown, which is similar to like hardened leather. in Army Painter terms, and then the Greasy Black, which is like kind of a greenish dark brown.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, so I've been using that for some like leather and dark clothing and
Sure.
things like that. So I like those. So I think I bought the mega set of the Army Painter ones when they first came out because it was super cheap because of the reactivation issue. And so I have a lot of those. So that's the ones I have the most experience with. But I think I've liked the quality and price point combination of Vallejo Express color the most so far, I would say. But I've gotten a lot of mileage out of the Army Painter ones. Have used tons of them. So
Yeah, I use mostly that. I have some contrast ones, but frankly, I haven't noticed too much of a difference. But
Yeah.
maybe it's because I haven't experimented enough.
Any
hear the-
specific colors you really like?
I like Slaughter Red. Sand Golem from Speed Paint is really good.
Ooh, I love Sand Golem.
Sand
Yeah.
Golem is, I think, one of my favorite browns. It's like a tan, but it just goes on really nice.
It does.
Um,
It's also a good base for yellow, I think.
Yep.
Like you could probably do Sand Golem and then do some highlights in yellow and it would look really nice.
Sand Golem is kind of, I think, low key the best color.
I really like Camo Cloak
Camo
from
Cloak
Army
is good.
Painter.
I've
And I
got
like
some on
mixing
my
that.
Skaven.
I
This is
mixed that
Camo
with
Cloak.
brown. Was it Dark Wood?
Dark
I really
wood is
like.
good. Yep, I've got dark wood here. Yep.
I've found that with Army Painter, I mix a lot of their colors with either Dark Wood or Gravelord Gray to just get a more realistic tone to it.
Yeah, some of their primary colors are so vivid that unless you're going for like Space Marine, like annoyingly bright, I don't find it looks that great.
Yeah, totally agree. But that's the nice thing about mixing them.
Yep.
So you can get all sorts of interesting colors.
The Grim Black is fine. I don't have problems with it. I do
Yeah.
sometimes struggle with black, so it was nice to get that. I have black.
That one I feel
Templar.
like I have to get thinned really perfectly for it to
Yeah.
go on well.
Sure,
But I don't know, maybe I just have one that's extra goopy.
maybe. I've got black Templar as well because I think my wife got me some, and I was like, "Oh, okay, perfect. Now I've got two brands, and I've used them like interchangeably."
Nice.
So I've not really had a quality issue one way or the other. But all that to say, I guess it just depends. Any old Warhammer Fantasy is great and really fleshes out the expanded lore, having just repicked up 5th Ed Fantasy rulebooks with its bestiary. I do have the Fantasy 5th Ed battle book and rulebook, and it is a beautiful book. It's very goofy, but it's all full color, very pretty. Looking forward to reading it. Scale 75 aren't bad. Yeah, I've heard Scale 75 is awesome, but then it had like a reputation of being not for beginners. But then other people are like, no, it's totally fine. It's very beginner friendly. So I don't know. I buy a lot of my paint in person because I find the prices are cheaper than buying online, and I don't see Scale 75 in the stores that I frequent. So
That's fair.
that's kind of been my problem.
Yeah, I found that to be the same thing. It's like upcharged online websites because of probably it's inefficient to ship, would be my guess.
Yeah, it's small.
And so, yeah, I often try to buy my paints locally as well. Although for the longest time, I could not find Agrax Earthshade in this town.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I
everywhere
need to
I
get
went, it'd
some.
be out.
I'm pretty low.
Well, now I have 2 pots because I did finally find one in North Carolina when I was visiting someone
just
there.
bought
And
both?
then, well, I might have 3 now because I think I did buy 2, but then Mitch also found me a pot here locally. So,
Oh, nice.
so you can have one if you need it. If
Okay.
you run out, let me know.
Oh, I've got a little bit left here. It's over here somewhere. I was using it earlier. Here it is. I got like
Oh, nice. Yeah.
a quarter.
Yeah. Unless you're washing terrain, you should last a little while.
I should be okay. I don't wash the terrain super often because I don't do the terrain super often. But yeah, no, I've heard good things about Scale 75. But it feels like in recent years, paint brands have exploded.
Yeah. There's
There's
a lot more.
so many now, and I imagine they're all of pretty similar quality because it's such a competitive market now. Now I feel like it's all just down to marketing.
Yeah.
It's like either attached to some YouTuber or whatever, like that's literally what it feels like it is to me. It's just like YouTubers like, this is my paint brand, or this is the paint brand I support, or I like beta tested this paint. It's the bomb. And I just don't want to have that much paint. Like, I have a lot of paint, I feel like. Pretty good amount, but I don't want to have like hundreds of pots.
Yeah, I was lucky. I had a friend who got out of painting. I think he had bought a bunch of paints and a 3D printer a long time ago, and then to be able to paint the things he printed, and then got out of it and just gave me all his Vallejo paints.
Sure.
And that was like my major upgrade from like not using craft paints mostly.
Did you start with craft?
As
like
a kid,
you didn't
yeah.
even use Citadel? Wow,
no,
nice.
Not as a kid. Couldn't afford it. I think we had one of the like paint sets you could buy. They came with like the 2 Bretonnian archers or whatever.
Sure.
And that was it as kids. And so then we would just buy cheap paint from like Joann Fabric or whatever.
I guess if you water it down enough.
Yeah, I mean, we made it work. We also probably weren't good enough at painting to have benefited from the quality paint, so it probably worked out fine.
Sure.
But yeah, so now I do have that, but that's been nice because now I just have to buy stuff as I replace it. And so it's not like a big sudden expense or anything like that. But I also am only buying what I actually need.
Right. What do we got? Would it be easier to... would it be easier to store it in bottles? And people just so big a volume. I'm not. What are you referring to? I guess I ran out of Agrax, replaced it with Vallejo Umber Shade, same as with Seraphim Sepia. I have not used the Umber
I do
Shade.
have the Umber Shade, and that actually is a really good replacement. I found that it has the warmth of Agrax Earthshade, but it's not quite as dark.
Okay.
So I am using that now, but there was some army I was using the Agrax on the bases, and so those looked noticeably different.
Interesting. He does go on to say, he says the Vallejo Sepia is a little yellower.
Oh, yeah.
And they say, Buffalo Bill, it puts the Nuln Oil in the basket or gets the hose. Put the Nuln Oil in the basket.
Another great reference.
When are you guys getting your own paint brand? Yeah, we're going to eat it on stream to sell it.
Edible paint. That's edible gonna be paint. Our shtick.
It's going to be the best tasting paint on the market. I think that's going to get us a lot of sales.
Proven by testing on the channel.
And we'll do it on stream so that everybody knows we're legit. What's the best tasting paint on the market? Refused paint.
Tempered Expectations paint.
Tempered Expectations. What's it taste like? Disappointment.
But it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. I just kind of tempered my expectations and it was fine.
Refused paints. Tasted on real painters. Brilliant. I think I'll do this first. Well...
Where you at? You almost there?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not doing the bases right now, I just need to do sphincters and then tentacles.
I think you're nearly there. I think that's a reasonable stopping point too.
I think so.
I think I'll just get as far as I can. My butt and leg. I keep fidgeting. It's been 5.5 hours. Wow, we are just going at it. You know what? I'm proud of us. I'm so proud right now.
We've got grit.
We've got grit. We've got...
Wow, these look so gross with flesh tone on them.
I kind of dig it, but yeah, pretty gross. Pretty buttholey.
Yeah, I mean, you want Tyranids to be gross.
Yeah.
So I'm not upset.
We'll have to show that on stream and get
censored.
What are they putting on stream? It's my Tyranid model that's explicit.
You thought it would be Slaanesh that would get you banned.
Yeah, but it's actually Tyranids. Tyranid butts. The worst of butts. Refused paints. It's got electrolytes. Yeah.
The stuff plants crave.
And Brondo.
Is it just us, or do other people overseas feel like the U.S. is living through that movie right now?
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't get political on the street.
I'm sure they feel similar. And protein. It tastes of fail and ruined hopes. It's got everything a painter needs. Marrow bone jelly. Praise
Caffeine.
be to the painters of our tasters, testers, dull coat, slant approved. What paint does Lord Quex use? You
Yeah.
know what he uses. Praise be his name.
The only old one approved paint.
The only old one approved paint.
It's in the great plan that we all use this paint.
Do you want to help stymie chaos? If you don't buy it, you're nuts.
Cool. I think I definitely want to do some highlights before we
Record.
but I feel pretty good about how much we're getting done here.
Even though I'm not going to get done with what I wanted to get done, this is just fun. So that was cool. I've never done anything like this before.
We did put paint on 500 points worth of models.
We did paint all of them. Were they completely painted to the... That's just
Who promised you that?
No one.
Not me.
Not me. Not us. Have to do that on part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Painting. Next time it'll be even rowdier.
So we've often wondered if listeners do have any interest or play any Hex Encounter games. We've obviously talked about a couple of them on the channel and even on this chat, but I'm just curious, anyone listening right now have
That's
any
something
interest
we
in
wanna
that?
play more of, I think.
Yeah.
We do, but we don't know if
Is it worth putting on the channel as much? I mean, we probably still will because we are interested, but
yeah, if you guys are all like, I don't even know what Hex Encounter means.
is that an encounter with a witch?
What is that? Who are you? Yeah. But yeah, no, I think that's something that many wargamers, if they want to explore different avenues and different parts of the hobby, I think that's a really good place to look.
Yeah.
So many great publishers doing really interesting things that you really can't do miniatures wise.
Right.
Unfortunately, just because of how the medium works. Unless you're playing very, very, very small scale, and even then, at that point, why are we?
And the only backlog is clipping your counter corners.
Yep, that's true. Which I do have a big backlog of.
I actually clipped all of
ASL?
no, I don't. Well,
Oh.
maybe I did. No, I think I just did Panzer Blitz and Panzer Leader though.
Okay.
Oh, gotta do the tentacles there too.
Does Panzer Leader have infantry?
All right, David Marshall is out. Thanks for joining us. It was great having you here. We appreciate all the interaction.
Yeah, it's pretty late for him if he's in Wales or whatever. Yeah, good night,
he's gonna
man.
Become a pumpkin.
He's going to turn into one. Appreciate everybody who stayed up.
Yeah, there we go.
Hopefully-
See Chris Jones saying Hex Encounter. So that I think is our Midwest
no
accent,
idea.
where we
Yeah.
combine things instead of
Yeah.
enunciating and.
Hex and counter.
Yeah, so it's little cardboard counters that you put on a hex map.
Yes. He'd watch a video about it. Well, you should look at our Great Battles of the American Revolution episode.
Because that is it.
Because that's pretty much all we have so far. I would love to do if I ever play it again. If we ever get to play Virgin Queen again or something, I would love to do a video on that somehow.
Yeah. That's not hexes, though.
That's not hexes, but
It's just counters. And
it's just
cards.
counters. But
So I don't know if that counts as a war
maybe that
game.
doesn't count. That's just a political simulation. Who am I kidding?
That's just a board game.
Yeah, it's not even.
I say derisively.
Yeah, it's lame. Super boring. Yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit these.
Are we going to try to do Here I Stand again in October, you think?
Probably not this October. I have heard though from our group that they might try to do
Twilight Imperium.
Twilight
again?
Imperium again, which I'm down for. I like Twilight Imperium.
That's hexes.
Hexes, there's hexes in Twilight Imperium. Objectively, hexes exist.
And there are counters.
That's
They're
true.
just not your traditional cardboard chit.
Yeah, they're a little different. And there's plastic minis. It's a wee different, wee bit
It's like
different.
a combination of Hex Encounter
yeah,
and,
yeah.
but I think it's widely known as just a board game.
What's fun to me is like you'll like go on to like other forums or Facebook or whatever, and people talk about board games, and they're like, "What's the most complicated game ever?" And they're like, "Twilight Imperium." And then I go like,
Ha ha.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
"Bro, Twilight Imperium is
You have no
easy
idea.
mode." I played Twilight Imperium.
Grant, did you know that
my
they
feet.
made rules for Lustrian Amazons for Mordheim?
No, but that sounds pretty cool.
That's what Still Unsure's telling us. I feel like I'd seen stuff about that or seen models. I guess I never knew specifically they were for Mordheim.
I knew there was an Amazon thing, but
Are they any good?
I thought they were a like Dogs of War, like Regiment of Renown,
Oh,
I
that could
thought.
be, yeah.
but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm gonna have to spend more time on that guy. But he's the chieftain, so he'll deserve it.
Yeah, he's allowed to.
He's allowed to be picky.
Man, these last tentacles might be the hardest part, trying not to paint over my blue or my butts. There's a lot of them. I don't know how I'm going to hold this to finish painting it.
Yeah, that's kind of a. Can you just hold it like this?
The whole base is the model.
There is no where to hold it.
Here's a question for anyone who builds terrain. Do you put your terrain pieces on bases or leave them baseless so that they go with more board types? Because I feel like terrain always looks better. Like if you make a house, it looks
Without a
way better
base?
if you put it on a base.
Oh, it looks better.
Like it makes it look
Okay.
finished. It makes it look a little like a diorama. But then it's like, oh, but now that base is on, or that house is in a desert. So now if I try to put it on a rocky ground
Mm.
battlefield, now it looks out of place.
I
So it's
see.
sort of like a trade-off of it looks better, but only then if it's used in the one specific locale.
Sure.
So you lose modularity at the cost of, but at the gain of quality.
Okay.
So I can't always decide. Some of my terrain has bases, some doesn't.
Okay. Did you know they did? Oh, wait. They did an official Illustria campaign add-in with Norse, Amazons, and Lizardmen. Okay.
Norse too, that's sweet.
I want to play Jungle Mordheim. My group did a campaign with just the core book this year, and it was really fun.
Nice.
Different
That's
terrain
awesome.
and factions in Illustria seems like a cool expansion. It was available on the Special Games website. Rubble goes everywhere.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think one thing that I've, since getting back into wargaming with Cam, is like just scatter terrain that even you assume has no mechanical impact on the game. Just
Yeah.
placing that out has a really big impact on how a board looks and feels, and thus the satisfaction that is
true.
derived. That is something that's really valuable in my estimation.
Yeah, helps set the scene.
Yeah, just dropping some lichen or rubble or loose gravel or just some barrels.
Oh, probably our music died again. Huh?
Oh, did our music die?
Oh, it just
Nobody's
Oh,
complaining.
are you still watching?
We've been watching this whole time. How many viewers we got now? 8? Okay, we're doing pretty good. Although we lost the chat.
Oh, I didn't go back to OBS.
There she is. Okay. Depends on what the terrain type is. If it's palm trees, it should be desert. But if it's crates, barrels, then they can be anywhere.
I guess that's true. Some of it is like made for a specific thing. So
What music? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What music?
I don't know. It's been gone for so long.
Supposedly there's music on this stream, but
Is it back yet? We had some lo-fi beats going, but I forgot about it, and the playlist was only
We are not
2
listening
hours
to
long,
it.
so-
We've been trying to play it for your guys' benefit, but we forget about it.
Yeah, we can't have it on speakers here because then it would feed back through.
We're
our
more
mics.
interesting than the music, he says. Let's
Oh
go.
well, perfect.
What a time to be alive. I like being called interesting. Makes me feel goods. Okay.
Is that gonna carry you through the week?
That's going to carry me through the next year. When's the last time you were called interesting?
I have no idea.
See? Boom. Got a ride on that one.
I don't know that I ever have been.
Well, until today.
I guess things that I say, sometimes people are like, "That's interesting."
We'll just assume back in the elevator. I don't know. Oh, the elevator music, I assume? It sounds like
Nice.
elevator music.
Muzak.
Music. It's chill music. It's just calm. It's relaxed.
It's the kind of music that helps you paint for 5.5 hours.
It's the kind of yeah. It's the music.
It's actually not uncommon for me to paint for 6 hours at a time.
really okay.
It
You're
just
better than me.
depends on what my life is like. I do freelance work,
Right.
So sometimes I'm crazy busy and I don't paint for 2 months, and then other times work dries up,
Yeah,
and so I'm just sitting at home and I'll just paint all day. So
fair enough. I'm more of a. I'll do like 3 hours every day for a week,
nice.
and then I'll
That seems more productive
Drop.
and easier on your back.
Yeah. That night, I don't know. And I don't usually do it like this where this is like my entire focus. I guess it's not. I'm shaking my hands around and reading chat as like a brain break. But
What do you else do you do as a break in those 3 hour sessions?
usually it'll just be like I'll have something on. It could be a YouTube video
okay.
that I'll just set something down and I'll watch that for a few minutes or
Nice.
whatever. Or it could be a movie. I don't know. I don't have any like set definite thing. Sometimes I'll listen to an audiobook.
Yeah, I do audiobooks when I have them. But there is something about sometimes it's like too much input. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the podcast Tanis. It's like a narrative fiction podcast.
I have not.
Super good if you like that kind of thing. It's sort of like a radio drama
Okay.
podcast. But one time when work was slow, I listened to that for 3 days straight.
'Cause
I
it
just
was
like
that
had it
good.
on no matter what I was doing.
Was it just
And then
really
it just
good?
fried my brain because it was
Oh.
just nonstop input to my brain.
Okay.
And then I just started getting anxious and like couldn't focus on anything.
Interesting.
And so realized, okay, maybe I don't always just need information input straight into my brain. Maybe sometimes it's okay if there's silence or music
Right.
without lyrics or something. So that was a weird experience, but
I'm a big subscriber to music without lyrics.
yeah, it is a really good podcast. So I really like it.
As was made fun of in our BattleTech campaign.
Okay. What do we got?
All right. Well, I guess I can't show the sphincters now because I just painted the edges of the tentacles.
Give me just a few more minutes. You got to suffer with me a few more minutes. Let me
That's
do the
fine.
Let me do the dark brown.
I mean, this needs to dry a little before we can show it. So
Okay.
unless you're like 30 seconds away, I'm not gonna make it.
I am not.
10 minutes.
I am not 30 seconds away.
I do think, though, we are nearing the end of the stream. So if you guys have any burning questions, get those in. Because we want to answer them. All that other fun stuff. I was listening to Black Pants Legion. I love Black Pants Legion. Love his BattleTech videos. I get the same way we have too much information. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, no, Black Pants Legion, good channel. Love his stuff. Tex does good work. Him and his team or whatever. I just noticed I'm painting off camera. My bad.
bad habit of, I'm like sitting on my knees right now. Like a weirdo. But that's okay. Made some good progress today. Hopefully listeners feel they've made good progress. Whatever it is they were listening or working on. Even if their progress was just to chill, be super relaxed and having the best day of their life. Questions. When doing a paint along stream next? Ooh. Don't know yet. Me and Cam will definitely talk about it. I think this went better than we were expecting. I won't speak for Cam, but at least for me it did. But I think he said earlier he's got a little one on the way, so we'll probably have to figure that out first. See how his life is going before we can dedicate 6 hours to this.
To do another one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But maybe we could do like a different version.
Sure.
Could even just do it for an hour, hour and a half, and we could both even be in separate places using our phones or whatever.
Yep.
Thing. And I don't know. We'd have to like be in a Teams call or a Discord call and then send that to the stream, I guess.
Yeah, we could stream a Discord call. You guys could look at me frowning. Do you post anywhere in advance of these streams? I feel like I could get a lot of painting done hanging out in the next one, but I didn't realize this one was happening until it popped up. So we did make some posts and we did a short, but if you weren't looking...
I also don't know how visible those are, so it's hard to know.
I'm not sure if you didn't see those, I apologize.
I think we also could probably schedule it sooner. We didn't schedule it until like noon today or something.
That's true.
And so then it popped up and would say, this is upcoming, but you could theoretically do that like a week ahead.
Yeah.
And then it might show up sooner on YouTube.
I think that's good feedback. I think we could do better on advertising the fact that we were doing this. So I appreciate that.
I don't know what color to... Oh, that wasn't open yet. Fresh!
What one is that? Is that a
It's just
Vallejo?
flat red from Vallejo.
Oh.
I'm just gonna...
Oh, you are going to dry brush.
Just a little experiment, see what it kind of looks like.
Mix it with an orange.
Yeah. I read somewhere that makes a better highlight than white, because white will just make it pink.
Yes,
Whereas orange makes it a little
100%.
more like bright red.
Whenever I highlighted Kador, it was always red and orange.
Nice.
I think that's pretty... I think even 40K has you do that. It's like Mephiston red is like almost orangish.
Nice.
I've always wanted a Lord Mazdamundi on named Stegodon, but given the current cost, it's a dream addition without a current army for him to lead. Do they even have a Mazdamundi miniature? That's official? I think they might have at one point, but I would look for a 3D print. But maybe that's not your vibe. But Mazdamundi's cool in the lore, I like him. He can like move mountains and stuff. It's like pretty crazy. Mazdamundi is a good boy.
Mazdamundi.
Also, pretty awesome name. What terrain options would you like to add to your collection? Pretty much anything for mine, because my terrain collection sucks. Just to be frank, pretty much what I want you guys all to take away from this is that Cam is putting the show and the group on his back, basically. And he carries us super hard. So I've got some terrain, like I've got some buildings or whatever, I've got a few things. But Cam's got like boxes of stuff that's all really good.
I love making terrain to the point that even when I wasn't gaming regularly, I was still building terrain because it was just fun.
So,
but yeah, what do you like to, like, tactically or gameplay wise, what's fun to play on that you would want to add to your collection? It's like, oh yeah, I would want this in my collection because it like works well with the game.
That's fair. I want more vertical stuff in 40K. I've got a little bit, but I think some of the ruins or whatever, I don't know. I would like a big building where you could play in it as well as on it and stuff. I think those are always cool. Never had a model before, just conversions from Slan and Stegodon. Mostly simple but hardcore detailing to capture his character. That's fair. What color is Mazdamundi? Is he red, Slan? I don't remember. Or is he green? Don't remember. I haven't played Total War Warhammer 2 in a minute. Because I don't own it. I've got the first one, but honestly, it's not my favorite Total War. I don't like how it plays that much. It's okay.
Hot take.
I really want to like it. Like, I want to like it more than any Total War game there is, but I, like, don't.
I played some of that Warhammer Total War 1 because it was free on the Epic Game Store once.
Nice.
So I got it then and tried it out.
I've done
That was pretty
co-op
good.
a few times. It's fun. I would rather play Shogun 2 again, but maybe I'm a weirdo. Probably am.
Never played that one.
Shogun 2 is
I think really the Warhammer was the only one I actually played.
fair enough. If you're going to play one, Shogun 2 is, I think, the best one ever made. It's so focused. It's like almost all the factions are the same, admittedly, but they have slight like tweaks. Like, these guys have just a little bit better archers or whatever.
Oh, nice.
But the sieges are fun. Like, I hate the sieges in Warhammer Total War. Okay, what do we got? I've just bought foam mats, sparkle, craft paint, and foam to make Vrax Bunker Zone Mortalis 4-foot table.
Sweet. That sounds awesome.
That does sound awesome. Zone Mortalis, huh?
I have a bunch of trenches that I printed for our last campaign, but then nobody ever attacked the location that had the trench works.
Waiting in the wings.
Yeah, so I never painted them.
Oh, not waiting in the wings. Well, waiting in the wings should be painted.
Just a little further back in the wings. So maybe someday I'll do that, but I think that would be fun to get finished and put in the collection. And then another thing is I built that ruin that we just had the video about last week.
Yep.
And
That
I've always
came out
had a
good.
dream of having that City Fight, 3rd edition City Fight style ruined city. So it would be awesome to have a full table of
Sure.
city terrain of that style, but I don't know if I want to store that much terrain
That's
because I
totally
already
fair.
have so much. So I don't know. We'll see
You
what
just
happens
need to
with
give
that.
it to other people.
Yeah,
You guys have to store it.
that would be the nice thing of like having a gaming club place where we could store stuff
Right.
like that. But
If we get enough members, we're gonna have to rent somebody, and everybody's gonna
we just need to find a member who owns some space that
yeah.
we can just use for free.
need somebody who's rich to join our group and also
Yeah.
be super chill and be people that I like. So if you
Is that
guys
so much to ask?
are you guys super rich? Do you live nearby? And I like you a lot. Come on down. I like everybody. I'm not hard. It's not hard for me to like you. That's like the easiest hurdle there, probably. Okay. Yeah. Are any of the buttholes dried?
Probably enough. All right, get ready for the censorship to kick in. Here's the Tyranid butthole sphincter spore mines colony, I think they call it. Hopefully that's in focus. I think it is. But yeah, when you put flesh tone on something shaped like that, it really just looks like a butthole.
I like it. I'm a big fan.
And then this is the guy I put a little bit of highlight on the red. I don't know that it quite did enough. but
Here's one that is
I think it looks pretty
highlighted,
good.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think you can really even tell the difference. So,
Maybe a little bit.
and then yeah, I think the talons are too yellow. So I think I want to go through and do a highlight of a cream maybe to keep a little bit of that warmth
Sure.
in it, but not have it quite so yellow. I feel like these guys turned out pretty good.
I
like the
I
flesh
love
tone
the
on those
flesh
tentacles.
on the tentacles was
Yeah.
a good choice. Honestly,
a
they
little
all
gross.
pop great. I love the blue. I don't even think you need to do anything on the blue.
Yeah, I mean on some of the termagants it's definitely splotchy though.
I know, but
Maybe I can just do like a sponge kind of thing
Stippling.
to break it up a little bit.
Mm.
That might work.
thought this was family friendly. Wow, now we get all the chats. As soon as
Look at
those
that
go, look
pucker.
at that fucker.
Tip for getting people to play on cool boards is just set it up and not give them a choice. I have done that sometimes, and there's been times where I've done like too dense of terrain because of it. There was a period of time that took some dialing in for Warhammer Fantasy, especially.
No.
where things were a little bit too dense, because you really do need to leave some open areas in that game for it to work properly. But yeah, I do love a dense terrain board.
I think erring on more terrain is better than less.
I don't know if I would agree with that in Warhammer Fantasy, though. I think that
Maybe.
Well, so another thing we did, I love the charts in the back of the rulebook that have randomization for different areas of the world. Is really cool. So for our campaign, we would often, for each battle, do the terrain that way and just do each sixth of the table. So like 2x2 section would get one. But I think that, and then we would scatter them from the center of that section a little bit. But I think that did create some weird situations and combinations that weren't exactly fun.
Sure.
So I think I wouldn't necessarily use that method. Maybe use that method to get what terrain there is, but then let players take turns placing them down with some restrictions on how far apart they have to be or something like that.
Right.
I don't know.
There's some stuff we could definitely tweak.
Yeah.
So again, kind of last call. We're probably finishing up here soon. Any burning questions? Things you want to know? Things you don't want to know?
Things we should never make an episode
Thing we should never... Tell us what we should never talk about on this show ever again. Or the things you're desperate for us to talk about at great length with vivid detail. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with these rat ogres, actually.
Yeah.
They
You knocked those out. They
yeah.
look great.
This is fast for me. Could I go a little further? What I would normally do and what I might do, and I could do right now, I guess, is I will put gloss varnish on these cuts.
Ooh, I like that.
And on the mouth that's open and stuff.
Yeah, I dig
I always
that.
find that adds just a little bit, and it's just one more step, but just making it look wet
Yeah.
takes it
Ups
up.
the gross factor.
Yeah, it just ups it. These guys are gross. I love it. They look great. I'm actually so happy. Yo, Nicodemus, I gotta send you these STLs. I needed one more. Captain. I love you. Okay, what do we got? What unit options would you like to add to the Empire and Lizardmen army lists? So, I'm going to take that as in you're speaking about 6th edition. I'm trying to think. 7th Ed Lizardmen got Ripperdactyls, which I didn't think were that interesting or unique. And they got a different type of salamander. They got the rat, the spiky guys. 8th Ed, they got... Oh, and they got the... I know what I want. The actual Engine of the Gods. For Stegodons.
Yeah.
I think that's the one I want for Lizardmen. If I have to pick one thing, it'd be that. The Bastillodon I also think is cool. So probably just more monster options. I don't really need like Ripperdactyls and all that other stuff. I don't think that's very cool. I mean, they're fine. I'm not upset about them, but I just think it's like Pterodons, but different. Like, I already have Pterodons, right? I don't know. It just feels like the variety isn't that great.
Variation on the theme.
Sure. As for Empire, I'm trying to think. I'm not really a big Demigryph guy, but I know some people really
same.
like those. Trying to think. Honestly, Empire 6th is pretty much
I feel
where
like
I
they've
want
got-
it to be.
Got a lot of good stuff in there.
I don't think I would add anything. I think 6th Ed Empire, yeah, I don't even want Outriders because I feel like they're just Pistoliers, but different.
Maybe a light cavalry unit that isn't ranged.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something that
Yeah.
not in the
Something, yeah, they're pretty versatile.
like Bretonnian yeoman type of a thing. I don't know.
Sure. I think my whole thing for Empire in 6th is I would like to try and fix the units that they do have rather than introduce new ones. So, like, I think you fix spears, you buff halberds, and I think that alone adds more diversity.
And I think the free company add a lot of possibility
too.
to adding new things without adding new things.
Mhm.
Because, for example, one thought that came to mind for this answer would be something that's more like a group of warrior pilgrims following a warrior priest that aren't quite as deranged as flagellants,
Sure.
but are still a little bit more themed around the religious kind of vibe of the warrior priests. But I think you could just do that with Free Company, like just model them differently and use those stats, because I think that would kind of fit.
Sure. Future not episode: making your own paint and brushes from scratch, taming a wild horse for the bristles. Yeah, that would be fun. I don't know where we're gonna find a wild horse, but yeah, that'd be this week on Refused Flank.
We find a wild horse.
We found
Step
a
one.
wild horse. We pulled its hair out and made brushes. Okay, what do you think of the Total War options that were added for the game, and do you think they would fit into 6th? Generally
Honestly, don't know
speaking,
enough of what those
no.
would be.
I know they added like Lizardmen. They've got that huge one, like the super big lizard that's like an apocalypse scale model. I don't think that fits into 6th. I don't think it's necessary. Part of what I like about 6th edition is that it is scaled down a little bit. Do
Yeah.
I sometimes
A little
miss
more
some
focus on the
units?
foot troops.
Yeah. Do I miss some of the specialist units from like 7th and 8th? Sometimes, yeah. But for the most part, they've got everything that I want. Like the only thing in Undead that I kind of wish was like Vampire Cavalry. That's like the only thing. And the Vargol.
You don't
So,
need skeleton archers.
I don't need skeleton archers. I don't need. I feel like, yeah, I just don't need those things. So, like there's a couple things maybe from each army, maybe. But like dwarves, I don't know what I would give the dwarves. The dwarves seem pretty locked in. High elves, like I know they get like a phoenix and like a flying chariot and all this other crazy stuff. I don't really think they need more. I think they just need to fix what they have, is kind of my whole thought process on a lot of stuff. So for me, for 6th edition, rather than backporting things, which is totally fine, by the way, we do that, or creating your own units. Like we had our Brett player brought Foot Knights just because we're like, we're okay with that. And
Yeah,
lo
he
and behold,
basically just subtracted the cost of a horse.
yeah.
And
So
we call that good.
Foot Knights seem fine. It's not outrageous. It kind of makes sense. They fight on foot in the lore sometimes. So do they prefer it in the saddle? Sure. But there's probably times when, they have to fight on foot. So that type of stuff doesn't bother me. But I'd rather, for me, I would rather go fix a unit that is in the 6th Ed Army book
That just
rather
isn't
than
getting used.
that isn't getting used,
Yeah.
rather than add another one. So that was a long-winded answer. Are there plans to do a Dogs of War army? Not right now. I know it's a very themey army, even in 6th.
I would love to have a halfling hot pot. That would be awesome. And halfling archers.
Yeah, I do think halflings are actually kind of okay. Yeah, no, not right now. I would say we're more likely, the newest, obviously Skaven, I think would be the newest fantasy army to really get added to the group. If we were to do another campaign, it sounds like if we do another one, our Beastman player would play them again, is what he's interested in, is what it sounded like. Kind of like, which is totally fine. And then I imagine our High Elf guy would play High Elves.
Sounded like it.
And then we've got another guy who does Ogres / Dark Elves. I think he was talking about Ogres.
I think so.
So we'd have Ogres, Skaven, High Elves, and then Cam, I think, said Chaos.
I might go back to Chaos, but I might also want to try my vampire counts, because I haven't
That's true.
actually really used them.
So vampires or Chaos, one of those two. So I think that would be a pretty good diversity. And then we've got probably some other people that haven't played, but we could loan an army to.
Yeah.
So, like Lizardmen, I think would be an obvious choice as a good starter army. So yeah, no plan on moving off High Elves yet. There it is, from the man himself, straight from Ulthuan. Wild horses, turns out it was a raccoon. Yeah, that would be bad.
Raccoon hair. That could be
Raccoon
our
hair.
shtick.
Yeah, trash panda. Brushes. Okay, during a siege would be best on foot. Yeah, for sure. So, there's definitely situations where it makes sense that there would be foot knights. So, yeah, trash panda.
Maybe we need to do
brushes.
another siege game so we can do
We
a
do need
battle
to do
report.
a siege
I
game.
built
would
a
be
castle and we've only used it once.
sick. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. But that was pre the show. That was
Yeah.
that was a year or two before we did this. So locally sourced with authentic paint fed trash pandas. They probably do eat our paint. I throw it out and they're just like going through my trash eating the paint. But they'd like our paint best
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
because ours would be edible.
All right, how you feeling? Should we wrap things up here?
I think I'm pretty burnt. It's
Sweet.
been about 6 hours. It's 7 p.m. Eastern. We started
perfect.
at 1, so I feel like we motored pretty hard. You know, like a quarter of a day, just motoring. I'm real proud. I'm proud of Cam. I'm not proud of me because I didn't finish.
You finished Rat Ogres,
I finished some Rat Ogres. I don't know.
and you're so close on the rest.
I feel like the clan rats are probably around 60 to 70% there, but I'm gonna take a break
Yeah.
mentally. Clan rats are kind of a pain in the butt, but honestly, I could see doing batches of 10. But maybe I could do that, like do 3 hours one day, 3 hours another day, or something.
Yeah.
and
I mean,
get
I think
through
if you
that.
were only doing those
yeah,
and not the Rat Ogres,
yeah, for
and the
sure.
Chieftain, you probably would have gotten them done.
Yeah, the chieftains I might do separate, but so I'll probably break these up and get them finished up.
Oh, yeah, wow.
This coming week is going to be the goal, and then I can put these in my case as maybe I'm got like some units. Now what I got to do, because it's 6th ed, I got to paint my whip guys because they have
yes.
whippers. They got whatever they're called, handlers. So I didn't bring those. We believed in you and proud of your progress. Any progress is good progress.
Amen to that.
Dan's back. Skeleton army proxied with wind-up wooden automatons led by a mad inventor of said automatons.
That would be pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty metal.
Yeah, the puppeteer instead of the necromancer.
Skeleton army. Yeah, that would be cool. My undead
All right,
is very
Dan,
much.
we're waiting for it. You
Yeah,
can put that army together and
now-
be in our next fantasy campaign.
Yeah, Tomb Kings. Here we go. Those are lit. Thank you. I choose to light all things.
All right.
Any
Yes, but we're
final
gonna
thoughts?
call it there because I'm realizing my back hurts.
Yep, I think that's reasonable.
Painting hunched over to try to keep the models in the camera.
Oh
Yes.
man, Cam is easy.
Truly a feat. Truly
Cam
a
is
feat.
easy to spend time with. Very easy. That was the easiest part of this. But okay. Hope everybody had fun. I think we're gonna close it off though. We'll try to release something this Wednesday. I think that's gonna come out. So if you're watching this now, I think it's gonna be a BattleTech recap. So look to that.
Yeah. Thanks
Bye.
again for everybody joining us. And now we gotta figure out how to stop this thing.
It says stop in the corner.
So
Stop
we have to,
streaming.
here we go. End
Oh,
stream.
bye.
Adios.
I don't know if
Because
that
this is
ended
just
it.
stop sending stuff to YouTube.
Ah.
I don't know that it actually.
So now we're not live anymore.
Correct.